And now, now you get to watch it. What are you laughing at?
While waiting for the video to came up, I clicked how would a dog do it.
How would a dog do it, though?
Well, the dog's secretly a robot, obviously.
Anyway, got one piece of fishing gear. It's my booties!
Congrats on booties.
Yeah, I have a bunch of items in my inventory that I thought I would need for the minigame, but it turns out you just smack the Kraken every minute. That's not a euphemism, but I guess it could be. Yeah, what are you doing, son?
Smack the Kraken a few times today.
TMI.
Like, he just keeps showing up at my house.
Nothing this time around. We board the thing, and then we smack the Kraken again.
Wait, is that the minigame? You ride a boat, smack the Kraken, and at the other end, do you check a chest?
Yes. There's a reason why everybody plays freaking Temperos, but it turns out the Temperos set of gear is an upgrade to this set of gear, so you have to get the Angler gear first. If you want the Temperos gear. And you get to engage in this riveting gameplay. I'm so riveted right now. And there's not even, like, your reward for getting a max contribution in this is not, like, more chances at it. It's literally just... You get more fish.
Excellent.
You just get... And it's not a lot more fish. You do 5 times the work to get 50% more fish. And it doesn't give you that many fishes to begin with. Like, Temperos gives you way more fish. But people are tryharding it. Like, people with dragon pickaxes using their special attack. And it's like, literally, that is getting you nothing. We are the same here, you and I. We're gonna smack the Kraken a few times. One smack, 2 smack, 3 smack, go! Repair the beam, and then you go to the other side. Oh, why didn't that thing break again? It usually breaks twice. Get these nets out of my inventory. But yeah, I need that stream luck so I can be done, because there's literally no reason to do this after I get the 4 pieces. This Temperos is just better. Oh, maybe it falls down twice if he does that double flip. Man, I'm learning the mechanics. I'm learning so many mechanics. I don't even really know how I'm hitting the Kraken from all the way over here with an axe. I guess I shouldn't ask questions.
It's a very big axe.
You know, I can see the axe, and it is not very large. Okay, from the right angle, you can see that it actually did touch the boat.
Riveting. The Kraken touched the butt.
Nope. Bunch of swordfish, though.
You're a swordfish?
Take that back. Take that freaking back.
Oh, okay, you're not a swordfish, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Wish it told me how many times maybe this would tell me. I've done fishing trawler 11 times, apparently. So I'm not allowed to complain about my luck yet. Because the drop rate of each piece is apparently 1 in 12.
It advances 1 frame. When sped up 128 times, it looks like this, which is still very slow. It now has to...
Why don't you ever go below deck and fix the water that's coming in?
I would have to use an item to do that.
32 times slower than the minimum.
The heck?
And 4 times slower than the regular minimum backward speed that we used previously.
I can show you.
Reason it doesn't crash...
Is that why no one goes down there and does that?
No, there's people down there.
Okay.
You don't even have to move. You can just spam click.
Pulled up by a chain lift, and when it reaches the end of the track, instead of crashing, it is let
Excellent.
go to
Riveting.
the rest of the track.
Yeah, are you riveting yet?
However, you don't actually
Yes.
need to build a chain lift when you use this mode. You can simply build a small incline, which the train will reverse onto before immediately going forwards again. The game isn't prepared to deal with this. It thinks the train is still reversing, as it has never reached the end of the chain lift or the track when going backwards. Therefore, it cannot crash. Why, when reaching the end of the track, it goes backwards at a speed 4 times slower than the normal minimum backward speed is still a mystery though. 3,278 years, 5 months and 30.3 days after the ride departed, it finally returns to the station and is finished. Psych, this was just the first lap, out of a total of 7. This gives it a total ride time of more than 23,000 in-game years, or about 2.38 real-life years. And that's just the beginning. The real fun begins now. The long looping coaster is synchronized with the orange wild mouse coaster, which in turn is synchronized with this yellow wild mouse coaster, and so on down the chain. They're not synchronized in a normal way though. Take a look at this. It is a simplified version of the Universe coaster setup. When the looping coaster departs, so does the orange wild mouse. Nothing weird about that. But then the wild mouse arrives at its second station, which is directly
Why is there a
below
seagull
its
just
first
kind of
station, and also
crab
synchronized
flying
with
alongside the
looping
boat?
coaster. It
Oh,
will
look, it's a
only
very
leave
slow-moving
the
boat.
second station once the long coaster
It's also why the
arrives
Kraken's
again.
just also just sliding along.
But seagulls can't fly sideways.
Yeah, they can.
That's impossible.
Wrong. I'm destroying a Kraken. Your argument is irrelevant. Alright, let's see what bounteous rewards I get for max contribution now that I've already spent some of my hard-earned.
Hard-earned boat fixing garbage.
Hard-earned swamp paste. Donkey, get out of my swamp paste.
How do you get the swamp paste? Is that
I just buy it.
something you have to... Oh, okay.
I could pick it up off the ground, but that'd take way too much effort. Alright. 230, 240, fix rail, 250, fix rail again. Oh, no, I'm already at max. Never mind. Now I can just literally AFK for a minute. There's no use in
Then
helping.
it will go to its third station, after which it goes back to
Is
first.
that so?
So
Yep.
for the orange
My
wild
bar
mouse coaster
is
to
green.
complete its
Full
track
green.
one time, the looping coaster has
That's
to
sad.
complete its track twice.
Yeah, this
If we
game
now
was made 80 years ago. This
What
is
if people
what
let
they
that water
want.
gauge fill up?
Well, then the boat crashes, but they won't do that. I believe in the nature of man. And by believe in the nature of man, I believe they need to use their swamp paste, and therefore they shall.
Ivan makes other people waste their swamp paste.
It came out July of 2003. Yes, 2003, also known as the time this game was in beta, or at least like this version of the game was in beta.
Oof.
That was at the end of the year. Trawler minigame was in July of that year.
Trawler minigame is older than World of Warcraft, then, isn't it?
July 2003?
Probably.
Perhaps. Now look, my contribution gave me nothing. I'm almost at a fishing level.
Yeah, World of Warcraft was late 2004.
I just want to go back to Temperos. I like that minigame. I'm subjecting myself to this. Nobody's making me do the trawler, but
Well, don't
I
you
want my
want the
fishing
gear so you can
outfit.
upgrade it?
I mean, I guess it's not really a big deal though. Like most skilling sets are like a small XP increase. This was no exception. I think it's like 3% or something.
Are you at least getting fishing XP for doing this?
I am. It's not great though. I think it's like half of what I would be getting from Temperos right now. Maybe less than half, maybe a third. But, right, it's gonna be over soon, right? And then it will be more efficient at Temperos and all the way for the rest of every level forever. And will look cool. Chop chop, 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 chop chop.
What's up, dog? Need to go out again?
No. No, this one even has some more boring
Sound
song.
right? Oh, okay.
But it makes up for it with its deep and engaging gameplay, IMO.
Yes, I can see that.
So engaged right now. Dang, I'm not even gonna make it to 250, I don't think. So you're saying there's a chance. Oh yeah, rusty sword for the one achievement diary. I think I got one of those. One more. Hey, 255. We did it. Oh, look at that macro to make a penis. QP with a W beneath it.
Hmm.
Look at the yellow wild mouse, we can see the same setup, with the orange wild mouse functioning as the long coaster here. Therefore, in order for the yellow wild mouse to complete its track once, the orange wild mouse has to complete its track twice, and the looping coaster has to go around 4 times. The pink wild mouse coaster multiplies this by 2 again, so for every time the vertical drop coaster goes around once, the looping coaster has to do its thing 8 times. But why are the stations in this very specific setup instead of just next to each other like this? Well, in this setup, the 2 stations of the yellow wild mouse are also synchronized with each other, and that is a problem. Since there is only 1 car on every wild mouse coaster, there will never be a vehicle in all 3 stations at the same time, so they can never depart and the whole thing locks up. Weirdly enough, 2 stations will still synchronize if they are 1 unit apart in height, and this is the key. If you build 1 wild mouse station 1 unit below the looping coaster station and the other one 1 unit above it, they won't synchronize with each other as they are now 2 units apart in height. These are now 2 different sets of 2 synchronized stations, and as soon as one of them has a vehicle in both stations, they can go. The compact design with the stations right above each other makes the chaining really easy, which is why we're using this design. Credits to JJ on my Discord server for coming up with this setup and helping me out with a bunch of other
This
things
is
as well.
speedrunning
Back to the
depression.
Universe coaster. In this setup we have a few more than just 3 wild mouse coasters. In total there are 250.
At least nobody
each
enjoys
of
their time
which
here.
doubles the amount of times the looping coaster has
Everyone
to deal
suffers
with 7
together.
laps. Why 253?
Freaking community building
because
activity.
You can only build 255 rides in a park, and the 2 other ride slots are already taken up by the long coaster and the universe coaster. The ride time of the long coaster is 2.38 years, and to calculate how often the last wild mouse in the chain does a full lap of its track, we have to multiply this by 2 to the power 253. This is a ridiculous number, but we're not quite done yet, as the universe coaster itself also adds to the ride time. In the small example, the vertical drop coaster had 1 train that did 1 lap, but this one is a bit more complicated. The universe coaster is a twister coaster with 4 stations and a total of 32 block sections, which allows it to have the maximum of 31 trains. If we look at the stations, we can see that one of them has both an entrance and an exit, while the other 3 only have an unreachable entrance. Therefore, guests can only get on and off the ride at this station. The question now is, how many times does the last wild mouse coaster have to go around before a train that departs this station returns to the same station to finish the ride? Let's take a look at what happens with just the last wild mouse and the twister coaster in isolation. Right now a train departs the boarding station of the twister coaster, and behind it the red train enters it. The wild mouse is now in the next station, and there is a problem. Neither of the trains in the station of the twister coaster it synchronizes with can depart, as there is still a train in the next block section. The game is clever though, and if this is the case, then the other ride can still depart anyway to prevent everything from locking up. So the wild mouse goes through the other stations and arrives at the first station again, having completed 1 lap. Now the bottom station of the twister coaster can depart, since the block section in front of it has been freed up. Immediately after it, the train in the station behind it can also go, and after that the wild mouse completes its second lap. When the wild mouse arrives at the first station once again, both twister stations next to it are locked up, so it continues to its second station. Here the top station of the twister can go, and the wild mouse goes around for the third time. When it finishes this lap, the red train can finally depart, and the next train moves into the boarding station of the twister coaster. Every train on the twister coaster has moved forward one block section now, which took 3 laps of the wild mouse coaster. Since there are 31 trains, doing a complete cycle of the twister coaster will take 93 wild mouse laps. For 3 of these laps the train is just chilling in the boarding station, which doesn't count for the ride time. So the total ride time of the twister coaster is 90 times that of the last wild mouse. We can now finally calculate the total ride time of the Universe coaster. It is 2.38 years times 2 to the power 253 times 90. This is equal to 3.104508 times 10 to the power 78 years. Or if you fully write it out, it's this number. 3 quinvigitillion, 104 quatuor vigitillion, 507 tres...
Need to find something to watch whilst I do this suffering. Oh hey! Yeah! Woo! Yippee! We did it!
Another piece.
Yep. Pantaloons.
How many left?
2 more.
2 more. Time to get a second set of pantaloons. I'm assuming that can happen.
Nope. So still pretty lucky so far. 2 from 14. When the drop rate is 1 from 12. Now, I don't know, I actually don't know, maybe they're cumulative though. Maybe that would be 4 out of 12, then 3 out of 12, then 2 out of 12, then 1 out of 12. But I'm not sure exactly. Talk to that guy. Talk to that guy, get your free tome, you freaking morons! Why are they doing the random events? That one just gives you free real estate. I can watch it.
Are you sure the free event thing that pops up isn't personal?
It is personal. I'm saying that the person whose it was didn't talk to it because it stayed there. These pants give you a butt like a dump truck. I guess they're waders. It just makes you look dummy thick.
How does it feel to be dummy thick?
Colonel, I'm trying to chop the Kraken, but I'm too dummy thick, and the clap of my butt cheeks keeps breaking the boat.
Oh, that's strange.
Hey, but I'm getting 5 construction XP every time I do a thing. Anyway, there's a VTuber on my feed who's playing Minecraft. Let's see what else. I already watched the Picard thing. The world record history of DK64. Okay, well that's tempting. Lockpicking lawyer. Nah, I haven't watched him in a while. Wait, this guy did light a fire on the boat. Jagus.
Yeah, they did that last time.
I didn't even notice. I didn't even know you could. Friggin' psychopaths. It's a great idea. God dang, I'm gonna cook on the boat next time. That's freaking brilliant. Maybe it doesn't let you cook. I'm doing my part. Everybody's got the hat. The hat is what it's all about. Look at the hat. It's got some nice lures tied to it. This lady has kidnapped a gnome child.
What the heck?
This other gentleman has kidnapped a gnome child. I should kidnap a gnome child.
Everyone's kidnapping gnome children.
Yeah, it's
Good.
genius.
Name 5 good things gnomes have done.
Gotten kidnapped. Such a wide variety of individuals here. Some look like it's their first day off the boat, like me, and some look like they've been playing for 10,000 years. Yet they never unlocked the angler outfit. Sad! Oh yeah, I did a clue scroll earlier from one of the Timperos words. I got a God book page. I think I just hold on to that. Yeah. I don't really know what it does. I know if you get enough of them, you make an offhand or something. I don't know, man.
"30 hours. According to Wikipedia, that's how long it takes to beat Donkey Kong 64.
Oh yeah, there is optional camera shake too. I turned that off.
Excellent.
Yeah, where the boat sways and it actually makes you feel freaking sick. The real sinking boat experience. Oh, that's an old boot.
How many pulls do you think it took to get that quality of life of not having the boat took?
Probably 50 years. I kind of wanted to do a thing, but I'd have to set my bank pin and all that, or to type in my bank pin and all that. It does sound smart to cook while you're on the freaking boat. I also don't have many logs.
What's up with that huge estimate anyway? One of the other popular 3D collectathons at the time, Banjo-Kazooie, was only estimated to take around 11 to 12 hours to beat. Super Mario 64 takes around the same amount of time. So what gives? Sure, DK64 has huge levels, but so did Banjo-Kazooie. In fact, that game's overworld is much larger, and both have the same number of worlds. Well, the difference is in the amount of collectibles. In Banjo-Kazooie, the grand total is around 1100. DK64, however, has not just 1000, not even just 2,000, or 3,000, or even 4,000. In total, the game has 4,841 total collectible items.
Trawler with the
minimum
boys.
Required to beat the game, 1,927. So, any speedrunner wanting to tackle this game would surely have a big challenge ahead of them. In order to beat K. Rool, the final boss of the game, you need to access the final stage of the game, Hideout Helm. For this, you need at least 100 golden bananas that it to get past Beeline. The game doesn't have a port out of level 5. Okay, so there's a lot, but rather than bore you with with the details all at once, let's go back to the first known any % world record with lasting footage, a segmented one, meaning it was done over the course of multiple
I got rid of my
sections,
hammer
where
because
the
I'm
best takes
freaking
of
dumb.
each section are stitched
Get
together,
back.
completed by
You
Dutch
fool.
Joe in June of 2006,
Okay, the boat has
with a
hammers
final
on it.
in-game time of 5 hours
Maybe that's
and
why
4
it's sinking.
minutes. In
It's
his notes,
got
Joe
infinite
mentions
hammers, give me an
gathering all
infinite
the
weight.
minimum collectibles required to beat the game. The 100 golden bananas.
It's actually
required to
a
get the Hideout
boat
Helm,
shipping
the game's
hammers.
final stage, 4 battle crowns
But it's a
required
fishing
for
trawler.
opening a door in Helm. 8
That's just their
keys,
cover.
7 of which are obtained from beating the game's bosses throughout the 7 main levels: Jungle Japes, Angry Aztec, Frantic Factory, Gloomy Galleon, Fungi Forest, Crystal Caves, and Creepy Castle, and the 8th in Helm itself. 15 banana medals, which are obtained after collecting 75 regular bananas in a stage with a unique Kong, which is required to play the Jetpack minigame, which unlocks the Rare coin, and the Nintendo coin, obtained from playing the Donkey Kong arcade game in Frantic Factory, both of which are required to get through doors in Helm. He also collects enough regular bananas to open the boss doors in each level, which, when totaled with the 1,125 needed for all the banana medals, comes to a staggering 1,680 bananas out of a total of 3,500. Like I said, it's a lot. But, after months of planning, Joe put it all together. Earlier, I mentioned that a segmented run allowed a runner to try a segment multiple times until they got the take they wanted. However, in the case of DK64, Joe wouldn't get this luxury. Unfortunately for speedrunners, the game autosaves every time you pick up a collectible, as well as many other instances, and the game has no copy function, meaning that redoing any section isn't an option. A big reason why no one had attempted this behemoth of a game before now. Regardless though, he pulled off what was an extremely impressive accomplishment. A few months later, Tom Vodova would improve the record by nearly 30 minutes with a 4:36. In this run, Tom only takes about 13 minutes to get through Hideout Helm, which, if you notice at the bottom of the screen, is a timed stage. What determines the amount of time you have to go through the stage is a collectible called blueprints. In every stage of the game, including the lobby, DK Isles, there are 5 blueprints, one for each Kong, available to collect by killing an enemy known as a Kasplat. Each blueprint collected adds a minute of time that you can spend in Helm after turning them into Snide, but the game awards the player 10 minutes by default, meaning you can have up to 50 minutes in the stage, since there's 40 blueprints total. The reason that Tom and other runners at the time elected to get as many blueprints as they did, even though they didn't need nearly that much time, is because turning in a blueprint would get you a golden banana, and since all you had to do was kill an enemy for one, they were easy choices towards the 100 total needed. Over the next few months, Tom would drop the run by 10 minutes, and after that, nothing, for 3 years. As a result of the game's length and the inability to do a proper segmented run, it was an extremely unpopular speed game. While Tom's run was impressive at the time, it really comes down to a major lack of interest in the game from a speedrunning angle. But this all changed on June 9th, 2009, when someone decided it was time to break this game. A runner by the name of Mano Cheese found out how to exploit the invulnerability you get after being damaged to ledge clip out of bounds and around to the portal of Hideout Helm. Shortly after, a runner named Xcord had discovered that you could backflip in this corner with Diddy and with Tiny to get out of bounds, which was much easier. This effectively cut out a massive amount of golden bananas required to beat the game, with the number dropping from 100 all the way down to 15. This was the minimum required because it was the number of golden bananas needed to make the factory B-locker disappear. While it was possible in most instances to skip B-lockers with Lanky, this was an exception because you could not squeeze to the sides as a result of his hitbox and the walls. It's also important to note that it was required to enter this level so that you could unlock the last playable Kong in the game, Chunky. On the same day, a clip was found that allowed you to skip past boss doors without the need for any regular bananas. With these discoveries, all that needed to be worried about in the speedrun was beating all the bosses, getting the 4 battle crowns, and collecting enough coins to buy the moves and upgrades you need for certain parts of the game, and more importantly, during the final boss, since the fight cycles through all 5 Kongs and requires specific moves, such as Hunky Chunky, Diddy's Rocket Barrel, and more. With a
All
discovery
right,
from 2008, runners also wouldn't need to worry about the rare whale or the thunderstorms as this clip was discovered, allowing you to skip past the door. And with this, it was no longer required to collect any regular bananas, since 15 banana medals were no longer required. Needless to say, the discovery of the B-Locker skip on top of a few other tricks had opened the floodgates. Interest in the game suddenly skyrocketed, and people were ready to push it to its absolute limits. How far could the game go? Lots of the rest of the day was focused on figuring out what moves and upgrades were or weren't necessary, and the following day on the 10th, PMIT would set the first record with Helm Early in 3 hours flat, nearly an hour and a half off the previous world record. In this run, he was also able to enter the Hideout Helm lobby early. Using Tiny Kong and her ability Monkey Port, which is unlocked in Crystal Caves, it was possible to use this pillar and ponytail twirl to get to the top of the ship's snout. You could then clip into the corner of the left eye and twirl to the loading zone of the Helm lobby. Unfortunately, no footage exists of most of these runs because runners in this era wouldn't upload their runs unless they planned to submit it to Speed Demo's archive, the primary hub for speedrunning at the time, and unless a run was of extremely high quality, it wouldn't be accepted. However, the Big Bang was only just the beginning. Between June 10th and July 22nd, not even 2 months, runners managed to drop the record down by a lot. Not just half an hour, not just an hour, but by over an hour and a half. And this is how. With the discovery of Helm Lobby early, runners started thinking, what if we could get into other lobbies early, like Angry Aztec or Frantic Factory? Would we be able to skip getting certain keys? The hunt was on. Firstly, it was discovered you could actually skip the Battle Crown door in Helm with the same clip used to skip the rare Nintendo coins, removing that requirement. The reason the skip wasn't done in the first place was because runners thought that Key 8 wouldn't register if you hadn't opened the Crown door. This was known at the time as fake key and was a long-standing problem with runs. Under certain circumstances, picking up key 8 wouldn't save it to the file. However, it was eventually discovered that the key will only register if you load the throne room, which is the room that has the coin door in it, because that specific door is what's responsible for writing the key to the file. Much later down the line when this was found, a consistent way to prevent fake key came with it, but for the next few years it continued to be an annoyance for runners. Secondly, a user by the name of Unreal had claimed that they'd collected only the first 5 keys, skipping Crystal Caves and Creepy Castle, and using Hideout Helm early to collect the 8th key, and the ship that crashes down that lets you enter the final boss fight would still show up. Previously, it was believed that you would need all 8 keys in order for this to happen, as it was what unlocked K. Lumsey's cage, and played the cutscene that makes the ship crash. However, it was speculated that maybe the game only checks for the 8th key for the event to happen, possibly because Rare was confident you wouldn't be able to get to Hideout Helm before beating all the previous stages. Regardless, if it was true, this would be a massive discovery. Lots of testing led to some different findings, but one of the primary speculations by a runner named Ringrush was that only keys 3 and 8 were needed. Technically, keys 1 and 2 would also be required to get to Frantic Factory in the first place, but maybe behind the scenes the game was only checking for 3 and 8. Additionally, key 5 would be needed in order to unlock Crystal Caves, which is where you unlock the previously mentioned Monkey Port required to get to Hideout Helm. But if runners could get into Angry Aztec and Crystal Caves early, then keys 1 and 5 could be skipped, if the theory was true. While Angry Aztec needed some work, Crystal Caves lobby early was actually discovered, and it was confirmed that at most keys 1, 2, 3, and 8 were required, but probably only 3 and 8. It was believed that the game designers realized key 3 does nothing, since key 2 unlocks not only Frantic Factory, but also the following stage, Gloomy Galleon. So rather than make key 3 unlock Gloomy Galleon, they made it required to unlock the final boss. However, this is pure speculation. And with this, a new route was created. As a result, Manocheese managed to drop his time to 139. And how long did all of these massive discoveries take to find? Only 3 days. Things would begin to cool down though, as runners would continue to drop their times. Lefty's Heroes was the first to beat Manocheese on June 18th with a time of 135, but Manocheese came back 2 days later with a 127, and a week later a 124, and another huge discovery to come with it. A few days prior, it was discovered that Frantic Factory's door had no collision when it was closed prior to the level being unlocked. If runners could figure out how to skip past B-Locker, then instead of needing 15 golden bananas, they'd only need 6, 5 of which are required to get into Angry Aztec, and 1 from an extra blueprint for some more needed time in Helm. On the 22nd of June, Manocheese would finally figure it out. and drop his time by nearly 10 minutes to a 1:15 on July 22nd, 2009. The glitch involved using an orange to blast Lanky into B-Locker's hitbox. Manocheese also goes into the B-Locker with Lanky facing away because the collision at the rear side of any Kong doesn't extend as far out as the front side. With this, he was able to get closer to the portal than the game intends you to. After this run, a few months would pass without a new record, but the community was still hard at work routing and glitch hunting, and as a result, Xcord would share something with the SDA community that would change the run forever. This story takes us back somewhere around 2007 or 2008 when Xcord discovered a website called David Wan's Unique Video Game Glitches. This website is essentially a massive catalog of glitches that David Wan and anonymous website goers would submit and post for various games ranging from the NES to the GameCube. Obviously, this included the N64 and DK64. On this website was a glitch sent in by Anonymous, where you could mess up the music in the main menu of the game. Essentially, when going into mystery mode and selecting any of the 3 scenes, you could press A to end the scene at a certain time, and the music in the main menu would be messed up.
Let's hide
Sometimes it
the
wouldn't
thing
even be
so I
there.
can
It
enter
could
my
also
pin,
mess up music in other
not
parts
miss
of
a
the
boat.
game.
I see your pin.
No, you can't see anything. I'm not even at the bank.
If you use the intro story cutscene for the glitch and then go into adventure
I see
mode,
pin.
some actions would cause the intro story scene to start
You
playing out
are
of nowhere.
lies.
So what exactly is going on? This general concept is what
1,
is
2,
known
4,
as
5,
the
5.
intro story glitch.
Yep.
Basically, when you load a
My
new
4
file of
character
Donkey
pin
Kong
is
64
12455.
with
You
cutscenes
caught me.
skipping off, the intro story cutscene will play. The scene has multiple different sections, and the game runs a timer in the background that keeps track of when a scene should fade out and the next should load in. In mystery mode, however,
can't prove it's
can
not,
back out at any
honestly.
time. Normally, the game would
True.
just stop the timer after backing out, but what Anonymous was doing was backing out during a period of the cutscene where the timer starts, but the cutscene isn't yet considered active. There's only a 6-frame window at the start of the scene where this happens, so that's why it was described as being more difficult than the others. So, if you load into the adventure mode with the intro story timer in the background, when the timer hits a fade out point, if the player is in a cutscene, the
get on
game
the
will
boat
simply start
quickly.
playing the next cutscene in the sequence. This entire concept was very interesting to Xcord, so he decided to use the glitch on every game mode and see what could be found. But before we go on, it's important to explain what exactly game mode means in the context of DK64. The game engine has 13 different modes, all with different properties that load based on what's happening. The important ones to focus on here for this glitch are Game Mode 5, Main Menu Mode, 6, Adventure and Kong Battle Mode, 11, DK Theater Mode, and 12, DK Bonus and Bosses Mode. When he tried DK Bonus and Bosses Mode, he found out that instead of showing the intro story, the game would return to the main menu. Normally, when you win, lose, or exit a boss fight or bonus game, you get sent back to the main menu and the game mode is changed to main menu mode. However, if you exit via an intro story fade out, you'll stay in DK Bonus and Bosses Mode, even while on the main menu. As a result of staying in this mode, when the player enters a Kong battle match, the game instantly returns to the main menu, showing the results screen. So why does this happen and why is it useful? Well, Kong Battle happens to use the same mode as Adventure, which also happens to be the only mode with the autosave feature enabled. In Adventure and Kong Battle mode, the game autosaves every time you load a map, except when there is more than one player in the game. Normally, entering a Kong Battle match ensures that there is more than one player in the game, and no autosave will occur. But here, instead of going into the arena, the game instantly shows the results screen. This is because in DK Bonus and Bosses mode, the mode that the game is still currently in from earlier, any screen transition will lead back to the main menu. As a result of all of this, the game switches to adventure mode, and since the menu can only have one player, the game finds this and saves the current file progress. Why is this significant? What's the point? Well, when entering Kong Battle, more specifically Monkey Smash, all Kongs are given Simian Slam, the game's first move, their weapon, and all weapon upgrades for the purpose of the game mode. And as I said before, since we're on the main menu and in adventure mode, the game saves the current file progress. This means that after
heats his
performing
hands.
this glitch, the file is saved with all of the previously mentioned upgrades for Monkey Smash unlocked. After this, all that needs to be done is going back into the intro story cutscene to properly end the sequence this time, so that no fade-outs happen while playing the game. And with that, you're playing DK64 with the first move of the game,
I didn't miss
Simian
anything.
Slam, and all the gun upgrades.
Suck
The
my
first run
Kraken.
to implement this new glitch was done with cheats to give the runner unlimited coins, oranges, and other items. At the time, this was the standard in the Japanese community. While this doesn't validate the run today, it was still a glimpse into what the run could look like with Funky Weapons Glitch, the name that would eventually stick. It was done in 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 52 seconds by a Japanese runner named KAS. But on top of FWG, the Western community was in for a big surprise. Your goal in Donkey Kong 64, and especially in Hideout Helm, is to shut down the Blast-O-Matic, a device aimed at DK Isles that is set to destroy it. You do this by completing 2 minigames with each Kong throughout Hideout Helm, eventually shutting down the machine. This is what takes a majority of the time in the stage, and was part of the reason runners had to pick up blueprints anyways, besides the fact that they were easy golden bananas. Anyways, by clipping into this wall with Chunky, it was possible to carefully navigate out of bounds and skip the door that opens after shutting the Blast-O-Matic down. Then, using the previously known clip to skip the rest of the doors, it was possible to beat Hideout Helm in under 3 minutes. Word began spreading that a sub 1 hour run was possible. A 4-hour long speedrun taken down to 1 hour in less than a year through a few people's mission to break the game beyond repair would be one amazing feat. And with one more amazing discovery by Mano Cheese, it would surely be possible.
Jump.
On June 17, 2010, it was finally possible to get into Angry Aztec's lobby early. By moontailing, a trick that allows Diddy to gain extra height, it was possible to get on top of the door of Aztec's entrance. Next, with a very precise ledge clip into the door, you can move slightly out of bounds. After that, if you chimpy charge at the right point, you'll descend very slowly. As soon as Diddy starts moving forward, you jump out of the move, jump around the doorway which extends out of bounds a little bit, and clip into the loading zone. It should also be mentioned at this point that moontailing can be used to get to factory early without Tiny by jumping up and grabbing this ledge before the platform is raised by Q2.
Kraken
It was
Tentacle, the
also
boat's not over
possible
there.
with a moonkick from DK. While this seemed like a massive fine, unfortunately the trick was not
He's
able
probably
to be
just,
used. While you could get into Aztec and play the level
he's probably
fine,
just,
and
like,
it
you
was
know,
confirmed
underwater,
that Key 1
and
wasn't needed for
he's
Cable's
bumping
ship
his head
to
against the
spawn.
boat,
Attempting to leave the
clearly.
lobby would cause the game to soft lock. Since resetting the game, which would avoid the problem, counts as splitting the run into multiple segments, the trick was not able to be used in an any percent run, unless runners wanted to go back to multiple segments. Despite this trick not being useful in any percent, after a few runs, Mano Cheese finally achieved a 57-minute in-game time on June 8, 2010. Again, no footage of these runs are on the internet today, but over time he was able to drop the time to 54 minutes on August 3, 2010, a run he finally felt was good enough to submit to SDA, and as a result, we have video footage of it. By now, the route had changed pretty substantially thanks to some major finds in the community, one being the discovery of how to bypass certain B lockers without Lanky. As explained before, a Kong's hitbox extends farther in front of it than behind, so with precise and careful placement, it was possible to push DK's backside into B locker and just barely slap into a portal. On top of this allowing you to enter Angry Aztec early, even though you still had to fight Armadillo and Japes to get Key 1, this also allowed you to enter caves early with DK. What you're seeing here is a moon kick, a glitch that works by cancelling an aerial attack, a move that gives DK lower gravity with a kick. By interrupting things at the proper time, you apply the lower gravity to the kick. With this, it was known that you could get into the cave's lobby early, because the backside of the rock blocking the entrance isn't solid, since Rare didn't think it was possible to get there. However, you were never able to get into the level without Lanky. With this newly discovered B-Locker skip though, you could enter caves right after completing Jungle Jakes.
And
Since the game registers you as having gone to Crystal Caves, you are able to buy the
Da
late
da
game
da
moves
da,
required to
it's
get
nothing.
to and complete Hideout Helm, mainly Monkey Port, before even going to Angry Aztec. So now, only 2 golden bananas were used to beat the game, one to get into Jungle Japes, and the one collected to
Do I
unlock
have
Diddy.
any normal
Another trick I've
logs?
neglected to mention until now is called
I
Swim Through
got one.
Shores. By mashing B and swimming forward into a shore, it is possible to clip under an island. This is done on the Fairy Island at the beginning of the run in order to talk to the fairy and unlock the Shockwave move, which allows you to break dirt mounds that are scattered around the game. Upon using the move, a coin is dropped which gives 5 coins to each Kong, regardless of if they are unlocked or not. These coins are used to purchase the Kong's upgrades, so being able to get a lot very easily is essential for the run. Later on, this would be retimed to a new timing method that began at pressing A to start the intro story in the main menu and ended at the last input, when Chunky hits the final punch on K. Rool. This is known as RTA, or real-time attack in the speedrunning community. Rather than use the in-game timer, this is how runs would be timed from
Maybe
here
I
on
can
out.
chop. Maybe I can chop a random tree. me, I can chop a random tree.
With the new timing method came a rule change and a new dominant world record holder. Now that in-game timing wasn't used anymore, resets would be allowed, which means Angry Aztec Early was finally able to be used in an any percent run. As I mentioned before, this trick was extremely difficult, and as a result would prove to be a massive run killer down the line. Additionally, the ability to reset also sped up
19 KC and no pet. This place sucks. The pet is 1 out of 5,000.
Oof.
But this guy's upset that he doesn't have the pet after 19 clears. I got bad news for this man.
What's the pet?
I think it was a heron? Not much.
Should be a little mini kraken.
I think that comes from something else. I think there's another. I think there's an actual kraken boss. It's probably the same thing. Oh,
okay, if it's the same kraken but it's a boss, that's acceptable. Or for me, kraken boss.
Nice. You can cook lobsters here. This is pretty epic. I'm just gonna skip this tentacle cycle.
This guy's AFKing during his.
I'm not AFK at all. I'm actively cooking.
This guy's ignoring the safety of the boat so he can cook lobsters.
I'm evaporating the water with my fire.
Setting fire a window.
Whatever you just said, same. And this is great. I can cook my filthy lucre as I waste my time doing this thing. It's a win-win.
Super long out of bounds route with Diddy in order to turn off the Blastomatic, since he is the last Kong you use in Helm. And even though this skipped most of the minigames, you still had to do the 2 with Diddy to turn it off. Now, you could just reset the game after collecting the key. With this, all that was needed to complete DK64 was the 1 golden banana needed to unlock Diddy and 9 total moves. It should be noted that runners still chose to collect 2 bananas because you could pick up the banana outside of Jungle Japes and skip the dancing cutscene if you roll into the loading zone at the right angle. And rather than having to do a B-locker skip, you could just enter the level properly. And so, after all this, 2 years after Manocheese's 5217 on May 4th, 2012, a runner named Ringrush would get his first record with a final time of 50:34. It's important to mention that while this did shave nearly 2 minutes off the previous record, it was thought that the RTA strats could save 5 to 7 minutes compared to the single segment era. So while this was an impressive run nonetheless, runners had a long way to go to catch up to Manocheese's level of optimization. Over time though, Ringrush would get closer and closer as he brought his time down to a 47:18 on July 6, 2012, thanks to a combination of a few new strats and optimizations. But a few months later, around October of 2012, everything would change.
I found it out like 15 minutes ago. Before my stream today, I tested something with lag, and I got a consistent factor to do with lanky. So like, lag is just utterly destroying it. I didn't think this game could be this much more broken than it is. But like every clip we didn't do before. GG. This game is destroyed completely. There's no hard tricks left.
summer 2012, I feel like saying Xenernicus noticed that, hey, in Gloomy Galleon, the jump to the ship for Chunky's chip banana seems like really far. And it's really surprising that you can make this jump. Testing led to more testing, led to more testing, and eventually the crazy conclusion came up, you jump further during lag. Okay, that's weird. Why would you jump further during lag? People really didn't pay much mind to that. Flash to October 2014. I'm really struggling with factory early. Eventually I had the crazy idea, why not throw orange? If orange is maybe that makes you going faster. And it has nothing to do with the jumping property, it's just you're making further jumps because you're moving faster. Just a weird idea. Tested it, suddenly bam, I was hitting this trick almost every time. This trick that was just like, honestly, a major run killer, I kept hitting, and I would do these lanky long jumps with oranges. I would never clip anything, I would just long jump towards B-Locker and it would all be good. Oh my god, what about Aztec Early? The trick that was defining DK64 because it was different.
Nice, I can't go cut a tree.
I try
It's
it.
a tree right there.
First try, I'm in.
Ivan, you're a genius.
Thanks to how the game developers chose to deal with
My
lag.
god,
What
it's
Rare
cooking.
decided to do was to speed up the game to make up for lost time while lagging. It may sound smart, but clearly the unintended consequences are game-breaking. While lag clipping may have completely changed the game, it is important to note that these tricks weren't as easy as Ringrush explained, or made them look. Self-admittedly, he was getting pretty lucky, and overall, only a few minutes were saved, but the game was still broken wide open. So many insanely tough tricks were way less of a barrier now, especially Aztec Early as he explains. New records were set, the first of which by Cosmic D12, famous for his Super Mario Bros. World records.
Wow.
47.
Alright, Super Mario Bros. Record in the same night. Let's go.
A runner named Seafox would claim a record of his own a week later, and Cosmic came back on December 5th with a 46:21.
Wait, my burnt lobster's still here.
But
Shocking.
one orange clip wasn't enough. Over the next year, more and more orange clips were found to save time. and
That's
added to the route. First,
interesting,
there was River
actually.
Clip, which skipped a very slow lanky
I guess
section
it's the
of
same
Fact.
instance of the boat.
Then there was Cranky
Yeah.
Clip,
It's surprising.
which streamlined the route from
I mean, I guess it's that old. Maybe they didn't even have like instance
allowing an
technology.
even faster route to free Chunky. And while Aztec Early was made easier by oranges, most tricks that depended on this lag could get incredibly fickle, and since you have a limited amount of oranges, messing up these clips wasn't just a time loss, it was a reset. The dream of clipping every wall drove Ringrush to madness. More inconsistent clips were added to the record that saved less and less time. But as these strats were implemented over time, Ringrush took his record back with a
Oh, I grabbed
45:37 2
frickin'-
days after his last, and a month after
grabbed
that,
frickin'
dropped
cooked
it a
food
second
'cause I'm an
lower to a
idiot.
45:36. Then on April 18th of 2013, Seafox would
Oh,
come back
I
with
just
You don't
grabbed
need
the
to cook
first
food,
thing.
you need to
Around this
cook
time,
food.
Ringrush noticed he was starting to struggle with really basic tricks that shouldn't be difficult, but wasn't exactly sure why. So, he bought a new controller, and then, something amazing happened. All of a sudden, everyone started playing better, and Ringrush kept pushing his time lower and lower with the help of tricks such as Bush Push and Japes Early, both of which save a significant amount of time. Normally, to progress through Jungle Japes, you have to swing over these vines at the beginning of the stage to slam on a switch, which opens the gate to get through the level. However, you can position DK in a way where he can clip through this wall with the help of a bush. Secondly, Japes Early skips the entire sequence of talking to K Lumsy and swimming back over to Jungle Japes. With this, after talking to the Banana Fairy, you can just swim through shores over at DK Isles and jump into the loading zone. Even still, orange clips manage to be incredibly inconsistent moments of the map. Most games become optimized as people get faster and faster, and while this is true to a degree with DK64, it came down to tricks, and whoever hit the most of them. That was until one day in 2014, when once again, everything would change. At this point, DK64 had two major discoveries left in order to bring the route down to the once thought impossible one con. First of all, you needed to be able to get to Hideout Helm early with DK, and actually, it was known that it was technically possible, but it was so ridiculously difficult that it was only possible to do in a task, or a tool-assisted speedrun, which is when a person can manually manipulate every input on every frame and use special tools such as slowing a game down in order to create a perfect speedrun. This video by Ringrush from 2013 shows it off. By using lag, DK is able to clip out of the Blastomatic above the Frantic factory door and jump onto a slope inside of Rivet where he is able to perform a moon kick and precisely fly up to grab the ledge to the doorway. However, even if it was possible to get into Helm early with DK, all it would do is skip having to enter Crystal Caves and skips a move by, because you would still have to unlock all 5 Kongs and buy the moves necessary for the fight with K-Rool. However, there was a known way to get all the moves without unlocking the Kongs and buying them. But how? Well, for that, we must go back to our old friend Xcord, who discovered not only Funky Weapons Glitch, but also something called Main Menu Moves. This glitch may look very similar to FWG, and it is. Both abuse the intro story glitch and certain minigames having to load certain moves and upgrades in order to be possible. The basis of the trick is entering the main game through an unintended method, which we will get to, which skips the game transition from our previously mentioned main menu mode to the adventure mode. It also skips the game checking for things such as if you have watched the boss cutscenes before. The way this is done is by using the intro story glitch to fade into the intro story. I briefly mentioned it before, but in order to fade into the intro story, you need to watch a cutscene. So how can you watch a cutscene in the main menu? Well, while sitting in the main menu, there are 10 possible so-called Easter eggs that can happen. DK can shake his leg, Rambi can get chased by beavers, and so on. 7 out of these 10 things count as cutscenes. However, which one plays is based on RNG. Once you do get a cutscene in the main menu, the game will transition into the intro story and eventually fade into the actual game. And since the game doesn't transition from main menu mode to adventure mode, anything the game loads while spent in the main menu will transfer to the game. So, getting to this final intro story scene that shows DK's house always takes 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Since there is no way to manipulate this, runners will try to do as much as possible within this time frame. This includes talking to Cranky and going back to the main menu to begin loading into boss fights or minigames that will give them any moves they will need for the run. After this entire sequence is done, all they have to do is wait for a cutscene to trigger in the main menu, and they will be brought back into the game. With these 2 miracle tricks, you could theoretically beat the game with only DK, since you don't actually need to unlock the characters to use them in the final boss fight. However, as I explained, the Blastomatic kick used to get to Helm early with DK was unbelievably difficult. But as the story usually goes, little simplifications were discovered over time while grinding the trick, but after an unbelievably long 40 hours, Ringrush was able to pull it off in practice. Once. It's impossible to understate how massive of an accomplishment this was. If this was to be completed in a run, it was thought that it would likely only be one person and the category would be entirely dead. Regardless, a route was created. And then, 1 month later, Ringrush would be the one to kill the category.
That was a pretty good attempt. It's honestly one of the better attempts I've had. For a good amount of reason. Give me that lag. So we can jump this.
Nice. Minutes.
Alright, now pound again.
This guy went and chopped to the tree.
Yep.
Shockwave, otherwise
Talk to me, Yu-Yua. No.
would you shockwave already?
Let's do a minigame.
Okay.
I don't even know
now
what
we have
minigame
5
that
tries
was.
to do it.
I didn't even get a chance. Literally took me away as soon as he popped up.
We're into Helm.
So I complains that someone else didn't do their thing.
Stop.
No, it's not one of the XP ones. Okay.
I did not think I would get Helm early in a run.
A
On
likely
March
excuse.
17th, 2014, Ringrush did the impossible and pushed DK64 into a new era. The Blastomatic kick was the new Aztec early on steroids. It took Fox 30 hours of attempts just to get it once.
Oh god. Oh my god.
Even today, in 2023, the trick has only been performed by 17 people. There's even a document with their names. A trick with documentation of every single person that has completed it is a truly special trick. There was one thing I forgot to mention. Being in Helm's lobby with DK is great and all, but how do you get into the actual stage? Well, originally, Ringrush used lag to jump farther distances over the lava, and used orange lag to clip behind B-Locker and open the door. However, a Japanese runner named Signa found a way to skip this method later on. It is possible to moonkick near Chunky's pad near the entrance, and clip through the support beams of the ceiling and go out of bounds, right around where you would with Diddy and Tiny. What this also meant was that runners could save time by doing the orange training barrel during IS ISG rather than having to do it at the very start of the run before Hideout Helm, since they did ISG after grabbing Key 8, and because completing the orange training barrel is what allows you to use oranges. And again, like I said before, runners wanted to do as much as possible during ISG, rather than sitting around waiting for it to be done. Over time, runners were starting to get somewhat consistent at Blast-O-Matic Kick, and their time started to fall. Slowly but surely, Ringrush and Signa would take turns bringing down the record further and further, and between March 29th and August 5th, the run would be taken from 33:11 to 30:16. Through sheer will and optimization, a sub-30-minute run was on the cusp. But who would be the first to do it? Would it be Ringrush, or Signa, or Seafox? Well, it would actually be a new world record holder, Xenernicus.
Look at these guys dance.
Ringrush wouldn't let this stand for long though. In fact, on the same day, he would get a 29:29. And for a while, this is where the record would stand. Until 2015 in fact, where another big change to the ISG sequence happened. As I mentioned before, runners began doing the orange training barrel during the ISG sequence to save time in other parts of the run. However, runners would start doing it at the beginning of the run again, as a result of
Somebody
two
stole
major
my
discoveries.
ashes.
Because runners want to do as
What
much
if
as
I
possible
wanted my
during
ashes?
ISG,
They
one thing
stole
that was
them.
considered but never possible
My
was collecting
ashes.
Key 8 during it. And it was impossible for two main reasons. First,
Who
the key dance is
nabbed
considered a
the
cutscene, which if
ashes?
you remember means that the game will drag you back to the intro story. Secondly, while traveling out of bounds
Twitter.
at Helm's Lobby, B-Locker's text would activate, which would also drag you into the intro story prematurely since the game considers it a cutscene. At the time, there was no feasible way around either of these things. However, it was discovered that using orange damage allowed you to skip the key dance cutscene and you could save and exit midair, which is the reason why runners had to do the orange training barrel at the start again. Secondly, with proper camera manipulation, it was possible to skip the B-Locker's text activation. Ringrush was trying to do an extremely difficult version of this for a while, and while it worked in theory, it was brutal in practice, to the point he would eventually quit the game, no longer having the patience or desire to bring things down even further. However, a runner named Isotarge would over time optimize it in a way that was doable in a run, although still extremely difficult, and this enabled him to have a serious shot at completing this route. It's important to clarify just how difficult this route was. An entire document exists to explain why, and that if you aren't in the absolute upper echelon of skill, then trying it is pointless. Among other things, the start of the run through Key 8 has to be near perfect, or you will prematurely fade into the intro story. Another important thing to mention is how the game saves movesets from performing ISG to a file. Previously, runners would just view a file, a surefire way to ensure information was sent to it. But with a new method to give just Diddy his weapon for the K. Rool fight, since none of the other Kongs needed theirs, this would no longer be possible. It was discovered that watching the Diddy DKTV press start menu would give you Diddy's weapon. Viewing a file would erase this though, and since you couldn't guarantee if the moves would go to the proper file or an unusable hidden file known as file 4, which the game only uses behind the scenes to handle certain data, this created massive problems. As a result, a runner named TJ, with help from Isotarge, would begin looking into how to get around this. He began testing certain actions such as entering crankies or entering a training barrel, then he would quit the game and wait to be pulled into the intro story. This worked for a few actions but not all, so he thought, why not try it with a file other than file 1? With file 2, it was a massive failure, but with file 3, nearly all his actions worked. It turns out this was because every time the game saves, it switches the current data between the loaded file, in this case file 3, and the hidden file 4. While this wasn't discovered until later, TJ actually theorized this, but wasn't able to confirm it because of his and Isotarge's lack of knowledge on the concept. Later on, as a result of these discoveries, a consistent way to send the info to the correct file was found. Anyways, all of these improvements could theoretically save 90 to 100 seconds, but added a difficulty, especially to the beginning of the run, with the ISG time crunch. However, on March 19th, 2015, Isotarge himself was able to complete a run in 28:32, beating Ringrush's record by nearly a minute. After this, Isotarge would go to mostly work on tasking and emulation. But there was still more time saved to be had. Shortly after this run was completed, on April 2nd, 2015, something big happened. While it was known for a while that N64 games were going to be coming to the Wii U Virtual Console, it took Nintendo a while to finally release it. With this bundle of games came Donkey Kong 64, and naturally, speedrunners were curious about the potential for faster runs, since there would certainly be no lag. But wait, no lag is a bad thing. It's actually a very bad thing, considering how many major tricks in the game involved the abuse of the game's lag mechanics. Mainly, this affected getting into factory early. Every method known for getting into the stage early involved lag or was simply not possible in a real-time run. DK home early was also not possible because there wasn't enough lag on K-Rool's ship, so the idea of running the game on VC was effectively dead. Regardless, there was something going on in the community that would make the any percent run much easier. In late 2014, Xcord was messing around with a known glitch called tag barrel storage, which exploits the way that tag barrels work. When entering a tag barrel, the game will lock the camera in place and load the visuals that we see for the menu. However, the Kong isn't actually transported to a new room or anything like that. They are simply frozen in place and invisible. After exiting, the Kong is made visible. There is a way to abuse this though. If a Kong's current state is changed after entering the tag barrel by doing something such as crouching, it makes it possible for the Kong to move around while in the menu. This creates some interesting side effects. For example, using one Kong's move with a different Kong. Next, in April of 2015, Adam Whitmore, Outlaw Mental Man, Ring Rush, and Xcord found a glitch called telegrabbing. What this glitch does is allow you to warp from your current elevation and your stored elevation if a floor is above you. What exactly is stored elevation? Well, basically, it's the game's method of calculating certain movements. For example, climbing up a ledge. It also changes to 0 if a Kong is unloaded, like for instance, in a tag barrel. So, if you can perform tag barrel storage, or TBS for short, and move far enough away that the tag barrel unloads, and then exit the tag barrel,
Don't
DK's
look,
current
there's a
position
clown
and
behind
stored
me.
position will be vastly different. Next, we must understand how the game actually calculates previously mentioned movements, like climbing up a ledge. Essentially, the game takes current and stored position and adds them up to the final position. So when DK's stored position is 0 and his current position is 500, if DK climbs up from a ledge, his final position will be 1000. So, by grabbing onto this ledge while in TBS, you can teleport up to a path that leads to Frantic Factory, and with another telegrab, you can get up to Hideout Helm too. Not only was this way easier, but it was also faster than Blastomatic Kick. This would also be the cause of many players switching to the Key 8 during ISG route, now that it was much easier and more consistent to do it fast enough. With this, Signet was able to come back with another record, beating ISO's run by 10 seconds on July 1st, 2015. The next day, it would lower by another second, and by July 11th, he would have the run down to a 27:44. For a couple of months, the record would stand, until TJ would take the record and drop it down to a 27:17 on September 30th, 2015. And then nothing, until May 15th, 2016, when TJ would drop it 3 more times over the course of a week, until finally getting a 26:56 on May 23rd. And for a few months, nothing.
Got my
until
ashes
this.
back.
In truth, this trick was originally found back in March of 2015 by TJ. However, it was incredibly difficult. You had to fit into a gap that is 1/3 the size of the minimum amount you move in a single frame when holding up. Basically, a really tiny gap. Because the invisible wall above B Locker extends very high up, but luckily right to the top of DK's backflip on this platform, you can get to the top of it and ledge clip through it. It looks weird, but it's a ledge clip just like the one used to skip the Banana Boss doors or any other ledge clip, except really high up and really thin. Additionally, the ceiling being a slippery slope added another level of difficulty since you can't stand on top of it. However, if you can successfully clip through the wall, you can simply fall down and enter the portal. So, while there was a lagless way to enter factory early, on top of it being extremely difficult, there just weren't many VC runners, period. Additionally, this was found around the time where Blastomatic Kick was ruining any percent for many people, and they began moving into other categories. Interest in a VC run just
How
wasn't
was
there,
your Big
especially
Brother
for
Survivor
However,
Genius?
someone could change this.
Big Brother was bad.
Yeah, welcome to what everybody else
Big
known
Brother.
all-
They took on more sponsors and are doing less things, so it's like, okay, well. So we'll see how long I last the season.
You could, yeah, I mean, you could just stop watching it forever.
Wait, I really asked you about Witch of the Holy Night? I have no recollection
On
at
October
all.
29th, 2016,
I said it was, I mean, it's definitely Nasu's writing, but it is very different structure. It's a lot more, in the realm of magic explaining. And I mean, I guess it definitely feels like it's in the same general universe, but it is very different.
Did the Tsukihime they didn't translate the whole thing, right? It was like just one route or something. The remake.
It's 3 routes. So Tsukihime was already split in half between near and far routes, and it was just the far routes that they translated this time. Basically, it's the characters outside your family, and then the other routes are the characters inside your family.
Or yeah, I need. The only reason I want a Steam Deck is so that I can read VNs in bed.
Well, Witch on the Holy Night's on Switch.
I know. I'm gonna get it on Switch. I want the physical version, but I'm trying to like decide if I need to wait for it to be.
There's no such thing as physical version.
There is a physical version.
No such thing.
Okay.
We don't do that here.
True. Same. Why did I do what I did? Whatever.
My luck is turning average. I didn't sign up for average.
And beat the
luck.
previous record by 40 seconds with a final time of 26:16. And no one wanted to beat it. A time that fast on N64 might as well be impossible, and the VC
Hello, I found
friendly
a
clip was so
freaky
difficult
vampire
that no one
lady.
wanted to grind
She's
the attempts
albino.
needed to get it in a run. On top of all the other difficult tricks in the run, it might as well have been unbeatable. But that's not where our story ends. In tandem with the fact that a lot of the more frustrating parts of the run were made easier, such as the B-Locker tech skip in Hideout Helm, in January of 2017, TJ discovered something that would be called phase falling by Ring Rush. With an already discovered moon kick that lets you reach this vent, it was possible to clip out of bounds and enter the stage. And after this, the floodgates bursted open.
I don't see myself beating this.
And after the run was retimed, it had been confirmed that Falcon had beaten Donkey Kong 64 in 24 minutes and 59 seconds. Months would pass until the next world record, but Signa would come back and set another one, this time with a new trick to help him out, discovered by TJ, phase walking. One trick I've neglected to mention this far, but is used at the beginning of every speedrun, is called phase run. Now, this is going to be a major simplification, and if you want a deeper look into this and many other glitches mentioned in this video, go check out Bismuth's in-depth technical explanation of the DK64 task run. While the run is different in some ways, lots of concepts such as this one remain the same. To put it simply, by exiting first person at a certain angle, it is possible to swim straight through walls. This trick is pretty trivial, and it's rare you'll see a top runner ever mess it up. Secondly, there's phase falling, which was mentioned earlier. This is much more difficult, but with practice, top runners can get it pretty consistent. But there's a third, even harder, much more broken trick, phase walking. These all use the same mechanic. After leaving first person, provided your facing angle is within a certain range, it's possible to maintain what is known as the phase angle for one frame. A facing angle range that allows you to pass through walls.
What are you playing with, Nate?
One frame clearly isn't enough to be able to walk through a wall. It works with swimming and falling because holding the stick neutral won't
I'm almost
change
done
the phase
crafting
angle,
all
both
the
of which are actions
pre-craft
that don't
items
require the stick to be
for
moved.
my
Walking,
gear.
however, requires the stick to be pushed
So at least I get
on the
something done
simple
while I'm
frame,
watching Big
having the
Brother.
phase angle,
Big
however,
Brother. are
various different actions to extend the time that you have it.
Also, it's a good thing I started watching.
To be able to walk through a wall, you would have to
What's it
alternate
called?
between
No,
holding
it's
the stick
not.
forward and
Mega
having
Man
to
Battle
control
Network?
every frame.
Yeah,
This
it
makes
is,
so
'cause
the
I'm
phase
back.
angle is never corrected, so DK can't
always
go through
good.
walls. This was
'Cause
discovered
they
What's
are
Stu
doing
wrong
it.
about now?
Nothing. I've never been wrong a
He's
day in my
talking
life.
about it's great that he's watching Mega Man Battle Network because it gives him something to watch while he grinds instead of something good. You could watch Shin Sekai Yor.
I was thinking about watching Kaiji.
Okay, well that's. Did you read the manga?
No. Should I read the manga instead? Is it good?
Yeah, the manga's good. I mean, the anime's also good. So.
I need to, but I also I need to finish reading JoJo.
2458 on February 23rd, 2018.
No,
Face
Joe.
walking applications included
Wait,
to make factory
so Kaiji is the
faster,
gambling
and a new strategy for clipping
one,
through walls
right?
of
And then
factories.
Yes.
what's the
Akagi's
Mahjong one?
Mahjong.
Akagi is just purely Mahjong?
Yeah. The Akagi anime, I would say, definitely watch the Akagi anime. For Kaiji, I would read the manga.
Why is the anime better for Akagi?
Because Mahjong is a strange and mysterious mistress.
Well, but like now I actually understand. Did you even
but
understand Mahjong?
No, I didn't, and the anime was still good. And the way the anime is presented is more interesting. I trying to make just straight up Mahjong feel epic. You know, the anime does a great job. And
Are both Akagi and Kaiji finished?
Kaiji is still running. Last I checked, it was in another arc. I usually only read Kaiji in arc bursts. You just wait till the arc's finished and read it. Akagi is done, but in both anime and manga. They made a spin-off, but you don't need it. It's just like an expanded version of the final game. The way it happens is like, you know, he defeats the spirit of the last, you know, opponent, and then it's over, right? Like there's no need for any more. But I think there's a addition to the manga that happened years later where he's like, oh, here's more. It's like the opponent got a second wind and they have a whole nother you know round. But you don't need that. Plus his art isn't great. Like it gets better in Akagi, but it's still not great. It's stylized, I would say. That's being generous. Talk to me, Iron Puzzle. I got treasure here, hard Renar.
And there's another. Was it just Akagi? I don't know. I thought there was another one that I wanted to read.
Over the course of 2 years, Sigma was ultimately able to drop his time down to a 24:30.
It's an obscure manga called Liar Game.
2020, and that is where the run
I mean, you
stands
could
today.
read Spy Family in like a day.
Yeah, there was a new one recently, by the way.
Oh, was there?
Today, in what was a relatively
Well, I know what I'm reading next,
Already
Trawler.
reading too many things.
March 5th.
And N64. Truthfully, there is a lot more action.
You'd have
on
to
the
find
N64
some.
side
I'm sure
of
you
things,
can, but you'd have to
despite
find
the
some more to
runs
get the
effectively
in-between
being the
parts
same
of
at
Spy
this point,
Family.
and the time difference being entirely
Yeah, there's
from
a site
lag
for
and
it.
loading differences. In fact, a new record was set 12 days ago at the time
There's a
of
site
writing
for
the
that.
script, a 2549 by Xenernicus. Overall, the difficulty of the speedrun cannot be understated. There are so many insanely difficult tricks spread throughout the run that can cause a reset at any time. While there is room to grow in optimization, a lot of it comes down to runners becoming more consistent consistent at his tricks. For example, if we look at Sigma's newest record, his best possible time is a 24:06. What this means is that the sum of all of his best times ever for every split is only 23 seconds faster than his run, which for any speed run is extremely impressive, especially 3D ones with a gauntlet of insanely hard tricks like DK64. So yes, while there is room for the record to fall, it certainly won't be easy on Virtual Console or Nintendo 64. So while on the VC side of things, the any percent category might look dormant, there's lots of hope for the game as a whole. Records may be scarce nowadays, but who's to say another impossible game-breaking glitch isn't found? And we repeat the same pattern we've seen over and over again. All we can do is wait and find out.
Why are they trying to give up? We won Zapdos. Just dunk, you idiots.
Have you tried calling them slurs?
I have not said the gamer word yet tonight, no. This is part of my
Tonight.
problem, I guess. Yeah, you heard me.
Dude, I'm so efficient. Cooking some tuna, playing some bad minigame. Alright, let's read the Spy Family.
Did this person just thanks us because we lost? That's really funny.
It's called Rage. You know what really makes me grumpy for no reason? The fact that when you search Spy Family now, it's like anime results. You have to scroll down to get to the freaking manga.
This is what bookmarks are for, my friend.
Anime only, so I don't believe in those. When I need to rely on bookmarks, that's when I know I'm too senile and I need to get put in a home.
True, put Ivan in the home. Guess what, Talon?
What?
Gudra is coming in
I don't want to hear about
days.
that.
Gudra is coming. Gudra's always coming.
They're unleashing the goo.
I want nothing less in my life than to hear about that.
Gudra's coming, Talon.
I no, stop.
It's endless. Starlight Anya doesn't have to eat anything she doesn't want to.
BRB.
Starlight Anya will do her freaking homework.
Alright, come on, hat! No! I want my hat! Come on, give me a hat. What am I at? My drop rate is officially on pace. No, I don't deserve this. Where's my luck? It's Anya the hero. She's so mean about her mom's cooking. I accept the possibility of death every day. I'll hold the candy.
I don't know. I didn't check the salad. I only wanted to conquer the world.
Cute. That was a cute chapter. On a scale of 1 to cute, pretty cute. Nothing.
Cambic.
Welcome, bee. Bee's nuts. Yo, I found Toby Fox. He misspelled his own name.
Curious.
It's really weird. He misspelled his own name. Alright, what do I watch
Sure,
now?
Sure, it's definitely him though.
How could it not be? His name's Toby Fox. I feel like I'm doing a public service putting the fire on the boat. You guys bring the food, I'll supply the fire. Don't worry about it, friends. That guy's a big fish. He's slapping me with it. What the heck?
Give him the slaps.
Don't slap me with the fish.
He's slapping you with the fish.
Where'd he get that big fish?
Fish store.
Fish store called. It's running under you.
I'm no fish.
You like fish?
Maybe that's why they're running out.
Hmm.
Cooking a fish, I cooking a fish, I cooking a tuna, I cooking a tuna, I cooking a tuna. What do I watch? There's nothing left to watch. What other speedrun weirdness can I watch?
Curses.
Okay.
It's pretty close to in real time, I think.
No, I think it's like an hour.
30 minutes.
To an hour. Hey, what are you cursing?
I'm playing a freaking RTS at the moment, that's what I'm cursing.
What are you playing?
Dawn of War.
They're gonna take that. StarCraft. This guy made a recently. All dungeons and 6C presses. Nah, I already did that. Watch that earlier.
Go score.
I didn't do any of the gathering I was going to do today.
Sucks to be you. Or something. It's so weird that like movies just come out anywhere anymore. Nowadays YouTube's recommending me to rent the newest DBZ movie on their platform.
That's weird.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Seems weird to me.
That's actually really weird.
Yeah, just release anything anywhere, man.
I can't wait for Mario to mysteriously release.
Did you see the new trailer, Q?
Yeah. It's as expected.
How do you like a murderous prisoner Luma who's going to
He's not murderous, he's just
sexually
accepted
assault
that they're all going
Luigi?
to die.
I
Dude,
guess I could watch
Comfy
the
is actually
A4S Blue Mage.
Comfy is actually so funny to play as because you just become a hoop around a partner. So like I'm not doing any moving or anything.
They can
I
dunk.
just
This
I
fight was extremely difficult
that
with lots
means?
of convoluted mechanics.
no, like
But
I'm
with
just a
high
brace.
level
I'm like a
advantage
ring
and some
around
basic trickery, we
the
can make it a
Espeon on
whole
my
lot
team.
easier.
Oh, they stole that
In this
from the
video, I'll
Blizzard
cover the
RTS,
mechanics you can
actually.
expect to see in a clear with our current
So all I do is I sit and I
Stormblood.
heal them,
But for an exhaustive list of all mechanics
and then I
most
sometimes
up-to-date
shoot a grass
strategies,
knot,
click the link for the
whoever
written
they're
guide in the
fighting.
video description below.
to slow them down.
Let's get started. For this fight, I recommend the standard 1 tank, 2 healer, 5 DPS mimicry setup. You can swap out 1 healer for an additional DPS to help
He was
skip
accepted
mechanics,
his
but it is a little
life
bit
as a
risky.
parasite.
As far
True.
as utility spells go, a couple of the DPS should take Mighty Guard and White Wind. There are scenarios in the fight where the tank or both
we're gonna
healers may
lose
be
'cause my
separated from the
Espeon
group,
died.
so it's important that those jobs are covered. You will also want to
He
bring
was
in
murdered
abilities
as
with stun
Espeon
effect,
and
such
was
as
looking
Bomb
for
Toss,
more
which
prey.
can stun the legs
They
when
ran
cast
directly
Perpetual
into
Ray.
the fray, and then we died.
The basic
Where is
idea
my
for this
Espeon?
fight
Right
is that
there.
we want to kill all 4 legs and then Manipulator.
And I have saved
Mechanics for
Dave's
the fight
onions.
change based on the number of legs killed so far.
Oh, we have a
The
shitty
order in which we kill
Gengar.
legs
I don't think
does
I
not
even has
matter, and
onions
when one
now.
leg is killed,
No,
all
they
other
all
legs are
died.
healed to full.
No
So it's
more.
important to focus on one at a time. Throughout the entire fight,
You
the
make
party should
Dave
stay
sad.
away from the tank to avoid splash damage from Hydrothermal Missile.
It's not my fault.
The first leg is really easy. We'll just have some DPS Moonflute, and we'll kill it before anything actually happens.
Teleport to Best Way Burrows
Each time
and
we
tap
kill a
back
leg,
into my
all
game.
legs become untargetable and Manipulator becomes targetable. After a few seconds of damaging Manipulator, it will cast Mortal Revolution before becoming untargetable again and starting the next leg phase. Heal up and move on to leg 2. Shortly after this phase starts, 2 players will be kidnapped by Quarantine. If the tank gets taken, someone will have to use Mighty Guard to tank until they return. If both healers get taken, others will have to help heal with White Wind. Quarantined players will return to the arena after killing a robot ad. Throughout this phase, Manipulator will use Carnage. The targeted player should stand still, and others should intercept lasers to make sure the targeted player will survive. Players should also spread out so they don't overlap the small AoE damage from Carnage. From this point on, keep an eye out for legs blowing off steam. This signals that they are about to cast Perpetual Ray and zap player's MP. Simply stun the leg to interrupt the cast. There will be another Manipulator Mortal Revolution intermission here before we go on to the third leg. This is a good opportunity to use Cold Fog to get some extra damage right at the start of the phase.
Are you watching the video? I'll need to
The
do
third
that
leg
at
is when
some
things
point
start
before
getting a little
next
bit
week.
spicier. Manipulator will continue casting Carnage, so just be ready
Doesn't
to
look too
intercept the lasers as needed. The main mechanic of this phase is the doll phase. 1 large Straff Doll will spawn in the center of the arena, and 3 small Jag Dolls will spawn, one in the east, one in the west, and one in the south of the arena. If a Jag Doll gets close to the Straff Doll, the Straff Doll will eat it and deal raid-wide damage based on how much health the Jag Doll has. To handle this, we have the tank pick up the Straff Doll and assign 1 DPS to each of the Jag Dolls. The Straff Doll doesn't hit super hard, but it does apply a slash vulnerability up debuff, which can mostly be ignored since we should only see 1 doll phase here. The Straff Doll also cleaves, so it should be phased away from the party. The Jag Dolls don't hit very hard and are easy to deal with. DPS needs to damage the Jag Doll down to about 20 or 30%, and then bring it in to feed it to the Straff Doll. The feeding of Jag Dolls should be staggered to allow for healing between explosions. If a DPS accidentally kills a Jag Doll, a new one will respawn. The Strafdal should be killed once it has eaten all 3 Jagdals. If this whole process takes too long, Strafdal will cast Whirlwind and zap everyone's MP to 0. You still want to keep an eye out for legs blowing off steam, as Perpetual Ray will still cast during the ads phase. Nothing else really happens for the rest of the phase, but if we take too long, then we will see another doll phase, but that's really unlikely. Once we kill the leg, we just have another intermission phase before we go into leg number 4. At the beginning of this phase, Judgment Nisi will be cast. One player will be targeted by Red Nisi and one targeted by Blue Nisi. This is a debuff that has a small damage over time effect, and if you collide with another player, it passes the debuff onto them. If a player holds both debuffs at the same time, they die immediately. So we want to spread out to make sure that we're not passing a debuff back and forth. During this phase, we also have a doll phase, which we handle exactly the same way as before, only being extra careful to not pass Nisi. You can actually see we get really lucky here, and we pass the Nisis as the first one is falling off, so you can see I do have both debuffs very briefly, but I actually live. I would not rely on this happening though. The next thing that we have to deal with is small discoid. One player will be targeted, which is indicated by a purple circle over their head, and then 3 sets of 3 orange orbs will spawn around the room and slowly move towards that targeted player. Players should intercept these orbs, without killing themselves, to prevent the targeted person from getting hit by all of them. At this point the phase will cycle, but really we should be almost done with the phase, and you shouldn't see any repeated mechanics. We then have our final intermission phase, where Manipulator becomes untargetable during the Mortal Revolution cast. Afterwards, Manipulator becomes targetable for the remainder of the fight. This phase combines most of the mechanics from previous phases together, and augments some of the abilities to make it extra spicy. The first thing we will see in this phase is Carnage 0. This is similar to Carnage, but we won't actually see tethers. Random players just get hit by the AoE, so we need to spread out to avoid overlapping damage. The next mechanic is Small Discoid, same as before, followed by Big Discoid. Big Discoid is going to be a large purple orb that deals big AoE damage, but it's split between the people hit. Damage mitigation such as Mighty Guard and Diamondback does not work, so you do need to split this with as many people as possible. However, the tank should not stack because the Big Discoid also applies a physical vulnerability up debuff. After handling Discoids, we have to deal with Royal Pentacle. This is a pretty complicated mechanic that is supposed to involve passing Nisi back and forth. Instead, we will completely disregard that and cheese it. 6 steam regulators will spawn in the center of the arena. They explode when touched by a player, killing that player. If left up too long, they will explode and wipe the raid. To handle this, we assigned 3 DPS to sprint and jump such that they blow up 2 regulators each. They will die, and then get resurrected, and Royal Pentacle is done. With enough DPS, you can actually skip Royal Pentacle entirely, and this is where you might want to consider swapping to 1 healer and 6 DPS mimics. But overall, it's really not that bad of a mechanic to handle. Manipulator's sting percentage is around 30% or so, and this should happen shortly before
you can final
or
sting at
after Royal
30%.
Pentacle. Keep in mind that if you do Royal Pentacle, you will have 3 DPS with weakness, so just take that into consideration. At about 35 or 40%, everyone should Moonflute, unload all the primal spells, and then finish with a whistle buff final sting. You can actually see here, this is a particularly sloppy run, and
the amount
for some
of damage
reason we
we'll
ended up
have
getting a
compared
doll
to,
phase and going with the dolls instead of just stinging Manipulator. So just be aware that if your DPS is behind,
Its
you will have
balance
to
will
deal
be,
with dolls again
sounds
before
great,
being able to
actually.
sting.
Imagine skipping the last 30%.
Overall, this is a
Imagine getting
really easy
to final
fight, and it's
sting
definitely feasible to get
30%
it
on
done
some
via
other
Party
bosses we
Finder.
fought.
As always, thanks for watching, and best of luck with your marble hunt.
Where's my hat, Talon?
I'm wearing it.
I need my hat.
What do you need to know?
I don't need to know anything. I just need my hat.
Why do you need a hat?
'Cause it looks cool and I'm fishing. It didn't look like there were any tank mechanics in A4. This will be great.
Is Cruise Chaser 8?
I think so. No, Cruise Chaser are like 11 or something. 8 is
That's
Living
lame.
Liquid, isn't it?
I thought Living Liquid was like 3 or something.
Well, maybe, yeah.
I don't know actually.
Let's look up A8S Blue Mage. Brute Justice.
Okay.
Hey there, Blue Mages, Liam here. And
Do you
welcome
really
to
have
the
to
Blue
spawn those
Academy
before I
Raid
finish
for
repairing my
Alexander,
freaking
the
vehicle,
Burden of
you
the Sun,
freaking
or
bastards?
A8
People
Savage.
say, or this says,
This is a very
a
long
lot
and
of groups
mechanically
do
intense
Brute
fight.
Justice
Will
last.
probably be the most difficult fight for most groups. Having done a few Ultimate
Weird.
fights, some of the mechanics here are not too dissimilar from Ultimate fights, to
Well,
be
it's
quite
apparently the
honest.
most complicated.
Now, it can seem daunting at first, but each mechanic
The
on
video
its
is
own
also
really
30
isn't
minutes
too bad.
long.
On top of this, the fight is actually extremely consistent, so random wipes rarely occur once you've got some practice in. Now there's a lot to unpack in this fight, so we're not going to waste any time with the intro, we'll just get right into it. For this fight, I will recommend, as always, the standard 1 tank, 2 healer, 5 DPS mimicry setup. An alternative setup is to replace one of the healers with a DPS.
Our fucking Zero
This
Aura
is
is
slightly
doing nothing.
riskier,
I
but
hate
it can
our
make
Zero
it easier
Aura.
to do things
They
like
made me
stick
switch
dabble,
off of
kind
Talon
the
for him.
strategy your group wants to use.
And they're not doing anything.
As for utility, every single person will want Diamondback and Mighty Guard.
He's about to call
If
that
you're
Zero Aura or
actually doing
something.
Gavel properly,
Yeah,
then everyone will also need Frog Legs,
Oh,
Devour,
Zero
and
Aura.
White Winds.
A zero.
Regardless of how you're
nobody.
handling Gavel, one of the DPS,
I don't know. What I'm
who we
saying.
will call the off tank, will need Blood Drain.
DPS
In
as
this
an
first
off
phase, we will
tank.
fight
Can't explain
Onslaughter,
that.
who is basically Manipulator Junior. So a lot of
So
the
you
things
need
will
2
look similar
tanks,
to
They're
AoE
just
attacks.
farming the middle
Onslaughter will
for
periodically
reasons, I
see to the
guess.
sky and just dodge the floor AoEs. Stay away from the tank to
Well, you don't
avoid
want to
splash
gank
damage
people,
from
that'd be a
hydro
waste of
missiles.
effort. You could be farming
For this
middle.
phase, I recommend saving your Moonflute opener and longer cooldown spells such as Night Bloom, Sopranica, and Mantra Magic. Instead, start with Song of Torment, and then group up on the tank and use Cold Fog. Now I did just say don't ever go near the tank, but in this case we actually want to. Hydrothermal Missile is used about 5 seconds into the fight, and it won't actually one-shot anyone, so it is a free Cold Fog proc. Now you can also use Revenge Blast instead. There are some strategies for getting your HP to be right in Revenge Blast range, and that's totally valid too. It all depends on how many spells you actually want to bring. Spell slots are a little bit tight. I personally prefer Cold Fog, but either one's fine. After the first Sea to the Sky, Onslaughter faces a random target and uses Mega Beam, so just move out of the way. This is going to be a really commonly used spell throughout the fight by Manipulator and Brute Justice, so just get used to dodging that. There will be some more Hydrothermal Missiles and some ground AoEs, and then 4 Steam Regulators will spawn. What we need to do is assign 1 DPS to each corner to kill a Regulator. The DPS that gets tethered to the Regulator is the only person that can damage it, and if they leave the square, then it blows up and it wipes the raid. If they take too long to kill the Steam Regulator, then it will blow up and that wipes the raid. Luckily, they're actually quite easy to deal with. Using something like a Whistle, Tingle, Triple Trident combo will pretty much deal with the Regulators just like that. But to make things extra spicy, there's going to be a Sea to the Sky and a Mega Beam to dodge during this. So if you're still in your square and Onslaughter faces you with Mega Beam, you'll have to dodge while staying in the square. After the Mega Beam during Regulators, Onslaughter will start channeling Perpetual Ray. The tank needs to Diamondback and will still need heals during this. Onslaughter should die shortly before or after Perpetual Ray. If not, there's going to be some more Hydrothermal Missiles and 1 more Mega Beam. If you see a Legislation cast, it's a wipe. We're just going to skip this DPS mechanic. The DPS check is actually pretty easy. As long as you're not dying, you should meet it no problem. Once we defeat Manipulator, it flies away and then begins what is the longest and kind of most annoying phase for most groups, the bots phase. In this phase, we're going to need to kill the 4 robots from A6, Blaster, Brawler, Swindler, and Vortexer. Each robot has a set of abilities that they use above 50%.
Abe's trying to make me
and below
jealous.
50%.
Why?
This whole
What's he
phase is
doing?
mostly about
playing
controlling
Last
DPS
Epoch.
and pushing the bots into their burn phases whenever we are actually
Why don't
ready
you just
and
play Last
equipped to
Epoch?
do so. For a full description
What'd you
of
say?
what each bot actually
heard me.
does, feel free to click the
I
written guide
didn't
in the
actually.
description below.
Why don't
and
you
it
just
will
play
go
Last
into
Epoch? Then you won't have to
exhausting
be
detail
jealous.
about what each
I
bot
would have
actually
to
does,
buy it.
But we'll just talk about the strategies here in the interest of time. From a high level, the phase effectively follows this flow. First,
Big
we kill
whammies,
Blaster,
no
then
money.
we kill
Oh no,
Swindler,
this guy just
we
jinxed
push
us all.
Brawler to 50%
No
and
hat.
handle the orbs. Then we push Brawler down to
Gonna
about
get big
10%.
fish, no hat.
We push Vortexer to about 55%. We wait for a Brawler
fucking
mechanic
hate
so
the
that the
Zero
off
Aura.
tank is actually in Diamondback and safe. And then we kill
Like,
Vortexer.
they're
and
not
then we
doing
kill Brawler.
anything at all.
Let's actually look at this in a little bit more detail. So the first two boxes that spawn are Blaster in the north and Brawler in the center. Brawler does not move for the entire phase, but the other bots will follow whoever has the highest threat. One DPS will need to be the off tank. Their job is to put up Mighty Guard and tank Brawler
All they
the
do
whole
is chain
phase.
die, just like
They want to face west, away from the party, and use Diamondback for single and double buster. One additional DPS will need to be a drill baiter for double drill. Whenever Brawler uses the double drill attachment, they need to run to a corner so they're the furthest from Brawler to bait the damage. It doesn't hit very hard, but if anyone else gets hit, they will get knocked back and stunned for a very long time. So this is why we bait it away. It's the nearest and the furthest person from Brawler, so just do not be close to Brawler or close to the person that is furthest from Brawler. Both tanks will be taking a lot of damage during this phase, especially when the main tank is tanking 2 robots. It might actually be worth assigning one healer to focus on each tank. It is really important that healers be on top of their game here, because the tanks cannot actually heal themselves with White Wind in this phase, because if they do, they will likely pull aggro on all of the robots and mess everything up. Anyway, as soon as the phase starts, Blaster will appear, and this is why we saved our Moonflute opener. We could deal with the Mirage that spawns at 50% and, finagle our way around the actual mechanics, but as it turns out, if we kill Blaster quickly enough, the Mirage doesn't activate, there is no Vuln down, and Blaster just dies before anything actually happens. Shortly after Blaster dies, Swindler will spawn in the east. Pick it up and start DPSing, but be careful of dots as we don't want to accidentally push Swindler. The goal is to get Swindler as close to 50% as possible, wait for a Brawler mechanic so that the off tank is in Diamondback, and then burst Swindler. Below 50%, Swindler will use Enumeration, but if we kill him quickly enough, we don't have to worry about that. Even if you don't have a lot of primal spells available, you should be able to Moonflute to burst Swindler. One other strategy is actually to just use the Moonflute opener on both Blaster and Swindler, so you hold DPS on Blaster, wait for Swindler to spawn, and then just blow them both up, and that's totally valid too. And in fact, you don't actually need the off tank to be in Diamondback during the transition, but it does make things a little bit safer. Eventually, Vortexer will spawn in the south. It is likely that Swindler is still alive, so the main tank will need to be tanking both Vortexer and Swindler. So at this point, the main tank will be taking a lot of damage and will require a lot of healing. Tank cooldowns can be helpful to mitigate damage, especially when we're going into phase transitions and there's a lot of damage going out in general. Once Swindler is dead, our next target
Getting
is
more
Brawler.
cooking XP
At
than
50%,
fishing
it becomes nearly
XP.
invulnerable and will spawn 2 Power Plasma Beta, or big purple orbs, in random cardinal
I want my
directions, and
hat.
2 Power Plasma Gamma, or small green orbs, in random intercardinal directions.
No hats.
All 4 orbs will slowly move towards Brawler.
I mean, maybe by the time you'll be done with all this nonsense, you won't have to worry about burning Octopi anymore.
And deals damage based on proximity to Brawler. He pulls a single drill, everyone just needs to be out of the center.
Yeah,
to
well, I still
minimize
need to
damage
get an
penalty.
octopi.
To handle the orbs, we need
Yeah,
2
well.
people to
Oh,
pop
so they're
the
called
green orbs.
Karamwans?
They should put up Mighty
You know
Guard
the
and pop
lore?
orb. Some groups will have people
Called
stand
it
right
an
in front of
octopus
the orb
earlier.
and
Yeah,
Diamondback,
it is.
and that's
It's a
fine
type
too.
of octopus.
The green orb does big damage in a small radius around the orb. Green orb reaches Brawler, then it pops and deals massive raid-wide damage.
Call an octopus an
Orb hoppers should
octopus.
watch Brawler and make sure that they don't get hit by a buster while moving towards their orb. Healers will need to heal up these orb poppers as quickly as possible, as the purple orbs resolve shortly after. The purple orbs are targetable, but not killable. They deal moderate raid-wide damage when they get to Brawler. Orbs can be slowed, so one orb should be slowed in order to stagger the damage. Abilities like Bad Breath, Reflex, and 4 tons weight are good for this. Additionally, using Addle, Magic Hammer, and Bad Breath reduces the damage that the orbs deal when they explode. From this point on, we should be stockpiling our long cooldowns for Brute Justice later. So don't use things like Night Bloom, but you can use short cooldowns like Feather Rain and Rose of Destruction. After the orbs die, Brawler will become vulnerable again, and we want to get Brawler down to about 10% health, but we don't want to kill it yet. I recommend not using any damage over time effects here. Once Brawler is at about 10%, we're going to switch to Vortexer. We want to get Vortexer to about 55%, and then wait for a Brawler mechanic. We do want the off tank to be in Diamondback when we push, as Super Cyclone does a lot of damage and does a knockback, which will push the off tank out of healing range, so it's quite dangerous. So no matter what the mechanic
This
is,
ad
the off tank
phase
should
sounds
be
like a
in
lot of
Diamondback.
load of
If
bollocks
it's
and
double
free
drill, our
justice.
drill baiter still needs to
Yeah.
bait and be healed before we push. If it's single drill, whoever it targets will need to be healed before we push. Once our off tank is in Diamondback and everyone is healed up, we can push Vortexer.
I recommend using any damage mitigations that you have, such as Bad Breath on Vortexer, since Super Cyclone hits quite hard. Everyone should be stacked in the south between the wall and Vortexer, except for the off tank of course, so that Super Cyclone pushes them into the wall. Below 50%, there will be some AoEs on the ground and a compressed lightning debuff. As with the other bots, we just want to kill Vortexer before we actually have to deal with these mechanics. We may see some missiles, some ground targeted AoEs and all that, and that's fine, just avoid them. But we should be killing Vortexer well before compressed lightning goes off. Moonflute's not really needed here to burst Vortexer, but it is a really good idea to use Cold Fog here.
Tomorrow's Friday,
Use
right?
it right before
baby!
pushing, then you have it to use on Vortexer and then
Is it really Thursday?
Really easy way to mess them. Brawler and Vortexer need to die within about 5 seconds of each other, or it's a life. If we got Brawler sufficiently low, then it's not really going to be a problem. As soon as Vortexer's dead, look at Brawler and he'll basically just fall over. Assuming this was all done correctly, get ready for some trumpets, because it's time for Brute Justice. All of the bots that we just defeated and Manipulator now combine into this awesome amalgamation of bots called Brute Justice, which is honestly one of the coolest things in the game. When they combine, they use a very creatively named spell called Transform, which deals mild damage and has a large knockback. The tank should position just north of center, and the party should be positioned just east of center. This will be our default starting position for
Oh, hi.
Everyone should use Shorecast
hi.
Blue Lightning as the...
Ohio.
Those are Kansas here. I gotta go, guys.
Nah, I think that was a while ago. I was too busy watching this video.
It was... yeah, it was an hour ago.
Rips Arkansas. He's dead now.
The bots form Justice. This is the signal for not getting knocked back and making sure that you can catch AoE heals right after. Once Brute Justice is targetable, the tank should cast White
I'm sure
Wind
he's
to get
alive, he
massive
just had to
threat.
go milk the
At
cockroaches.
this point, everyone who can Moonflute should be used.
He lost his
including one healer
cockroaches.
if
He's
possible.
punished, Kanzo.
Brute Justice will open up with a Flare Thrower, followed by a double Rocket Punch. The tank should try to learn the timing to have Diamondback after both hits, but the more important one is double Rocket Punch. After the tank busters, we go into the ring around the robot or missile command phase. Brute Justice will use Short Needle, Seed of the Sky,
oh, I should do
Long
my
Needle
buddy
Prey,
quests for the
Long Needle
day.
Stack. This is a really good time to use things like Bad Breath, Addle, Angel Snack, and Godskin right before the rotation starts, as there's going to be a lot of damage going out here. The way we handle this phase is AoEs will appear under the party, so we rotate clockwise to get to the south point. Flare Thrower will hit the tank, so the tank needs to be healed at this point. 2 prey markers will also go out at this time. These 2 players need to get away from the party and away from each other to avoid overlapping damage. More AoEs will appear under the party, so the party then rotates clockwise again to end up on the west point. The tank should be trying their best to avoid AoEs and end up on the west point if possible to help soak stack damage. It is also possible that the tank gets targeted by a prey or the stack. If they get targeted by either of these things, they will need a lot of healing, and the tank may want to just White Wind themselves. If this was done correctly, everyone should be alive. Immediately after the stack resolves, Brute Justice starts casting Mega Beam. Everyone needs to dodge the beam, but also stay close to the boss, except for the tank. After Mega Beam, Brute Justice uses Super Jump, which snapshots the furthest person at some point during the Mega Beam cast. It's not super clear when that is, but basically
Trawler
during
at
the Mega Beam cast, the
255
tank should
high
be running
fishing
to a
level
far
is really
corner,
decent
as far
money
from Brute
if
Justice
you
as
don't kill
possible,
yourself during
and
the
then
game.
you use J-Kick as soon as the Super Jump cast ends. If this is done correctly, this prevents everyone else from getting hit by Super Jump.
If it were
and
me,
it
I would
also
simply
keeps Brute
in-self.
Justice in place. After Super Jump, Brute Justice will use Apocalyptic
Get my
Prey.
hat.
Just get behind Brute Justice to avoid this, but be ready to return to a default
They
position
patched the
to
hat out, I'm
avoid
sorry.
Party East quickly.
They can't do this
After
to me.
Apocalyptic Ray, the phase just repeats again. If we kill Brute Justice before he finishes 2 cycles, we skip straight to Intermission 2. And this really should be the goal. Intermission 1 is more trouble than it's worth, and it's definitely easier to optimize damage to just skip Intermission 1. Especially with the addition of Stormblood spells, this is really easy now, so you should expect to be pushing into Intermission 2 shortly after the first cycle. At this point, when Brute Justice flies away, make sure to top everyone up and put up Mighty Guard, as we are going into Intermission 2. Intermission 2 is a slightly tricky phase, but once you've gotten it down, it's really easy to repeat. So as I said, everyone needs to put up Mighty Guard, and then they're going to stack on the east wall as soon as they see Brute Justice in real position. Brute Justice will disappear and use J-Kick at the center of the arena before splitting off into the different robots again. So just heal up after this. The mechanics we need to actually handle here are Double Drill, Mega Beam, Mines, kind of, enumeration, sort of, and ultra flash. So we need to be wary of mines the entire time, and these are just the little red circles that you see in the center of squares. We never want to move to a square that has those. There's also going to be these black and green swirly circles in the center of the arena, and those are hidden mines, but we can just pretend those don't exist right now. Double drill is handled the same way as before, but this time Brawler is going to be in the north of the arena. So send the main tank to be close to Brawler, and then someone, probably the previous drill baiter, to the far southeast corner. After double drill hits, try to heal up the baiters. As soon as this is done, Onslaughter will start channeling Mega Beam. So there's a really good chance that it's going to face the party, since it targets someone random and everyone's stacked east. So if it does, just be ready to step to the side to avoid it. Now here's where we actually get to employ some Blue Mage trickery. As soon as the beam actually fires, so you see the animation, not the cast bar, hard cast Diamondback, which means no swift cast, just fully cast Diamondback. If you timed it correctly, then you'll see hidden mines explode, chakrams go flying all over the place, mirages will charge, another Mega Beam, a single drill, and then Diamondback will eventually wear out, but it will have kept you safe through all of it. The last things that we have to deal with in Intermission 2 is Ultra Flash and Enumeration. So for Enumeration, these people will just have to make sure that they have Swiftcast available, because they will be doing a Swiftcast Diamondback. But positioning is quite important here because of Ultra Flash. Vortexer will spawn on the west side of the arena, between Onslaughter and the wall. Ultra Flash will kill you no matter what, even through Diamondback, but it only hits people in Vortexer's line of sight. So how do we actually get out of line of sight? It turns out that Onslaughter's legs count as line of sight, so as long as we're behind a leg and we cannot see Vortexer through the leg, we are safe. The one exception to this is Enumeration. This has nothing to do with Vortexer's line of sight, and the way this mechanic works is there will be a number of orbs running around the circle of someone who has Enumeration, and that's the number of people that have to be inside Enumeration for it to resolve correctly. But this is quite difficult to do with Blue Mages because it targets someone random, and it's pretty tough to adjust quickly. So the way we handle this is folks that do not have Enumeration will line of sight Vortexer close to Onslaughter, while the people who do have Enumeration will be closer to the wall, the east wall, still line of sight of Vortexer, and using Swiftcast with Diamondback to survive. So to recap Intermission 2, first, Mighty Guard up and stack on the east. Then we bait Double Drill, then we dodge Mega Beam and cast Diamondback, and then we hide behind Onslaughter's legs, and Enumerations get away and Swiftcast Diamondback. It is imperative that we get through this with minimal deaths, because it just makes the rest of the fight much, much harder, if there are any deaths. The folks who had Enumeration will have some debuffs, such as
let Pretty in here.
Yep.
What the heck?
Debuff, but luckily this does not actually affect anything.
You guys try out the
After Ultra Flash
dungeon yet?
Nope.
No.
Well, have you know I wiped my party on floor 2.
Yeah, I heard some of the mobs are brutal.
The earlier ones are a little bit overtuned, and I don't know if they're supposed to be, but it's alright.
I saw one of, I think there were two chess people open like next to each other, and they were both bombs and just wiped out the whole party.
Oh, that's funny. I pulled everything, including like the new red monster or whatever, the empowered monster. Yeah, fucking like it actually like two-shot me. It will kill you very fast.
How much HP you got though?
It was like with 0 armor. Because it was the first one.
Deposit the tuna, deposit the base.
It's collecting tuna.
Lobsters.
That's cat food.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a fishing outfit, but it's not working. Talon turned off my luck.
Yep. A cold paraphernalia. What the hell are these bunnies doing?
Talon turned off my luck because he doesn't want me to have a cool looking hat.
Yep.
A cool looking hat in RuneScape?
Yeah.
Made out of like 4 polygons?
Yeah.
There will be no cool looking polygonal hats allowed.
One day we'll be free.
Freedom.
Flash is finished, the bots disappear, and then Brute Justice returns. And we get into one of the most infamous mechanics for Blue Mages, Gavel.
I think we gotta find an
The way
extra
Gavel
person
works
tonight.
is Brute Justice will cast
Verdict, which applies debuffs to everyone in the raid. These debuffs all have very specific.
Well, I'm not with
conditions that
the way
need to be
Dave
met by
was
the time the
talking.
gavel
I'm not sure he
finishes
could make it
casting about
anyway.
30 seconds later. If anything is incorrect, or
You
anyone
got a
has
notice
died
saying
during
that he
this
needed
phase, then
to
it's an
adjust
immediate
all
wipe.
of his furniture
Now,
away
Gab-
from the walls and stuff in the next 42 hours.
What the hell does that even mean?
Apparently, his apartment overlords need to check the place out, and they demand he do all the work.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was probably making it more complicated for himself than it had to be. Usually they're not. They don't literally want you to like move everything. It's just like you can't block. Can't be blocking, you know, vents or whatever.
Which he probably was doing. He's
Sussy.
doing everything illegal.
Yeah, maybe to grow his robo weed.
What is this? That's your
robo.
Is that robot arm?
Colored pants. Can you believe there's a robot in Mega.org that's colored, man?
Colored.
Sounds like something you would
Clown?
create.
Yeah.
The clown, right? Yeah.
Yeah. That's its name in Japanese, in fact.
That's
Yeah, you made it in Japanese.
Is that the one in the GameCube game?
No, it's in just one. Well, it's in the GameCube game, but it debuted in the first game.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Lobsters. I'm at 30 runs.
There's only just another 30.
Yeah, I'm halfway done.
Colored. I opened it.
Stop saying that.
I got a YouTube video. Trouble in Den City and Colored Land!
Yeah.
Exclamation mark.
Yeah, that's the episode title of his episode.
I'm reporting Capcom.
It's a little clown and he has no legs.
Yeah, he's on a ball. He shoots the ball. It bounces.
He has dolls that are penguins.
Wait, what is he, American? Why does
Yeah.
he shoot the ball?
Okay, anyone have any friends?
No.
Nor.
All I have is
Where's
this
Pat?
boat.
Yeah, where the fuck is
He's
Pat?
playing Last Epoch.
Okay, but he could do Unreal with us.
No. Someone gets our Kenzo to sign on.
I don't know if we can carry.
How many reds do I have? 350. Rip.
Reds 350. Oh, you're trying to buy your upgraded bow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it? It's not better than our.
Nah.
No.
It's not better than the 330 or the 35 now. Mine was better than my 30, but
Yeah.
only because it maxed out a substat.
A substat, yeah.
Max out D substats. Alright, I burnt 10 lobsters. That means I'm
Alright, turning up the slider.
guaranteed to get 10 hats.
Does increasing your fishing skill not reduce the chance of burning things?
First of all, it's cooking skill. Second of all, I've only gained
I
2
call it
cooking.
cooking skill.
No, you said fishing skill. Second of all, I've only gained like 2 cooking levels from this. My cooking's pretty decently high. It's 55. I don't normally burn 10 lobsters. That's why I said I got bad lobster burns, so now I'm guaranteed to get good luck. This is
What do you do with the burnt lobsters?
drop them on the ground.
Okay, you just
let
fucking litter.
let the animals take care of them.
He just leaves them on the
And
boat. They're still
litter.
there on the next boat.
Yeah, well, somebody's gonna deal with them. It's not
Yeah,
gonna
like
be
the-
me.
When you drop them, other people can see it, right?
Yeah, they can pick it up if they
Oh,
want.
yeah, what the fuck? This guy's just littering.
Yeah. It's a big world. We're on the open ocean. You just kick that stuff overboard, you know? No biggie. Alright, here's my hat. What? I got a raw sardine. Why, though? Alright, I guess I need to log on to your stupid game.
Mal's, I don't know where the fuck Mal is.
Alright, well, so I'm gonna do another round of lobsters then. Woohoo!
Sounded like no one woke up for Unreal.
Woked up. Don't let DeSantis hear you, Talon. He's
Up
not
yours, woked, more or
gonna...
less.
Yeah, he's not gonna want you to
Woj.
woked up.
Has anyone here watched the show Invincible?
No.
Like that cartoony looking show?
Nope.
No, okay. Pass.
Oh, Pretty, I had another TV show for you to watch and I just forgot.
Blah, blah.
Fuck. I was thinking about it today, but I don't have internet in my office, so I couldn't tell you.
You don't have internet in your office? That sounds illegal.
Well, I don't have cell phone service. It's very shoddy. Into the new office that I moved. Or in the new office that I moved to. Shit,
Okay,
what was the
explains why
show
they gave
that I
it to you.
Yeah.
Gotta keep Q working. Can't let him play on the internet all day.
You can't let me watch YouTube videos.
Well, when you think about it, get back to me. I went to the hospital today.
Oh yeah. Are you...
I found out that I'm allergic to four things, but two are minor, and then they didn't tell me what the two minor thing was for whatever reason.
It's because it's allergic to minors.
Yeah, but the major
So
thing
it's Q.
is...
Alright, Q.
One is cats, which I knew of.
Oh.
Just because I had this high school friend that had two cats, and when I went to his house for the first time, I literally died.
Yeah.
Like, it was
Yeah.
insane. The same thing, I'm allergic to is grass.
Hell yeah, dude.
Wait, what
Me
the fuck is
too.
that? Why am I allergic to grass?
It sucks.
Dude, I'm pretty sure like this grass allergy developed like only a handful of years ago.
Really?
I'm pretty sure when I was like a kid, I was like, I don't know, spent time outside, I'm pretty sure I never died.
Yeah, this is what happens when you don't touch grass.
When I
I
used to
think
walk
so.
barefoot outside in our backyard, like my feet would just be all itchy for the rest of the day.
God.
Oof.
It was awful.
It would...
Alright.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna mail you these Sprigatitos, Prinny.
Yeah. Yeah. It's lately like I guess like
Wendy's
summer,
nuggets.
I would leave my
nuts.
window open, but because people fucking mow the lawns, obviously
Oh,
the grass, you know.
Yeah, I'm
AIDS
guilty.
just- yeah.
Yep.
So I guess that's what's been like triggering
Oh,
my
dude.
summer allergies.
You just reminded me that at some point I'm gonna have to mow a lawn again.
Yeah, like in 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have to find an extra person. Yeah. We
Woo.
got Tom up.
I'll be here in
Yeah.
like 5 minutes. Cooking level of 56. Whee. Only got 9 more fishing levels to go before I can do the quest.
Oh, I got a tank. Oh, God. I want to play warrior. I don't want to play Gunbreaker in that.
But RuneScape's design is so interesting. It's so old MMO in a weird way. I was doing a quest because I needed to do a quest for a thing. So objective 1, do a quest for a thing. I meet all the requirements for the quest, so I can do a quest. So I go start doing the quest. They give me this fish to cook. I cook the fish, but I burn the fish, and so I'm like, how do I get another one of these? I have to scroll down to the notes. It's like, if you burn this fish, you need 65 fishing. Well, that's not a requirement for the quest at all. If I didn't burn that fish, if I didn't RNG burn that fish, I need 0 cooking or 0 fishing.
Right.
But I burned the fish, so I had to get 15 fishing levels now.
Couldn't you buy the fish from someone?
No, because I'm SSF, by the way.
Oh.
But like, they clearly didn't want you to have to fish the fish. But like, why don't they give you? The guy doesn't give you another one if you burn the fish. But he gave you the The other fish. You help him learn how to catch the fish, and he won't catch you another one of the fish.
Or have a temporary vendor to buy the fish.
Yeah, but no, that's old quest design. Just don't burn the fish, Lamau.
You burn it, you buy it.
You burn it, you buy it. And now, and then I got distracted. I was like, well, I could farm these 9 levels the quickest way, or I could farm a fishing outfit to get more XP beyond these 9 levels by doing this other activity called the fishing trawler. So that's what I'm doing, and I got 2 pieces of my outfit very quickly, and now I'm just waiting.
Yeah, that sounds more fun.
It's very
did you guys
fun.
all do the Manderville stuff already?
Yep.
Yes.
You have not, Q?
No.
Okay, then I won't post the GIF.
How are you gonna upgrade your weapon if you don't do your
Yeah.
Manderville?
Well, I don't even have enough to buy my weapon
Well,
anyway,
I mean,
so
that doesn't mean you can't do the story thing for it.
I need to do it.
You need... Okay.
What the fuck? Oh, monolith.
Alright, I told everybody the outfit piece is guaranteed from this run. The game better not make me a liar.
Oh, you're a liar.
It's gonna be very embarrassing.
It's gonna be very embarrassing. That's why it can't happen. I'm guaranteed. Guaranteed. 100%.
There's no way.
There's absolutely no way. Frick, I'm a liar.
Team left.
You didn't hear that. I'm not a liar. Never lied. Draw 22 raw bass. Alright.
Oh, this guy's drawing fish.
Withdraw. Well,
Good job.
I'm a liar. Time to go line 14. Man, wouldn't it be better though, instead of, okay, like hear me out, you know, we do this Fox Hollows and it's guaranteed basically that you get a second try. What if you had to farm a 1 out of 10 chance to do a Fox Hollows?
Oh yeah, my island.
Wouldn't that be better? And it's individual for each individual. What's island today? Rest?
Coconut juice and growth formula.
Is coconut juice.
And then Isle loaf and growth formula, because I just checked, double checked.
And it hurts ya. It's gonna shoot. Riku Kong. Riku.
Yeah, that game will come out soon, right?
Okay, when is Square Enix teaming up with Nintendo to make Kingdom Tendo Hearts Edition, where Sora meets Mario?
He literally already
No,
met
this
Mario.
is-
He literally already met Mario.
Not good.
Okay, well not outside of Smash, in actual canon.
It is canon that he met Mario.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it's canon. Smash is
It's-
canon.
No, it,
Smash is canon.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it's not.
It is.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
100% is.
Fine, I'll close my game.
That's me. It's me IRL as well.
Cause I'm like lagging while I try to actually play 14.
What were you playing?
Dawn of War.
Didn't we talk about Donovan for one day and then now he's addicted?
Got him.
He's a
True.
Oh, I
Good
can't join
roasted.
my party. I can't join this party while I'm doing mini cactbot.
Oh.
They all sucked anyway.
Look, it's been a while since I installed and played this game.
Been a while.
Fuck, what show was I trying to get pretty on? God damn.
What genre?
It was a comedy.
Mega Man. That's what I said. Comedy. I barely know thee. It's
Oh.
nuts.
I finished season 1 of Party Down.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Are we having fun yet?
Are we having fun yet? I thought it was funny, but not like amazing, I guess.
Okay, that's done.
It's the same. The guy who runs or who writes that show is the same guy who did Veronica Mars.
But that would explain
Which-
why Veronica Mars was in it.
Yeah.
I forgot
Did
that
you
was
watch
the thing
Veronica
you were
Mars? You should
obsessed
watch
with.
Veronica Mars.
I am not watching Veronica Mars.
Why?
I believe I have watched. It used to, like, I think when it was like on TV sometimes.
Yeah.
After school, maybe. Maybe like,
Yeah, he watched it once and was
Okay,
like,
that's
"Oh, this is a
unbelievable.
Q show
What
that
kind
no
of show is it
human
again?
likes."
The
It's a
mystery.
Mystery
Oh, it's mystery. That's right.
with a sassy lady.
Yeah.
She a detective.
She's a teen detective.
He's
Gross.
a teen detective.
Yeah, her dad's a private eye, and she helps with her dad.
She's a Hardy boy.
I thought you hated minors, though.
Do.
Where Mal pooping?
I don't know. I pinged her. I even asked her, "Do you want to do Unreal tonight?" Sure. Question mark? That was like a couple hours ago.
Bark! Bark, bark, bark.
Kiwi got us McDee's. What? Who's Kiwi?
These nuts.
He's her boyfriend.
Do a lot of these people live near each other?
Ask for card.
Tama lives in New Zealand at the moment, but she used
G'day,
to live,
mate.
She used to live in New York. She's American, living in New Zealand. A downgrade, I think.
G'day, mate. Well, I mean, it's probably hard to adjust to everything being upside down.
Yeah, I don't get it, to be honest.
Did do you know if Tristan ever got his account back?
As far as I know, no.
Oh my god.
Actually, he's been missing all day today. I don't know where he is. I don't know. Where
They
he
sent
went.
the lawyers after him because they found out
Yeah.
about his RMT business, Pikmin RMT.
He's been selling giant capybaras
Yeah.
on the black market.
Dude, I keep getting the dancing minigame. Stop dancing.
Shake and wave. Feelings.
I love, yeah.
He also rhymes for some reason, even though he's not rhyming way. You really can't explain that.
I can't explain that.
Yeah, don't forget to rank up today.
Oh, I did that yesterday.
Same.
Did I miss a day? I don't think I ranked
Yes,
up.
we talked
No,
about
you
this.
didn't
You
miss a
didn't.
day.
No,
You
he
just-
didn't do the first day.
You didn't do the first.
Oh.
No, he
You didn't
didn't.
do that before the rollover.
He didn't do the second one either.
Wait, what?
Because I'm going to rank up today.
Good rank up, yeah.
He's just bad at video games.
Here it truly doesn't matter.
It matters a lot.
Okay, you only have the entire rest of the future of this game.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm at 510. Did I just not see that I unlocked a thing?
Yeah, you didn't pick
It's
up
just
pick up
brain
there.
dead.
Someone remind me.
I will not
We're
remind
done.
you.
You
You
should
have
just
to
do it.
remember.
Just do it now. We're waiting on someone anyway.
But if you're at 510, then you're waiting to. You need to do your rank up quest.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's not listening to me.
No, I'm punished. No, I'm gonna keep doing rapid sense until it works. No, stop. There we go. Because, I'm just, like, right on the threshold where rapid synth is the only way I can do some of these in one synth action.
Okay, but...
No! You don't understand, Pretty. You don't
My
understand. Look, the first one might have taken me 4 tries, but then the second 2 only took me 1. So that's 6 total actions.
It does even out.
But if I got luckier, it would have been less. Think about it.
Yeah, you haven't melded your new stuff.
Oh,
have you melded
that's-
your new stuff?
No, I haven't melded it. I was waiting to see how hard the relic would be, but I got the Weaver one already without melding anything, so I guess I'll keep waiting. to melt. I just got a stockpile of materia.
Biggest yike.
I remember what you should watch, Pretty.
What?
American Vandal.
American Vandal?
Yeah.
Is that a show that came out recently? That sounds familiar.
It came out in like 2017. It's on
I
Netflix.
smell the cheese.
And then they had a second season.
Thanks for the free teleport.
It's also
I
a
will
mystery,
use
but
it
it's
later.
a comedy. It's very funny.
Okay, let's see. A true crime satire that explores the aftermath of a Costa High School prank that left 27 faculty cars vandalized with phallic images.
Who did the dicks is
Yeah,
the
alright, I'll watch
question
it,
that you're
yeah.
trying to
I watched.
solve.
Have you watched Murderville?
I've watched most of it, yeah.
Oh, okay. I did kind of enjoy that. That was. I
Yeah,
thought
it's pretty
most of it-
funny.
I thought most of it was funny.
Yeah.
Some of it not. I like the one with the Indian.
Yeah, Kamal Nanjiani was really
yeah,
good.
holy
yeah.
shit, that episode was too funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've only got one more episode left to watch.
Okay, now
What?
Okay, so maybe this one was also below average. But still, it's the principle. It's the principle of the matter, you guys. It's the principle. I'm gonna send you guys to the principal's office.
Well, I mean, if you keep doing it, it will eventually average out. So, it's truly the 50-50.
I'm using my coin flips
Look at the
here,
Sprout with
so
an adventure
when
plate.
I
Nice
go
job,
back
Sprout.
to RuneScape, I'll get the hat. Give me the hat.
You didn't get the shirt yet?
No. But the shirt is a mere afterthought. I just want the hat. I just noticed the freaking pixelated light displays. I don't know why they're pixels.
Yes. Well, I mean, the song is like 8-bit too, so.
Well, yes, but they're like old-fashioned 1980s billboard. I don't think anybody uses those anymore, do they?
Look, rabbits don't know what technological level they're supposed to have. They're all over the place.
Well, I guess when you have creation magics, the answer is all of them.
Oh yeah, Pretty, you can't touch. They have an excuse not to touch grass.
It's true. I wish I got it in writing or something.
My doctor says I can't touch
Yeah, next time somebody owns you on the internet, you can say, "I'm literally not allowed, not legally allowed to touch
That's
grass."
ableist of you to assume that I can touch grass.
I think out of all things to be allergic to, like they
Isn't
pricked
it
my
stupid?
arm 40 times, right? And it was
Hell
like,
yeah. Oh, you didn't get on your back?
no, it's not on the back. It's just like,
All my friends, when they got their allergy tests, it was all over their back.
Yeah.
Time to go to the
I think
opium
on the
hole.
back is like generally the normal way to do it. I think there's more than like they only gave me 40. I feel like there should be more.
Yeah.
I guess
Maybe
Canada
they just
is
did the like the
very
common
basic
ones for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Repairing way. That's so out of place. Why don't they each have their own
Jingle.
jingle?
Yeah.
It should be the 8-bit burp 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 burp.
Yeah, but
But isn't that the MSQ stuff?
that is the MSQ one, yeah.
No.
So Prinny, Blue Mage question. After we do A4, are we going to do A8 or are we going to save that for last?
We might save it for last.
I started watching the video and I was like, oh, the video is
Yeah,
30 minutes long.
Yeah, AA it's because of the ad phase, it's like very involved. And you actually have to like
Yeah,
like the mechanics
DPS
of it,
timing is also a thing you have to actually like pay attention to. It's
yeah, and I know A12 is a lot easier comparatively. Or so they say.
And I guess the
Plum Pie Space Princess.
I guess the Delta or the what are they?
Privacy restrictions.
Omega 4, 8, and 12 are also easier, I guess.
Uh,
Than 8.
I don't actually know. I haven't actually looked up anything because most of the information just were like talks about like getting the mobile mount. But that'd be surprising because like.
Oh, is there nothing for
not yet
Omega
no.
yet? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I
I thought
think
those were also needed. I see.
Yeah, so it gives you a title, and they think that like.
Yeah,
with
it'll
the
combine
next
it.
update, they'll combine the next two.
Yeah, that makes
for
sense.
the mount. Yeah.
It's the way they like to roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how hard it is. Hey, hey.
Hi.
She is, dude. That image you just linked is too good.
Hey,
Yeah.
I literally just got it when you messaged me,
Oh.
and I'm like, oh my god, this game.
How do they know?
I don't know, man. They know too much.
They're listening. They're watching. They're reading.
Now I'll pull.
Hey, I did some P8 as tank. Dude, it could not be any easier. You guys made it so hard.
Wait, which part?
The unenlightened come.
Part 1? Part 2. I did some part 2.
Oh, I'm lagging so bad.
I'm bragging.
Daughter, be the bearer of my
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything's too bad about taking it. P8.
I'm gonna fly.
Okay, real talk, we died a few times because Dave was taunting way too late.
I actually messed up.
Hear the echoes of truth.
I was like provoking.
So, do you say?
Hear the echoes of truth.
And then I would like beat both tank clusters. I think it's both DC.
Spread the glory of my word.
Wait, you died.
I don't know. I don't know how I did that.
Because you didn't stand part of back, I guess.
Oh, that was a big deal.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh wait.
She can hear us.
Yeah, I need her to leave the game so she doesn't die.
Perry.
She's moving.
Even in death, there is no release.
Wait, I looked. Oh, it's over, guys. Oh, Q, go to the corner. Go to the corner, Q. Corner.
Oh,
Hey, corner.
what?
Wait, I'm attacking someone else.
There we go.
That was it. Never mind. Go back in.
What's happening?
Oh,
I don't know that we're gonna pass the Duke's check. Yeah.
Perry.
Yeah, I have no fear.
This is horrible.
Oh.
It's a disaster.
Yeah,
No. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, should we just restart?
Yeah, or we can just keep going.
You know you're just playing too much Harry Potter when you start talking with the British man.
Wait, how did I? Okay, whatever.
Can you walk through the ice?
No, I would never. I would never do that.
I also walk through the ice.
I was following you.
Yeah, I saw Tama get knocked back twice because of the parry.
I've seen what Ellie's group does is they let somebody else
Come
tank
forth, scales of revelation.
the paladin dude,
Yeah.
and then we just wail on the cleric and the. And after like the I don't remember like.
So they have a DPS tank the third, you're saying?
I
Oh, what's the difference?
I don't know who's tanking it. I don't know. I think it's the tank that tanks it, and like DPS just tanks the healer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can do that. I can pull him away.
And then and then once the healer dies, we move on to the dragoon dude.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess so if you kill it fast enough.
That means that means you don't attack it, and then that means you literally don't press any buttons during carrying, right?
Yeah, well,
If you're taking it away.
tanks only have to worry about the vertical one. I can hit him if he's horizontally.
Oh.
Flanks or front back.
I pulled early.
That's fine. This is why I've just started casting my spell a second early, because I know somebody's always gonna pull early.
Bro, you're supposed to pull at like.
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
Do we know how countdowns work?
No. The way it works is that like the attack lands when it says start. What the fuck is that? The rule is that the pull starts once that start shows up on the screen. Yeah.
Well won.
That's why all the timers.
As casters, right? Like we can.
Yeah.
We start
Hear the
casting
echoes of
In.
truth.
right about time that our hit would land.
Out.
Hear the echoes of truth.
That's why it was never me pulling early. You guys were just pulling late.
Spread the glory of my word.
What is happening?
Okay, sorry, I should have
look at
said
her.
it, but I thought everyone was doing it.
She's lagging so badly.
Yeah.
I mean, are you streaming this?
Yeah. That's great.
She's still dead.
Yeah.
She's just jumping around.
Oh, that's actually great.
You're running in circles, but you're dead, and your body is like in the dead animation, jumping up and down.
Oh my god. It's my favorite thing.
Should I heal?
Alright, I'm pulling the first away, so.
Who's gonna tank?
I have
Whoever has threat, just
Look away.
Oh.
Ow.
Oh.
Jesus.
Yeah, somebody needs to call that out because I'm not there anymore.
Mel, move, I'm hitting you.
I'm hitting Mel.
No, move towards the thing. Oh,
Will is still
somebody else
flying
has
around my
it
screen.
now.
Yeah, same.
Will is still flying around my screen. I
It's
cannot.
on Talon, right? Talon, bring that to the third demi-urge so we can hit both at the same time.
Oh, are we taking both?
I thought that's
Oh,
what
is
the
that the
strat was. Because these two we can AoE without repercussion,
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
It's just the other stupid one that you can't touch because of the goddamn shield.
Oh, got a second nice guy. She's
Yeah.
gone.
Rip Will.
It's so bad.
You're out.
Yeah, there's no way. Ain't no way.
Guys.
Oh, he's casting.
Oh, he parries again.
Come forth, scales of revelation. I would know the weight of your souls.
Well, this is an interesting.
This is going very well.
Dude, that body sliding is absolutely funny.
That was insane.
That
That was
great.
too good.
I'm glad you enjoyed.
I mean, if something dumb's gonna happen, at least it's gonna be funny.
Welcome back.
Hey.
Here, we try it again?
Did you want to restart your net or?
Yeah, or
Yes. No, it's literally because Matthew he's streaming, he's playing a game, and he has his stream up on his laptop. He's hogging all the bandwidth.
He's streaming a
Close one of
game.
them.
Wait, is he streaming a game or is he watching a stream while he's playing a game?
Both. He's watching his own stream.
He's streaming. Yeah, he's watching his stream.
Tell him you need to borrow some for 20 minutes.
Yeah, everybody was in the kick out of Will's jumping dead body.
Dying. I saw her flopping around her dead body.
I did it just for you guys.
Already.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think like role swapping matters because then we're down in DPS. And then,
Yeah.
Hey.
Solo heals. I believe in you, Mal.
Yeah, but we didn't have enough DPS for the ad phase.
I mean, it was just confusion, plus we had people zombied. I didn't get zombied.
Sounds good to me.
People beating me up. I don't know who it was.
Couldn't
But,
be me. My book doesn't hurt that bad.
Books hurt.
Not as much as the other people.
This is true.
No, I was laughing too hard. I couldn't do it.
But we need to decide. So, okay, since we know what we're doing, it'd be a little better, bringing the cleric over to the dragoon.
Yeah. I think Talon will have it because he'll generate the most
I'll
threat.
go to A with the dragoon, and they'll just be right there together.
Three?
Yeah. If
Alright.
you have healer aggro, just drag it on top of the other dude.
Is there a reason why I can't just take both?
I don't know.
Damage?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you take both, right?
I take the other
Yeah,
two. I don't know if there's
okay.
any reason.
I don't know, actually.
Yeah, okay, let's just do it
Yeah,
then.
sure.
Okay.
Science?
We'll do it live.
Yeah. Yes. Oh god, if that happens again, I don't know if I'm gonna survive.
I'll stay still.
The unenlightened come.
No, what's the fun in that?
Oh my god, I can actually do something.
Did he close something?
Maybe. I messaged him and
Daughter,
said
be the bearer of
that I
my
was
wisdom.
struggling.
Knockback.
Oh my god, I can actually see the head.
It's a good start.
She never appeared for me.
No.
There's no point in that.
Well, one doth not suffice. Hear the echoes of
In.
truth.
Dog paw.
True. Out.
Hear the echoes of truth.
You're safe.
Spread the glory of my word.
So I need to get the second and third
It should be.
To me, my faithful.
Look away.
Wait.
Just keep tagging the dirt.
Wait, someone.
Watch the ice.
I have the dirt! Oh, fuck, fuck.
Oh,
Brennan, you don't have tank stance.
yeah, tank stand. Oh god.
Did that thing just heal?
Yeah, she did
Yeah,
care too.
the priest heals.
For such a big guy, he's got a really small target.
Right.
Can you stun him when he does the parry or no?
Come forth,
No,
feel the
yeah,
revelation.
Okay.
I would know the weight of your souls. Can you bring equilibrium?
Remember the last time we sang Under the Boss and then somebody stood way far and killed us?
Know you the full weight of death.
Oh,
Ouch.
God.
Oh, we're good. Nothing happened.
Odd.
I shall tip back the balance.
Hmm? So confused.
Huh? What do you mean? See that?
Oh well.
Out. Even. 4. South.
Bye.
Sin must be balanced with suffering.
Me.
Well, one doth not suffice.
You guys are
Hear the echoes of truth.
In. Out.
Hear the
Oh,
echoes
the
of
lag
C,
is
truth.
back.
C or A is safe.
Nothing's moving.
Cat or at. Yeah.
Spread the glory of my
Cat is
word.
safe. Will's jumping again.
Well, no.
Her cones are still out.
Odd. 3 or 1. Sorry, 1, 1, 1.
No,
You
it's
sure
three.
it is three, right?
3.
3. Oh, I couldn't see she was blocking me.
I'm not. You can dash. I thought the
She was blocking my sight. In.
You're out, Will.
Wait, what the fuck is this constructor called?
Even.
There's no cast.
Know
It's
you
just
the full weight
she
of
turns
4.
green.
North.
That.
Cone.
Daughter, be the bearer.
I don't have a
wisdom.
thing. Yeah.
It's just a glow deck.
Not back? Oh.
Not bad. Oh, got it.
Oh. Yeah, same.
Oh.
What?
Or not?
Yeah, no res, so.
Yeah, I think this is
Goodbye,
pretty
Jack.
over.
I got Will up. She can do it, right?
And that's what I was confused about, because like I thought I saw her come back.
Yeah, I'm just stuck in the ether.
Oh boy.
Now you're good.
Hang on, I'm gonna turn on a hotspot.
Yeah.
Because it's better than my actual internet. He even turned off his stream, and but I bet you anything he's watching one of their streams.
He's watching his own stream, one of their streams. He's streaming and he's playing, and he's on the...
What a gamer.
Oh, no, never mind.
Wait, Prinny, is the Situai this weekend?
Is it? I was gonna say, did anyone else have knockback up for that?
Yep.
I did.
I didn't. What the fuck? Mine was like 30 seconds.
You must have popped it at some other point.
So you're a warrior, shouldn't your knockback be up constantly?
Oh, it starts on the 17th. Never mind. Next week.
It should be up. Is New Zealand McDonald's better? It has to be, right? There ain't no way it's not better.
Do they call it Do they call it Macca's in New Zealand like they call it in Australia?
I think it's mostly Australia. Like Kiwi. What you call them McD's? You call them Macca's? Tell the people.
We want to know.
We want to know. I think it depends on the person. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Slightly, yeah. But it is better, right?
Nah, I mean, yeah, I think the beef's better. It's not. It's like more moist. I don't know how to describe it. Angus beef. And then the fries are better because they're not like hard ass, dry ass, refried shit sitting out that they dumped in the.
Did you just say it's more moist?
Yeah, it's moist.
Yeah, like McDonald's, like even in Canada, the beef that you get, it's not moist. It's just like a dried out.
It
Yeah.
tastes like cardboard pretty much.
Yeah.
It's quite dried out. Yeah.
I don't really eat at McDonald's. I'm more
neither,
of
but, yeah.
a Burger King.
What?
I don't eat Burger King.
Kiwi hates Burger King. He has like
Wow.
a personal vendetta against Burger King. And one time it was terrible, and he never ordered it.
I don't blame him.
Or if I could, some Popeyes chicken, because
Popeyes.
chicken is always good.
Did I say Canada Popeyes was more better than American? I can't remember.
It depends.
Not bad
Here,
about the spicy one.
here it depends on what city and area you're in. Because I can go like 2 cities over and it'd be completely different.
Yeah, the one in Canada versus the one I had in New York was very different.
Wendy's.
I think
This is good.
Wow.
What's that supposed to mean?
I had Chipotle today. It was crazy.
Oh,
I can only have it twice a year
Sad.
because there's no local one where I live.
There
I get Chipotle once a week.
Yeah, I wish.
Somebody was sitting there saying Chipotle really does deliver on their fresh everything. Only thing that's not fresh that they do is like their bacon, because they said they make it like once every day and it's in the morning and it just sits.
Wait, what do they? What do they even put bacon on?
Yeah, what do they serve bacon on?
I don't know. It was
I
some
didn't even
person
know that
that
was
said
an option.
is that they work there and like the bacon, like everything they made fresh. but the bacon they like make once every morning and just have it sit throughout the day.
What? That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean
honestly.
that's my favorite. Is like you get Chipotle on like Monday and everything's just like, oh, so crisp and fresh.
Wait, what'd she say? She said something.
Computer doesn't want to connect to my hotspot.
We want to regroup tomorrow.
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
I ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, but this means like we can't even do the recap, right?
Oh, she said she's gonna restart.
Okay. Yeah, we need to get that. We need to do. I'm having like flashbacks to when we did the fucking HOH.
Dude, whenever anybody says Eureka, I just think about the level 70 content and I get very confused every time.
Eureka!
EO.
Why did they name it the same thing?
Ew. Just call it Orthos.
Theo,
That's what I said.
Elder Scrolls Online.
Oh yeah.
Oh, actually, because this is the original Eureka that the legend is named for. They tell you that.
Well, yeah, but
who named the current?
they didn't have to name the same thing. No one held a gun to
Got named
Yoshi
original
P's
legends when it
head.
showed up, I guess. I didn't even remember that. They may
I
have made
can't
it up for the
remember.
quest. Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember. They explain it why they named it Eureka because I remember Kryle saying something about it, and then they realized, oh, it's the Isle of Val.
Don't
Yeah.
forget to move.
Oh, the AFK timer.
Yeah.
It'll
Mostly
tell you.
'cause I don't
Yeah,
want
but
to.
some people
It
don't
did
like
just
that
tell me.
screen.
I guess.
What is this little sword that you're using? I can't even click on it.
Is that the succubus sword?
Mine? Is it blood sword?
Yeah, the succubus one.
What is this?
You buy it in the gold sausage. I think it looks cool.
The one from Hawk
Gold
Manor.
sausage?
Yeah, it's a gold saucer, one of the gold saucer glams, I'm pretty sure.
I'm
Fuck, I've never
dying.
seen that before.
It's the swords that the succubus mods be wielding.
Yeah, you think I'm looking at their swords?
What are you looking at? What are you looking
I
at?
mean, you could be.
Their health bar.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Mama's making jokes.
It is 10,000 MGP. Do you think you can afford that, Penny?
Yeah, I think I'm for like 400 now.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
I'm broke after
That's
buying
rich.
the backpack.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to save up for the for the blackjack. That's what it's called.
Okay.
I was gonna call it the Setzer, but that's not right.
The balloon.
Wait,
the...
you don't have it? You're poor?
Wow.
I have it. And I have
You're... It's like, wow, you don't have it? You're poor?
I only have 800k because one, I'm lazy and I don't do the stuff every week, and two, I had to buy all the cards.
Yeah, scam.
Cloud
Imagine-
Strife, very expensive.
Imagine buying all the cards.
Yeah.
Oh, if you do Manderville, you can buy a new card from Gold Saucer.
Yep.
Oh shit, I gotta go buy that.
I still need the Rubicante and Cognazzo card.
What?
Well, these guys don't do their experts, so...
We do.
Not every
I
day,
got
not
I got
every day.
Kainazo.
Okay,
no, we
shut
don't.
up, shut up, Q.
Okay, first try doesn't count.
Yeah.
What we're saying is, they don't do it often enough to actually keep getting the dungeon. For the chance to.
Yeah. And I also do, let's see, what else don't I have? I'm missing... There's another new card from this one that was weird.
Can't believe y'all collect the triple triad cards. Can't.
Gotta catch 'em all.
They just fall into your pockets.
I've got them all now except the recent ones.
I mean, like, actually doing, like, battling the NPCs and getting them. I couldn't.
Oh,
I
that's
can't
the
do that.
that's the easy part.
Yeah, that's the easy part.
The
I'd rather
hard
do
part
this
is
than
doing
run.
E12S 80 times.
RNG
that's
is
the
not the
sucky
easy
part.
part. Like, you probably win like 80 times and not get the card that you
Yep.
want if they have two separate card.
Yeah, but it takes like 20 seconds to win a
Yeah.
match, and it takes 10 minutes to do E12.
I can't do no triple triad matches. I am terrible at it because I don't know the rules, and every time somebody tells me the rules, I forget.
I didn't expect you guys to still be in here.
Yeah, we just hanging out.
Okay, I am on my hotspot now.
Nothing could possibly go
Fine.
wrong.
You want to cast a couple spells right now, just in case?
Yeah, that's a good call.
Wait, what the hell are you wearing? That dress looks like it has like a rib cage on it.
Okay. It's just the tome chest.
All right, here we go. Oh, food up. Yeah.
Food expired. Gulp. Am I putting 2 gulps? Done.
You're gonna get indigestion.
You want to go back to the hospital.
Frenny's actually allergic to pudding.
I hope not.
Pudding way in shambles.
Daughter, be the bearer of my
What was
wisdom.
that pudding we got from Paris and
Milk pudding.
yeah, that was
Well, one doth not suffice.
See you safe.
Hear the echoes of truth.
Can't hit the bottom.
Hear the
See you
echoes
to
of
be or
truth.
safe.
Spread the glory of my word.
Bye. I was wondering if you're gonna get deleted, dude.
I was trying to make pixel perfect gameplay.
To me, my faithful.
Go away.
I'll bring it down to 1.
Mao was smacking Tama.
No, I wasn't. Don't lie like that.
You were.
I was trying to give her a paper cut.
A paper cut.
Other cards.
Oh,
Slap her with the car.
in my brain. I was like, huh?
Oh yeah.
Just to find out you can't touch grass.
Come forth, scales of
I'm
revelation.
doing E7. E7?
I would know the weight of your soul.
Being allergic to leaves isn't the same as being allergic to grass. Is he programmed? It would be like, at least we're not doing Sephiroth because he
Can
grows grass.
you bring equilibrium? Know you the full weight of death.
And away.
Oh.
What?
Goodbye.
Well, odd.
I was out of that circle.
I shall tip back
3.
the balance.
Cone. It is even. 4. North.
Wait, so like, if we do too much damage, we're screwed, like skipping stuff?
Sin must be balanced with suffering.
Oh god. One of you stay still.
Wait, who's dead?
Well, one
Down,
not
down and
twice.
stacked on me.
Could not find two
Talon
marker. It
stay
was
still.
inside boss.
So Talon stay still and then you ran around.
Well, he wasn't
In,
coming.
In. Out.
Hear the echoes
C
of
or A is
truth.
safe.
To go back.
Spread the glory of
Cat
my
is safe.
word.
Not the thing.
Odd. 1.
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
Oh, I forgot, no dashing.
I dashed and didn't get hit somehow. Can't explain that. In.
No, I was in.
Me literally not paying attention.
Even.
Know you the full weight of
4.
death.
South. She's wasting my burst phase.
This is why I died earlier, so I could disjoint my burst. It's all part of my plan.
Cone.
What's your favorite
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
favorite
Knock back.
Not bad. Okay, what's your favorite cone cake food?
Great.
Cake's a good answer.
She said crepe, right? Or cake?
Crepe?
Yeah, crepe.
Yeah.
Crepe?
Oh.
Yeah, because it's Japanese style.
Yeah.
So rather than
Dude,
like
there.
a cone.
Oh man, I should get one of
Sin
those.
must be balanced with suffering.
There's a place near me
Odd.
that did those, but I think they went out of business. I need to double check.
3.
They definitely closed for like at least a little while.
Not suffice.
Not sure if they shut down for good.
We're gonna go to drop at B, and then C is safe.
Watch for cone first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hear the echoes of truth.
Okay, you can go to B.
Okay, go to B.
Hear the echoes of truth.
Rip.
Somebody just
C.
and don't get too far from the phone. Or you can see it when it's wait, yeah, don't get too far.
Spread the glory of my word.
Sorry, Tom. I was trying to get out of the way. That jumped too early.
Oops, that was whatever. Odd. 3.
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
In? No, I disagree. This is odd.
Know you the full
What?
weight of death.
North. There you go. We did it.
We did.
I know,
We
we
were in there
took
for
one
like
out.
we were in there for 40 minutes.
One more time.
And look on Fox. But don't forget to get your swords first.
Oh wait, I need to like this American Vandal. Okay, what
There's
word do I
my
have?
swords.
No fox.
See what?
X-Fox. No fox for me either.
Sad.
Yeah, this
Missed yet another fox.
should I just went for it.
Oh, I got a fox!
Yo, congrats.
Woohoo! Aim.
Wow.
No fox on my board.
What do I buy?
I don't know. But the minions like average out like 5-ish millions and the mounts are like 7-ish.
I'll be right back real quick.
This is like the 4th week in a row since my double fox that I had not had a single fox. And update ACT. The new hairstyle is good.
It's the just F my S up, fam.
Yeah, that is actually what the style is called. Mal, do you still have it on or did you take it off? Oh, you took it off.
Yeah, I changed.
Yeah, you changed. I saw it. Yeah, I think you had it on raid for raid.
Yeah, I had it on for raid. And I had time to change back. I mean, I can go change it since we're waiting on Justin.
We all can change it. Maybe we should just be rocking it.
The new hairstyle?
Yeah, does do Frostbears get it? And
Yes.
use it? Yeah,
Yeah.
for real.
How much is it going for?
Oh, it's from Eureka. I bought mine for like 280k.
280.
Self-scam.
So it might be lower now. But on Vieira, oh my god.
Oh yeah, because the lack of ears on the side makes it.
No, the forehead region.
Yeah, you had a
is-
giant forehead, yeah. it has the same problem with some of the other hairstyles that
Yeah.
it has, where
But
like,
that-
if you don't have like
that's
bangs, then it looks really weird.
That's with every race. The only one like it looks okay on is Hrothgar.
Yeah, because they're already have fur.
I think I saw some Ellison with it that looked pretty decent.
I haven't seen it on Eleven actually.
Somebody
I
made
mean,
a
McCoy
post that they're like, I don't know what people are complaining
Alright,
about.
you-
Mine looks okay.
Yeah, right.
Alright, Q, time to change your hair. I'll buy you the
I'm too poor.
I'll buy you it. Go check how much it
I'm gonna give that man some money.
I can't believe that they gave the Vieira Loprit ears for the emote.
I knew that was gonna happen. I was like, I'm gonna get that
Yeah.
haircut.
I mean, I don't think they've I don't think they've ever given a race specific emote from from anything that's not just like the base set.
No.
Well, true. I'm still disappointed.
Well, they give race specific like dances.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the base set of emotes when they made the races, but I don't think they've ever done anything since then. It's
The glasses emote and
Huh? The glasses one is different for each race.
yeah.
Or your thigh gap.
Is glasses something you earn, or is that
You no
base?
Is that something you buy?
Was that part of the Scholastic?
Wasn't glasses part of the Scholastic?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, spectacles.
Wait, let's see spectacles. I have no glasses.
Okay, that's fair. That is a perfect counterexample. Yeah, just lazy, I guess.
What am I holding? Nothing.
Talking about spectacles for?
Yeah, but I have no spectacles.
You got a bandana. You're just adjusting the bandana.
I got glasses on me.
You like my forehead, Tama?
Where are you?
Oh my gosh.
So much forehead.
Yeah, it makes it look. It makes your head look like very vertical.
Uncanny Valley.
It's even worse on Vieira.
Yeah, I saw a screenshot of it on a boy Vieira, and he did look like a Martian. He was like an albino too, so it's like even more weird.
Can't explain it.
Yeah, you really can't.
Is there a way to like macro like assign the thing? I feel like there's
Yeah. If everybody is in the same, you can do like target third player or like whatever if you're always the same.
The unenlightened come. Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
Back.
Where one doth not suffice.
Is gonna be safe. Catch.
Hear the echoes of truth.
Cone.
Hear the echoes of truth. Spread the glory of my word.
Hail, Cookie.
It's all yours. Now it's mine.
It's still here. Why isn't she
Punished.
To me, my faithful.
Where?
Bullshit.
Oh, I got caught.
Oh, what the hell?
Even in death, there is no
We're
release.
smacking each other.
Oh, I'm
But I got
I'm a zombie.
I got parried.
Oh god, heals. Adopt.
Why am I zombified?
Because you died.
Oh.
help. Yep.
You know, who's hitting? Oh no, I'm gonna be too now.
You're hitting me, dude.
Oh my god.
Look, this is
I
just
don't think
a
we're making.
pointy edit.
No.
We're fine. Just crit harder.
Video.
It's he's parrying. He's parrying. He's parrying. Oh god.
Oh my god.
Help!
Nope.
Oh no. Oh no.
No, it's over.
Failed. Holy cow.
Scales of revelation.
What's he gonna do?
Who's dying?
No, but like, there's gotta be something.
I would know the weight of your souls.
What? That's it? Huh?
Well, I don't. What are you expecting? I don't get it.
Yeah, he should have confused everybody. I don't know why you guys didn't get confused
I was already confused.
or zombied.
I mean,
Already-
I'm watching it though.
I already died.
I think the people who already
Oh,
died got
oh.
the zombie proc. That's why they weren't.
I see.
Is there like stun resistance? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Feels when being alive is a mark of shame. You're only alive because you failed earlier. Well,
The unenlightened come. Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
Knock back.
Well, one doth not suffice.
C is safe.
Hear the echoes of truth.
Get out.
Hear the echoes of truth. Spread the glory of my word. To me, my faithful.
Look,
Okay.
look. Nice. 1-1.
Kills us. That's
No.
These stunnable.
Like the spear guy?
The healer. I don't think they are. I think that's why you just blitz it down.
I just wanted to look him in the eye.
I was trying to hit everybody with whatever that move is.
Maybe it's an hour.
Yeah. No, the Apex Arrow.
This guy's trying to optimize.
Come forth, scales of revelation.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only reason people don't really
I would
AoE
know
is
the weight of your
because he's
souls.
gonna get a Cure 2 cast anyway if you don't like hard burst.
But I want to pad them.
That's fair. That's fair.
Can you bring equilibrium?
They're not even pricing it. I want to pad.
Know you the full weight of death.
Oh.
Out.
Oh god.
Odd.
I shall tip back the
3.
balance.
I remember this time.
Even. 4. North. East side.
Sin must be balanced with suffering. Where one doth not suffice.
Didn't we just get 2? Why are we getting 3?
Yeah, she does that sometimes.
Hear the echoes of truth. Hear the echoes of truth.
B or D?
B or D is safe.
I bet it's yellow.
Spread the glory of my
B,
word.
bat. Even. 4.
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
Back in the day,
In. Even.
Know you the full weight of
2.
death.
South.
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
Knockback.
I heard you loud and clear.
You are close.
Sin must be balanced with suffering.
That's odd. 1.
Well, one doth not suffice.
3.
Where we dropping, Q?
Yeah, we'll drop B. B, back.
Hear the echoes of truth.
Don't get coned. Okay, we were close.
Well, no, that was actually like really important because I had a shirt.
It's the
Oh, we're dropping.
See, mine is actually the first.
Partner soon?
You're making partners. Don't get knocked back. Or don't lose it.
Spread the glory of my word.
Did you watch the movie Gold Train?
I do not believe so, no. I what?
I figured that you would be the one that would know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think it's on my list of things to watch or something.
I watched it today. It was alright. I like that. It was pretty fun to watch. It wasn't gruesome though. Had Brad Pitt in it.
Even? 4?
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
In?
We did it.
Even?
Know you the full weight
Four?
of death.
4.
Out?
My revelations are lost.
Revelations!
Thanks, everyone.
GG.
Woody!
We're not gone far. Thanks, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
May we all get foxes.
That was an easy one on my board for sure this time.
Oh, wow.
So weird that they make you do that whole emote, so you're just waiting for the next window to pop up.
Yeah.
Hey, what board do I have? Oh, this one. A right.
Alright, I know exactly what board I have, but the question is there a fox on this board?
Wait, mine doesn't have any suggested fox
No
spots.
fox,
What's that
no.
supposed to mean?
That means there's no foxes.
Like at all?
Yeah. I think
Yep.
some boards just don't have foxes on.
All I got was a
Ever.
gift box.
Damn, dude, what the hell?
Well, now I gotta go help repairing way. Throw some dark matter at it, jeez.
Ain't no way.
Ain't no way. Do you think that'll be the final way we help in this quest? The ain't no way?
There ain't no way. Where we finish everything and he just cannot believe it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was his dream.
Yo, it's reading way. Hello. Okay, reading way is a scam. He says every now and again it's good to put down the book. No.
Wow.
You're the
That's not what mine would say.
the false reading way.
Don't forget to do your island and tribe.
Would you say it would be sus?
Woo! Do you think Tristan will get his
No.
account back
honestly,
before Sunday?
Probably not.
What are we gonna do?
I don't know, man.
Doesn't he have all of his
All this what?
loot?
Yeah, but we don't.
Yeah,
Oh,
convenient.
that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Wow, he conveniently he decided he can't log
You
back
could
in.
try to have somebody fill for him that's cleared it. If he's not back by.
Yeah, if he does have everything, that would.
I don't know. Did he get a chess piece? Does anyone remember?
I don't know.
It's on the sheet.
I don't know what sheet. You're still
I'll open it right now.
I'll look at it.
Tristan has everything.
Does not have the chess pieces.
It
Oh, he
does.
does.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Do you have the mount?
Yeah, he's the first one to win it.
I'm not saying she's willing to film what will be out of trust.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see when we come to it. I'd rather do that than not do anything.
Yeah.
I'd rather
It's been
get the
so
book.
long though. Like,
The what?
I'm not. Do they usually take this long to get back to somebody?
So I did have my account locked once, and it did take. I mean, I think it took a day, like almost a full 24 hours, but it wasn't multiple days when it happened to me. It does seem pretty weird. That'd be like 3 or 4 days.
Maybe it's extra punishment for selling giant capybaras on the
Yeah, I mean that's probably true.
Yeah. Where did he get them?
Capybara smuggling ring. Whoa, something has gone really weird with the lighting in this cutscene. The Blopperit's ears over the floor looked like a lightsaber or something. It was like weird frame rate on the animation. Oh my gosh, it's literally Dave. He has to pretend he doesn't love robots. I enjoy working on machines a normal amount.
Oh,
definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely not a robot weirdo.
That's definitely Dave.
Project management though wanted to go another way. Okay, don't throw me under the bus, inventing.
Are we gonna? We're gonna add inventing way to the Gutenbergs? Is that what's gonna happen?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'll share like no one has ever shared before, and then they'll see. They'll all see. Dude, I love this guy.
I love Dreaming Way sunglasses.
I'm actually now I'm hearing every Inventing Way line like he's Dexter from Dexter's Lab.
Maybe he was the inspiration.
Yeah, thanks for that, because now I probably won't be able to.
Yeah. When are they voice acting him so they can say omelette?
Dreaming Way, get out of my laboratory.
Dexter's Lab was my absolute favorite cartoon when I was a kid. All I wanted was a lab like Dexter's, which is a weird statement to put all I wanted in front of because he had like everything in there. All I wanted was everything.
They'll all see.
That's it.
When you guys, you're here. You're.
I don't know. Are we?
Are you?
I don't know. Will is lagging.
You still like lagging?
Is it safe?
I've not really been lagging on the hotspot, but I will admit I'm actually like super tired. I've been up since
Go bed.
waking Quincy up this morning.
We do it the four of us then? UK now, huh? You get two
I didn't
saves.
unlock it.
What? You have not unlocked it.
Is it locked?
Yeah, you gotta. No, it's like 2 cutscenes. 3 cutscenes, maybe? Maybe it's like 4 cutscenes.
Do I hear 5?
Get to
possible.
joy.
It's
6
joy
cutscenes.
Yeah.
Is it?
Stretching 7, maybe.
That's a huge gesture.
Yeah, but like, I mean, if they're like 2-second cutscenes, then it doesn't matter.
Okay, I do like the design of these robots, but it would have been even funnier if the 4 podiums had like the 4 pieces of bunny brute justice on it.
That would be good, yeah.
Bunny brute justice.
Yeah.
That would be very good. Where'd you get the inspiration for this?
What is this thing in the back anyway? It's just some theme park ride kind of. What?
The slide? I think they sell that, don't they?
Oh, I wasn't talking about the
Slide?
slide. I was talking about the thing next to it, but
The slide is a scam. You can't slide down it.
Yeah, I tried.
I did too.
Dude, the Loprits look so evil when they do their like eyes half closed smile. It really looks like they're scheming something. Oh my gosh, it's albinoing way.
What?
Oh no, wait, he's not albino. I just saw the lower part of his face. He looked like an albino.
yeah, his ears are kind of gray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he sleeping way? Nap timing way? Dude, I will say the dev team lets no model go unreused, because I think one of those robots is that the near pod model?
Is it?
I think so. I think on the far right.
I don't think so. Let me look at this.
I see what you're saying. The big boxy one. It's like a Nearpod with a disc on the back.
It might not be the same model.
I'm not sure
Let's
it's
see.
the same, but
Is this the same skeleton?
You know what?
No, it's not the same skeleton, I don't think.
This is true, Tama.
Yeah, I mean that's what makes the game a Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy without palette swaps is you even call that a Final Fantasy game?
Nah. That's the best part, really, because they always have different names, like Moose and Flan.
Yeah.
Like, think of something better than that. Yeah.
Pudding.
Yeah, there's a pudding. Same monster group.
Oh, we can buy the rainbow hopping rug now.
We have one in the house.
Is that the dance floor?
That is the dance floor, yeah.
I'm buying one.
I mean, this could be the pod.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Extra. Yeah, that totally is.
Yeah.
It totally is. It just has ears. Kind of.
I mean, I don't know if they maybe they used it for some sort of model before we had the pod.
Maybe that was the prototype before they removed the ears.
Could be.
Even the dance floor would be bigger, but it's not.
I mean, honestly, it is pretty big.
Well, I guess you could just tessellate them.
Yeah, it's the size as like the combed rug and the wooden floor panel things you could buy.
Yeah, those are pretty big. I don't know.
Dude, you know what's a scam housing wise? Like I made a like a bath type area in my house, and I wanted to put the tiles on the wall. The tiles are like these tiny, tiny like
Yeah.
2x2 things. I had to put like 50 of them.
Yeah, the wall tiles are not good.
It took forever. It looks nice, but it took an eternity.
They're not great. They definitely should just make it bigger. Because most of the time, like half the time, like you could just clip it into the wall anyways, and then like, you know.
Yeah. Excuse me, Q. I'm crafting here.
Same.
Wait, Q. How many synths did that take you?
Huh? I was
He doesn't
crafting.
gamble.
I was crafting the other thing. But
What other
3?
thing?
I have to turn in high quality audio recording equipment to.
High quality.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I had one of those as well.
I haven't turned anything in that's high quality.
Must be nice.
Because I've been wondering if that's a thing where they just don't care.
Nope. Yeah, some of the
I
quests.
just had one. It's only one craft that I had to do.
Yeah, I'm assuming it'll be more common the higher levels.
And you could just use your
Yeah, I
your
forgot.
free high quality button.
I forgot they were level 80. Or level 80. Level 80.
I was telling Print earlier that they need more teleports in this area.
Yes.
Going from one side to the other side.
Yeah, it's so big.
One
They
side, don't you teleport back to the middle to fly there?
Yeah,
It's
but
still
I would rather
long.
just teleport to the other side.
Yeah.
Nah.
Hold on, guys. I have to save my game with saving way.
This is like the same problem. This is the same thing that happened with the Gathering, where you would like TP to like the abode and then just fly to like the one side of the EA place.
Are you talking about
Gathering.
the Opposidora?
No. The Gathering one.
Oh, the Omnicrons?
Yeah, it would just be at like one end of
Okay,
the
that
island.
one was tolerable because the music was there.
You also have
What's wrong
the
with
the
the-
Namazu.
Yeah,
I
that was like
remember
Giga
that.
2.
Yeah.
Namazoo is great.
It's a classic crafting tribe tradition.
Fly
Huge, biggest zone.
I made the mistake. I think on like day 1, I picked up all the quests, and then I flew away without crafting the guy's item.
Oh, and you had to go back?
Yeah, I had to go back. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That got me.
Yeah, make sure, like, if they have a little thing over their head still, when you grab all
Yeah.
the stuff, it means you get a turn crap in.
Alright, well I just got the worst quest because I have to leave and go to the another side of the moon and then come back.
Yeah, same. What the hell?
I've gotten that twice in a row.
Unfortunate.
The one at Heimdall's Eye or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
I finally realized, because I'm an idiot, that only crashed when Dalamud exploded. It hasn't been here for like ever.
True.
The little
That red piece of
spaceship?
fucking-
Yeah, the one that like crashed into here. Apparently it got thrown off course when Dalamud exploded.
The Watcher just sitting there.
Because like, there's all those robots coming at him. Like, how have they not been murdering the bunnies? It's because I guess they've only been murdering the bunnies for 5 years.
There's a giant door.
How are they murdering the bunnies? Don't the bunnies have robots of their own? They could just send out and be like, hey, I need you to take care of these.
Yeah, but do they fight? Do the robot actually?
I guess they do.
Yes, they do! Because
Yeah,
Was
yeah,
it
because
repairing them or
yeah, he
inventing
mentioned
one?
it. Yeah, that is true.
his robots weren't intended to fight us. He didn't realize we were so small, so it was detecting us as enemies.
It feels
Yeah.
like we're just vermin.
Yeah, the more we learn about the Loprits, the more the more uneasy I feel about Heidelin's like original plan. Is like she set up a theocratic monarchy under Living Way, and she had them build, killer robots to protect us from any dangers. It's like this seems kind of frightening. I'm unsettled by these buddies.
You know what's really sus is that when you dance battle with King Wave, you can't do any other dance.
Yeah, I
don't
know.
like that either.
Bad.
That's the best quest though, by far.
I agree.
crafting involved.
Depends on the dance you have.
Oh, no crafting involved. That's one.
Like the Bun Boy dance is alright.
It's okay.
I thought
remember
Ella's
the
dance is just
freaking
like
Ella's in
tap
dance.
dance. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta do the quest, Tama.
Yeah, the shaking.
Alright, I guess I'll go to my thing and put the rug down, and then I'm done.
We're on the second day or the third day?
This is the second day. Third day for
Third.
the
No, this is
early
it's
risers, yeah.
Thursday, right? This is the third day. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah.
Third day.
Just technically, it'd be fourth day for the early risers.
Yeah.
Man, I am losing control of time. Sense of time.
You control time? What?
Freeze ahead.
Chaos control.
Who else is ahead on the fourth day?
Talon.
Talon.
E.
Talon's part of the W club.
The W stands for loser.
Wumbo.
Losers.
Wowzers.
Wowzers.
Speaking of wowzers, I watched that. I watched that last Mario movie trailer. Wowzers because of Bowser.
Yeah.
I get it.
Not looking great.
I mean, it looks.
I want to watch it anyways.
Oh yeah, we're gonna. Don't tell the cops that I intend to see it, but I do not intend to pay for it.
We watched the Warcraft movie.
Yeah.
Did you watch that with us, right, Brittany?
That was there. Yeah, that was great.
It was.
I'm
not sure I would call it great.
That was wonderfully bad.
Yeah.
I had no idea what was happening the entire time.
That's okay. Okay. My parents went to go see it, and I'm like, why?
Why?
No one knows nothing about it.
Yeah, you're gonna get literally nothing out of
Yeah, your
it.
parents got scammed. Like the people
But they
who
got
already
to see the
played-
orc baby.
Yeah, people who played the game and know the lore scam themselves of their time. But your parents are got like scammed.
Yeah.
I'm like, why would you go see it?
That's funny.
When did he hit?
Man, where do I even put this dance floor?
Yeah, Baby Throw was cute.
Baby Throw was pretty cute. Yeah. You can't put it in this. Can't fit it in this corner. It's slightly too big.
Okay, now stand on it and say you're using field control. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I said go
I'm using
stand on
tilt
it and say you're using tilt control.
Got to get the reference.
I mean, it's a reference to Mario Kart, but what part of it looks like Mario Kart? Like
I
Rainbow
never
Road?
played Mario Kart. No, when you're waiting in the thing, the
Yeah,
lobby.
he wanted to make a Rainbow Road in the FC house.
Yeah,
It's like,
that
go
would've been sick.
Go for it.
Let's see if
You're gonna have to
this.
avoid everything.
This is gonna clip into my wall. Don't clip into my wall.
What's the amount? The amount of what?
You actually get to ride on it.
The bunny.
Oh, it doesn't.
It,
Bunny
for the
roll.
quest, and it's amazing.
No, she's
Haven't-
talking about
haven't
what's
got
the
it.
car mount
For-
you could use.
You can use the motorcycle from the island.
Oh yeah, but you can't put it. You can't drive.
Can't go in your house.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
I used the little Nero minion because that's the best I can do.
That was very good. Yeah, I actually laughed. It was pretty good. It was a little car, and they would skirt around with the dance floor.
Skirt. Oh man, the fact that it doesn't. Now that I've seen it, like I'm guessing the edges would stop it from tessellating cleanly, though. I'm sure that.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure that annoys people. Yeah.
Would it?
I'm not sure. It looks like it would though, because it has it has that taper on all sides. I think it's on all sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so too, but it looks like it's at a lower elevation. Hold on.
Oh, okay, maybe.
I'm just gonna buy
Is
it.
that why you were floating?
Yeah, it definitely has some height to it. Like the main
I was
part of the
floating?
Didn't you say you were floating? I don't know. You're like,
No.
my feet don't touch the ground.
Oh, I was talking about in the chair, the Lalafeld chair.
The Lalafeld chair.
The high chair.
I still don't know.
Yeah.
Uppies.
I was like,
uppies. Yeah.
They want uppies. We were talking about it when we were playing Crystal Project. Cause all you want to do in that game is
uppies, yeah.
jump higher. Finally, Yoshi P gives us uppies.
Yeah, bring your Lalafell stool with you.
Yeah.
Truly is that easy.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, that's sad.
Boo.
Why did they do this?
Boo.
Boo this man.
Why?
Nice. Talent, I'm just in time for the fishing trawler. Back to the hat hunt.
Wait, is that a timed event or something?
It goes out every 5 minutes.
Oh, like ocean fishing.
Oh, I need to start up ocean fishing
Except
again,
it's less entertaining than ocean fishing.
Wait, for what, Q?
Isn't it
For white
cute?
script?
He's so cute.
You need
I
white
can't.
script? You need gatherer's script?
Yeah,
For the relics.
gathering relics.
I mean, I would just simply do a few collectibles.
Well, I'm using those for my my collectors. My
Don't say they're just like recolors of.
No, they're not like recolors. It is like a different effect.
Yeah,
Because,
it's
the
different. They're
Dragon
like
Song
crystally.
ones- Yeah, the Dragon Song ones are like the Dragoon swirls. But the new ones are like it has like crystal fractures in them.
Yeah, it looks very Crystarian.
They have no swirlies, it's just like the actual metal tool part is glowy. I think I'm interested. Hey, does anyone know who Bad Bunny is?
Yes.
The opposite of Good Bunny.
I found out who he was today because he was in the movie Bullet Train.
Oh my goodness. Is this?
I had no idea who he was before then.
I don't know. Like I don't really listen to him, so.
Yeah, I didn't know he was a music artist, but apparently he is
he's
giga
musical.
popular.
Yeah.
He is. I don't listen to it.
Would I know a song from him? I didn't actually look up a song.
Like his music is kind of like really similar to each other, so a lot of them are.
Wait, Tommy, did you unlock it?
There's only like one.
Anywhere between
Yeah,
1 and 7.
There's like 2 quests.
Yeah, we didn't specify anything. We're just saying it could have been.
Prayer's just saying
How
numbers.
did you even get up to 7?
We were saying it was stretching 7. Highly possible.
Pretty would never lie.
It was not lying. I was just exaggerating.
Isn't that lying?
No. That is not lying. Lying is lying.
Exaggerating is lying as well.
Exaggerating is exaggerating. Can you buy anything with these pot shirts yet? Oh, still nothing. Alright, we're doing a 1 to 30 run for Tama?
God.
Well, we need
I mean,
to
it's not so
farm-
bad that we'll have the armor and
Yeah, we need to
weapon.
farm armor and weapon anyways.
Hey, does your feet touch the ground in this chair? You're taller than I am. They don't.
Does your weapon only lock to the character you go in with, or? I don't remember
No.
how that works.
No, it's global stats.
Until you spend them for the weapon.
Do not do that. Not until
Yeah.
you clear it.
I didn't do the 30 thing.
Are the weapons just like recolors of like T9, not T9, T5?
What are they?
I don't know. Like they look similar.
I don't know. Right, DK?
Are we gonna wipe on the second floor again?
Yeah. I definitely did not just share that story before we all got together.
What story?
Me pulling everything and then instant
Oh.
dying.
Oh, what are you talking about?
GG ban.
Do we have to clear a slot?
Yeah, the one we wiped on.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, the one we wiped on. Like, it won't show for Preeny, but it might show for us.
I wiped mine already.
I don't remember.
I wiped mine too.
Delete it.
Because you can't go any further on it anyways. No point in keeping it.
Yeah, I didn't delete it. Yeah. Oh my god. They needed to put this in Mordona and not all the way out here.
Huh?
I don't know where it's at. Actually, where's the thing at? Is it... Do you just talk to
Why are you
Ko?
flying here? There's a teleporter guy.
Yeah, you talked to Burnell by the lamp. And he
I don't... That's
teleports
what I
you
was
there.
asking.
Oh.
What's her name?
The guy?
Oh, it changed.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's the cat
I
girl
didn't
with
know there
hair.
was a dude there, so...
Yeah,
Y'all
cat girl
are
with
illiterate.
She's been standing there for 7 years, okay?
Sorry, illiterate.
Who do I talk to? Is it Valoran or whatever her name is?
Who?
No.
It's the
A
B
middle
guy, the B
person.
guy, the B guy. Middle person?
Isn't there 3 people there?
Yeah,
It's
but
Katui.
two of them
Oh my
are
God.
the gunbreaker people.
Katui. No. I thought she's talking about which NPC to delete her thing.
Yeah.
Katun. Yeah, here, this guy. Girl.
I
I hate their orange robe. Look at it.
It's so ARR.
Yeah. Here's some cloth with a little bit of leather on it. And it does not look good.
Okay, I have a slot open.
Alright, you guys have fun. I'm gonna go fucking pass out.
See ya!
Oh,
thanks.
I'm working
See ya.
from home tomorrow, so if you guys want to try to run Eureka earlier in the day.
Hell
I
yeah.
probably won't log off of work
Wait a
until at
minute.
least 7 p.m. though.
Yeah, everyone works from home tomorrow.
I always work from home.
Same.
Alright, good night.
Alright, good night.
Night.
We should split off so we're not yelling over them.
Oh. What? They don't want to hear us screaming about dying on this episode?
I don't know.
Okay,
Wait a second, why can't I? Oh,
See you guys.
Quiet.
See ya.
Essie?
Alright, Talon, I'm willing to compromise. I'll take the chess piece. Give me the chess piece. Let me have it. I know
You will
you're...
get no chess piece.
What? I know you're the one who guards these
You'll
drops.
get a second pair of pants.
That's not... It's not physically possible.
Maybe you can have a chess piece if you've been
Okay.
good.
I have been good. I've been cooking on the communal fire, participating in all the, telling people congrats. I know the etiquette. Who hurt you? Life. Real hours on the trawler. Keeping it real out here. What do I watch whilst I do this? I've run out of YouTube videos that seem interesting. What can I do now? Infinite AI generated steamed hams.
Yeah, you can watch that.
What?
Yeah, it's something.
The food that has brought us one step closer to becoming fully sustainable. Plus, it tastes amazing.
The Seinfeld one was better. I mean, until it was transphobic, but
I didn't think the Seinfeld one was very funny.
right, and it's better than steamed hams.
Oh no! No need to call them. It's just the Headless Horseman. He's been very active in the neighborhood lately. Ah, but the smoke, the flames, I can see it. No, that's just the Headless Horseman. He's harmless, really. But can I at least see him? Just to be sure? Well, thank you for lunch, Skinner. It was great. I should be getting back now.
What left is there to watch? I guess I could start watching Star Trek.
Picard.
No.
Season 3.
No. Though we were watching something about that earlier today, and allegedly it is a lot better.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
It turns out maybe when you bring back someone who can write and you bring back like the actors who know what Star Trek is, you get something that looks a lot more like Star Trek.
Is it a Voyager reunion season or
No,
is
it's a TNG reunion season.
Yeah, it's like all of the TNG are back now instead of just a few of them.
Jean-Luc Picard, Worf, Will Riker, what's her face, Beverly Crusher. Everyone but
What
Will
about
Wheaton,
Wesley?
because no, screw him. F him.
No one liked him anyway.
He'll probably show up if we're being
Shut up.
honest.
Shut up.
But,
Shut up, Wesley.
Yeah. But I never watched Voyager, saving that for a rainy day. Also, it's supposedly not as good as TNG or Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine is amazing.
Sounds like it's a raining day.
Deep Space Nine is really good. Really, really, really good. It's probably my favorite TV show, which is damning with faint praise, but, you know. But it's like Remember 11 to TNG's Ever 17, except if Ever 17 was also good. Because you really have to watch TNG to understand what's different about Deep Space Nine. They're like contrasts to each other. It's interesting. It's like poetry.
But you can't just watch the original Star Trek?
You could. It's just that's something different entirely. And I like the original Star Trek for what it is.
It is enjoyable for what it is.
You know what we should watch? Tower.
No. I don't know how anything is my fault.
Digimon season 3.
I don't think that's my fault.
Like, the girl has a furry Digimon, and she combines with the furry
Yeah, it's
Digimon.
my favorite.
One with Renamon?
becomes- Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Renamon would
be your favorite.
Furry.
A nice Angel woman? No, he wants Renamon.
Yeah.
He's not denying he's a furry.
Yeah.
Renamon's my favorite. Actually, is Renamon my favorite? I do like Renamon a lot. I also like Gaomon.
The hell's a Gaomon?
It's a blue dog.
Like
that's my
Impamon.
season 5 favorite. Immon's really good. Dobermon, I like.
Impmon's me in the form of a Digimon.
True. Calumon is the worst, TPH. I'm trying to think. Season 4, my favorite are probably. No, that's Terriermon.
Oh.
Calumon is
You should just set up a time for us to watch it when I am generally here, so. In fact, I would say it's your fault we haven't watched it. You're the one who's here less.
Wow.
Certainly
Yeah.
not.
No, that's true.
No, you can't do this on me. No.
We can watch an episode right now.
No, let's go to bed.
See? Your fault.
Who's my let's see. Favorite Digimon from each season. Season 1 is Tentomon. Season 2, still like they're all bad. So
You would like
Tentomon again.
Tentaclemon?
Season
Tentomon's
3
not a
is
season
Renamon.
2 Digimon.
Yeah, he's there. Season 2 is basically just season 1.
Questionable.
Okay, Izzy's
At the
Izzy's
end,
there
they're
for
all
like
there. No.
only technically.
No, they're all there.
For like for 2 episodes out of 80 or whatever.
No, they're there for a lot. Izzy's there around a lot.
Yeah, Izzy is.
Yeah, so Tentomon counts.
No.
Yes.
Anyway.
Okay, so if I had, like, I don't know, Otamamon, like one of the other Digidestined, like, of the main... Oh, I guess I'll take Angemon.
Are you sure your favorite isn't Sukamon?
Sukadi's nuts in your mod.
Let's see, Season 3
Isn't that the name of the
Renamon.
poop one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Season 4 is probably Bokomon?
Which one's Bokomon?
The one that carries the egg.
Are you kidding?
No.
Is this a Josh?
Better than Namon. Actually, it's probably Jaeger Loamon is probably my favorite.
The fuck did you just say?
You heard me, Jaeger Loamon. Spoiler.
Jaeger Loamon. I don't even know how to spell that.
JAGERLOWEMON.
Loemon. I don't even remember this, honestly.
That's it's the Beast Spirit of Darkness. The purified Beast Spirit of Darkness.
Yeah, I do not remember this character whatsoever.
It's in one episode.
Okay.
It's a Digidestined. Let's see, so 5 is definitely the Galmon line. Although I do like Ponchesmon a lot too. And then what is 6? I don't know. 6 is...
I'm guessing the Nun Digimon have never been in the anime.
The what?
There's nun Digimon. Like nuns, as in habits.
What are their names?
Religious. I don't
You
remember.
would what's that?
Well, no, I just heard about it because I think they're in the card game, but like those cards don't come over.
Oh, they do sometimes.
I think they made like a special one that does. What are their names? I actually have no idea.
Sistermon.
Probably?
Yeah, it's Sistermon.
Oh, that's right. Sistermon belongs to
yeah, I remember.
Seal and something else.
Noir. Yeah.
And I think only like Blanc or something.
They were in Cyber Sleuth. Oh, I don't think they're in the anime.
I have no idea how old these designs even are.
It works with Jesmon? Sure. Sistermon Noir carries guns called Anthony in its hands.
She's a nun and she has guns. Yeah, that's really not allowed.
Digimon Fortune. Is it some gacha game? Digimon Fortune is a PC game. That's where the Sistermon came from. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed. See ya!
See ya!
See ya. Talon said I'm allowed to have the shirt. You promised me.
Not sure I promised.
You promised. Don't lie to me. You promised me, Talon. Talon, you promised me. Why did you lie?
Be right back.
My god, let me out. Let me out before I go.
Since the beginning of its inception, there has never been a toy quite like LEGO. Over the course of the product's 70-year run, LEGO has managed to bridge the gap between generations young and old with the timeless concept of the LEGO brick. The company's core guidelines, carefully laid out in the 1950s, set the stage for decades of success, stating plainly that LEGO must be classic in its representation, needing no renewal, so that any LEGO brick from 1958 onward fits with any LEGO brick made today. This one simple concept, tied with an emphasis on limitless creative expression, has been staple in how LEGO develops their products to this day. LEGO's endless line of themes and worlds meant there was something to capture the imagination of every child, boy or girl. There was LEGO City, LEGO Castle, LEGO Space, a simple product with infinite possibilities. This is what drove LEGO to become one of the most successful toys in history. So why did this formula start failing LEGO? In the mid-90s, the company was starting to see a real shift in consumer interest. LEGO products were still on all the store shelves, but children were simply going elsewhere. Where were the kids going? What could possibly rival the fun and excitement of such a timeless toy like LEGO? In the mid-90s, Pokemania had taken hold and would not let go. It's hard to put into words how insanely popular Pokemon really was. Nintendo had struck the nail on the head, dominating every possible form of entertainment with the Pokemon TV show, Pokemon cards, Pokemon video games, Pokemon merchandise. Every single venture that Nintendo took with Pokemon was a colossal success. LEGO was feeling the heat. And yet, Pokemon was not the direct culprit, but rather a symptom of a much larger problem for LEGO. In truth, LEGO's financial struggles in the 90s were most likely caused by a multitude of different problems, including risky business ventures, intense competition, and most notably, a growth ceiling. You see, LEGO had already dominated the toy industry for decades, but for the majority, had not reached out much beyond that. David Robertson, author of Brick by Brick, writes about LEGO's problems in the 90s, stating plainly that, quote, LEGO had gone through a period of stagnancy. They had reached the end of their natural growth cycle, end quote. LEGO was already on the shelves of every toy store, so where else could they go? This led LEGO to innovate harder, but in the wrong directions. LEGO thought they knew what kids wanted and began developing increasingly complex new products without any real evidence for interest. Between the years 1993 and 1998, LEGO had tripled their product line and doubled their number of unique LEGO pieces to almost 13,000. More pieces made products harder to assemble, a problem for a generation of children that were becoming increasingly accustomed to instant gratification style products. The increased pieces also made LEGO's inventory much more difficult to manage, making restocking a nightmare, sometimes taking months. Whether knowingly or unknowingly, LEGO had managed to break two of the core rules laid out for the company in the 50s. One, that the products had to be simple yet offer unlimited variety, and two, that they needed to be easily distributed. Somehow, LEGO was digging themselves into a worse place than they initially were. At this point, the company's unconstrained level of innovation was becoming a problem, and worse still, it was operating outside the bounds of real informed market research. Sales were not increasing, but production was, by a lot. This problem built up until 1998, when LEGO reported its first financial loss in the company's history. By the end of the year, LEGO had laid off more than 1,000 employees, with no end in sight to their growing financial troubles. At the rate the company was going, bankruptcy was becoming a real possibility. They had to make a change, so they did. It all started in 1999 when LEGO started taking research and development a lot more seriously. They needed to start creating products that kids could get excited about again, and one of the products that worked right out of the gate was LEGO Star Wars, the company's first officially licensed product. LEGO Star Wars was an undeniable success, and still is to this day, but at the time, it was nowhere near enough to save the company from financial peril. The main problem with LEGO Star Wars was the licensing costs that ate into profits, as well as the drastic dip in sales that occurred whenever a year went by without a new Star Wars movie. It just wasn't consistent. LEGO needed a product that wasn't dependent on the success of another company's intellectual property. In fact, they needed their own intellectual property. One with substance, a compelling story, compelling characters, and a world just as immersive and captivating as Star Wars. In this pursuit, LEGO turned to a recently shelved product idea, originally pitched in 1995 by a designer named Chris Faber. At the time, Faber was working as an artist for a Copenhagen-based marketing firm named Advance. This company was and still is partnered with LEGO to produce a myriad of content, including product and packaging design. Faber worked on a wide range of LEGO products throughout his career, but it wasn't until 1995 when Chris was given the green light to produce an entirely new product for LEGO's Technic theme. Technic was a subset of LEGO products that included more complex parts like rods, beams, joints, and gears. Chris recalls the time he was given the project, stating, "I was sitting with LEGO Technic and thought I would love to build a character instead of a car," Faber said. "I thought of this biological thing. The human body is built from small parts into a functional body, just like a model. What if you got a box full of spare parts and built a living thing?" And with that, Faber got to work. Initially, Faber worked with Lego and clay, attempting to prove his theory that it was actually possible to build an action figure with Lego. The result was a sort of Frankenstein's monster of both clay and Lego Technic pieces. Chris presented the idea to his team at Advance, and they agreed to finalize the concept and pitch it to Lego. The idea was called Cybots, a theme complete with characters, story, and an innovative new building system that showcased the first ever ball joint in a Lego product. The concept was a little edgy, a little dark, and very, very
a lot
weird.
more than 4.
I mean, nothing about the concept art really screams Lego, but the ideas were definitely compelling. The Cybots were set to be located in different environments with different specialties. The toys proposed the concept of a sort of mix-and-match buildable action figure that could swap out its body parts for tools, weapons, and other gadgets. Another innovative component was the idea of Cybot computer games and multimedia experiences that could help to perpetuate the excitement for the product. This would naturally open up other streams of revenue as well. All these concepts were incredibly new and exciting, and several prototypes were developed, but the project never ended up seeing the light of day. Cybots was inevitably shelved the same year, but could take pride in the fact that almost every concept proposed was eventually used in future LEGO sets, especially Bionicle. Most importantly, Cybots birthed the idea that would ultimately save LEGO from bankruptcy, the idea of the buildable action figure. Roughly 4 years after Faber's Cybots proposal, the advanced team would get another knock at their door from LEGO. Turns out, buildable action figures were a hit with test groups, and LEGO's R&D was paying off. This led the company to partner with the advanced team once again on a whole new project titled Slizer, or Throwbots in America. Originally conceptualized as a buildable action figure, Slizer was meant to appeal to a very particular breed of consumer. LEGO was infatuated with the idea of distributing Slizers to so-called unconventional retailers. This would include gas stations, kiosks, and other places kids beg for silly things while their mom is running errands. This was clearly an attempt by LEGO to finally expand beyond the toy shelves they had conquered for 50 years. This new approach meant that Slizers had to be inexpensive and super easy to distribute. Years later, Chris would share concept art he designed in 1999 of a Slizer vending machine, advertising Slizer figures for the low price of $5.99. This vending machine was never actually produced, but it was perfect evidence for the kind of product LEGO was trying to develop. You see, LEGO was participating in a very common trend within the toy industry, dubbed the craze product. Toys that were meant to be hot for a season, stir up a tremendous amount of buzz, and then fizzle out of production. Then, rinse and repeat. LEGO also took a page from Pokemon's book, striving for a gotta-catch-em-all approach to product development. There were 8 Slizers to collect, each inhabiting a different biome on Planet Slizer. The American figures were dubbed Torch, Ski, Turbo, Scuba, Jet, Amazon, Granite, and Electro. And no, this wouldn't be the last of LEGO's horrible naming choices. But you can't blame LEGO too much. This was their first foray into a real IP, something they were completely new to. And with this venture came an understandable level of apprehension. You see, in the beginning, LEGO was struggling to decide how to brand Slizers, and worried how this edgy new product line might affect their brand's image. Soren Holm, former design chief at LEGO, recalls some of the company's worries at the time. Quote, "Was it Slizer from LEGO? Was it LEGO Technic Slizer, or LEGO Slizer from Technic? We were so afraid of destroying what we came from and going into this new world. It was really an uphill launch. We didn't think it would work." End quote. But with Chris Faber and his team at the helm, LEGO took the leap and pioneered some groundbreaking new ideas in the process. The team would hit hard on making everything about Slizers collectible. Apart from the 8 unique figures, LEGO would also include throwing discs that were launched by the Slizers. Each Slizer had 6 discs available to collect, each with a different power level. This was the very beginning of LEGO's insane obsession with collectible discs, something that would carry over well into Bionicle's life cycle. Both Slizer, Bionicle, and other LEGO themes would sell a supplementary disc package, which was just a cheap poly bag with more discs. Another attempt to incentivize collectability was through the emphasis of combiner figures, ugly Frankenstein's monster creations that could only be assembled with the parts of multiple different Slizers. A silly marketing tactic with a lazy bit of lore sprinkled on top in an attempt to sell more toys. As you might guess by now, the entire product line was very proto-Bionicle, as almost all of these collectability trends were incorporated into the line in 2001. Regardless, Slizer achieved an impressive amount of sales, with over 100 million generated in 1999. This led to a few subsequent releases in 2000 before being pulled off store shelves for good. As far as LEGO was concerned, Slizer was an incredibly successful experiment. The toys proved that constructible action figures, later known as construction figures, had a very promising place in the market. As for design, Slizer perfectly executed the first use of ball joint articulation in a LEGO product, resulting in a posable, morphable toy that really played like an action figure. It also introduced story elements, conflict, and characters, while although not very fleshed out, still served as the foundation for expandable storytelling as the product line continued. But LEGO was sticking to the crazed product business model, so they dusted their hands with Slicers and prepared to introduce something new. And in the year 2000, LEGO released Robo Riders, the company's second attempt at collectible, constructible action figures. In many ways, Robo Riders felt like a step back from becoming Bionicle. The product line featured motorcycle robots that were sent to fight a monster virus that was loose on the web, giving implications that the story somehow took place in cyberspace. LEGO continued the trend of releasing a set of collectible figures, now 6 instead of Slicers' 8. This time, the additional collectibles were talisman wheels, a weaponized disc that could be launched by the Robo Riders and conveniently purchased through supplementary wheel packages that were sold in sets of 4. LEGO was still infatuated with the idea of marketing to more unconventional retailers. In the process of creating an easily distributable product, the idea emerged for the canister. The design team fabricated a clear soda can style canister to package the toy, once again with the hope that the product might be sold in a vending machine. While there is no confirmation that Robo Riders were ever sold this way, the canister still functioned as perfect packaging for the product, and many more products for years to come. In truth, the canister was probably the most Bionicle thing to come out of Robo Riders, and arguably did more with the canister than Bionicle ever did. You see, there was a fair amount of cleverness that went into the design of the packaging. Kids could actually place the canister in the freezer, and when chilled, the can would reveal a code that could be used to unlock a secret minigame on the Robo Riders website. This was incredibly exciting for its time, because it not only cultivated a sense of wonder and discovery, but it also paired that with an entire experience that could be had online. It really goes to show how forward-thinking Chris Faber's original Cybots concept was, as it included elements of these ideas 5 years earlier. Another intriguing aspect of the canister was that the tops of the cans were used as wheels for the toy's combiner figures. These things were still pretty damn ugly, but it demonstrates LEGO's ability to innovate perfectly. The entire product, from the packaging to the toy inside, was an experience, and that's truly something special. Robo Riders would also release a set of mini riders alongside the main product line. Sound familiar? This was essentially a miniature version of the actual product that used substantially less parts and was significantly cheaper. You see, one of LEGO's fundamental goals when developing crazed products was that the toy could be purchased with just a few weeks' worth of allowance. And if a child wasn't patient, well, there was always a cheaper option to choose from. This marketing tactic was employed seamlessly with Bionicle the year after. Unfortunately for LEGO, Robo Riders sold pretty terribly. The characters were lifeless, the storyline was borderline non-existent, and the toy was simply kind of crappy. At this time, LEGO was beginning to realize that the market for impulse-driven craze products was somewhat unsustainable. The relentless pace required for yearly releases was proving to be too taxing for a company that was known for taking 1 to 3 years to develop a product line. Besides, did LEGO really want their saving grace to be low-cost, impulse-bought toys sold in gas stations? How would that affect the brand's image over time? LEGO needed something with substance, longevity, and a compelling story that would hold children's interests for years to come. And that product was finally just around the corner. Turns out, there was a reason Robo Riders had such a short shelf life. And it wasn't just because it sold poorly. In fact, the entire product was really just a gap filler, a sort of intermediary step before something much bigger. You see, during Robo Riders' life cycle, another product line was being developed at the same time. Something much bigger, with real story, real characters, and real personality. This was everything LEGO had been working towards within the realm of constructible action figures. And now, they had earned their stripes. LEGO had once again partnered with Chris Faber and the team at Advance to develop an entirely new concept. The concept that would eventually become Bionicle. And the name was Boneheads of Voodoo Island. Boneheads was an entirely new angle for LEGO, and it hit the scene dripping with personality. The concept played perfectly to LEGO's latest mantra of concepts with an attitude, giving a wacky impression with its B-movie-esque title and outlandish concept art. At this point, a team had been assembled for the project. Martin Reiber Anderson, an employee at LEGO, would take the helm as lead toy designer, with Bob Thompson as lead writer for the theme's story. Chris Faber would work with the LEGO team as designer and artist, with more members joining as the project scaled. Initially, a myriad of names were thrown around.
It's got so many lobsters stocked
including
up.
Voodoo Heads, Slam Heads, Zeekers, and most infamously, Do Heads, which
fish
just
again.
sounds like a slur. Thankfully, LEGO avoided that PR nightmare and went ahead with Boneheads of
That's
Voodoo
untrue.
Island. The initial concept placed heavy emphasis on story, taking care not to dismiss the importance of what good storytelling could mean for the longevity of the brand. The story was to take place on an island, Voodoo Island to be precise, where a tribe of peoples called Boneheads lived. And what did these characters do exactly? Well, that was the tough part. So lead writer Bob Thompson fired off the story concept to outside freelancers, one of them being a former colleague who was working as a writer for a company in Edinburgh, Scotland. The concept caught the eye of Alistair Swinnerton, a writer working for the company at the time, who then tossed around the pitch with some of his colleagues. Alistair is quoted saying, "Something about Boneheads caught my eye, so I decided to work on that one. It had kind of a Easter Island vibe to it, I felt, and I'd always been fascinated with that subject." End quote. Some rather unimaginative names had been given to the characters in the concept phase, those being Flame, Hook, Claw, and Axe, names given because of the weapons the characters wielded. So, Alistair started there, reworking the names to incorporate real Polynesian words and phrases, a creative concept that would come back to haunt LEGO in a lawsuit from the Maori people claiming cultural appropriation. The dispute was eventually settled with monetary compensation and some tweaks to the language used. Despite the lawsuit, the names used for the main four heroes remained the same. Those names were Tahu, Gali, Lewa, and Onua, names that directly translated to their respective elements of fire, water, air, and earth. At the same time, production of the actual toy line was slowly taking shape. The main gimmick behind the Bonehead was a detachable head that ejected off the body when hit hard enough. This made for a sort of competitive style of play, where kids were meant to pit their figures against each other until one Bonehead knocked the other one's head off. It was somewhat reminiscent of Rock'em Sock'em Robots, and LEGO thought it would be a hit with young boys, especially American ones. Some executives were not too pleased with the whole head decapitation idea, as it felt a little too violent for LEGO, but the concept was still tried in test groups. And to LEGO's surprise, it did not fare well. Children primarily took issue with how easy it was for the heads to come off, making the problem of losing pieces a chief concern. This led LEGO straight back to the drawing board. They needed something a little less jarring, but still cool and edgy. This second attempt would finally bring forth the idea of the mask. A quote by Mods Nipper, a former media consultant for LEGO, describes perfectly what happened next. Quote, "Eric Kramer, who was a product manager for LEGO, literally interrupted a meeting to show me the original mask," recalled Nipper. He was saying, "We've got it now. The mask is going to make all the difference." And he was right. Until then, we'd had a very bumpy ride with the concept. We really weren't sure just how good an idea it was. But after the mask was born, the communication, story, packaging, everything just flowed like a river. End quote. Now, due to the secrecy that revolved around Bonehead's development at the time, it's very difficult to piece together all the key moments into perfect chronological order. In fact, the entire Boneheads project was very much an insider secret until many years later. But if there's one thing that's for certain, it's that the moment the mask was introduced was the moment Boneheads truly became Bionicle. With that being said, it's fair to assume this was most likely around the time when LEGO decided to rework the name, as it was becoming apparent that the idea was evolving into something quite different from the original concept. Many names were tossed around at this point, some of the most notable ones being Bionites, Afterman, and Evoids, a name proposed by Alistair Swinnerton as a sort of mashup of the words evolving and droids. Eventually, the team would come up with Bionicle, a mix between the words biological and chronicle. The name perfectly encapsulated all the elements that made the theme what it was. Bionicle truly blurred the lines between science and magic, organism and machine. And the word chronicle placed emphasis on the deep world building and lore that enveloped the concept. That, combined with the fact that the word also sounded like mechanical, made it a perfect fit. Inspiration for the name came about while LEGO was very much in the thick of world building for Bionicle. At this point, Chris Faber, alongside various other illustrators at LEGO, began to flesh out the aesthetic for the theme, creating a distinct look to the story's heroes, setting, and antagonists. Jan Kjær, a graphic designer and cartoonist for LEGO, would end up developing some very interesting early concept art for the story's heroes, thereafter referred to as the Toa, or warrior in Maori. These designs would be expanded on to incorporate masks, and slowly but surely, the world of Bionicle had begun to take shape. It emanated the feeling of a world vastly separate from ours. Was this in the future? Was this in the past? So many elements of the island screamed tribal and primitive, while other aspects surrounding the characters felt futuristic and otherworldly. This was the case very commonly associated with Star Wars, where the world felt somewhat familiar while still constantly reminding us how different it was. This feeling, this twist on reality, was the hallmark of something truly enticing and laid the foundation for a very unique brand of storytelling, much of which would emerge from Christian Faber's own head. You see, many of Bionicle's original story concepts emerged from Chris Faber's own experiences. Experiences that opened his mind up to perspectives he might not have otherwise had. Early on in Faber's career, he would begin to experience severe issues with his eyesight. This would lead him to see a specialist where further testing would take place. Surprisingly, Faber's eyesight wasn't deteriorating from aging, but rather a benign tumor that had formed in his brain. This specific diagnosis was called prolactinoma, and if left untreated, could cause quite unpleasant symptoms for the rest of his life. On top of that, prolactinoma forms in one of the least accessible parts of the brain, making removal of the tumor impossible. Instead, Chris was given a heavy prescription of medication, one that would essentially halt the growth of the tumor, allowing him to lead a relatively normal life. Unfortunately, the side effects that stemmed from the medication were incredibly unpleasant, making it hard for Chris to pursue his career goals to the extent he desired. This would lead Chris to begin pondering more about life and the human body, and how we as human beings are made up of such a vast array of complex parts. If only we could just remove a broken part and replace it with another. He also thought about the medication he took, and imagined every pill as a group of tiny soldiers being sent to battle inside his body. What would the soldiers do when they arrived? Would they even know where they were? Faber would toy with these thoughts for years, with many of these ideas serving as the driving force behind Cybots, Slizer, and Robo-Riders. But it wasn't until Bionicle when Faber's storytelling would really shine. Bionicle's story centered around a great being named Mata Nui, a sort of spiritual protector that would come to be widely praised by a race of peoples called the Matoran. This would lead Mata Nui's brother Makuta to grow jealous and infect his brother with a terrible illness, one that would place the great being into a deep slumber beneath the ocean. After thousands of years, land formations would form atop the giant's sleeping body, and Mata Nui's followers, the Matoran, would come to reside on those islands. Many years later, a group of heroes would wash upon the shores of the island of Mata Nui. They would arrive in canisters, closely resembling pills. They would emerge not knowing who or where they were. There, on the shores of the island, they would build themselves up, piece by piece, until they were whole. They would meet the elders of the island, the Turaga, who would tell them they were sent to save Mata Nui, an island plagued by evils. And where exactly did the afflicted island reside? Why, none other than atop the head of the sleeping giant. Thankfully, a medical breakthrough in the mid-90s would give Chris his life back, reducing his treatment to a simple bi-weekly injection, free from the horrible side effects of his previous medication. And while it's true that Chris had suffered greatly with his illness, the ideas that stemmed from his struggle were beautiful in many ways. Chris demonstrated what a true artist does, and that's deriving beauty and inspiration from all parts of the human experience, be it pleasant or painful. At this point, development of the theme was all coming together. A story was in place, the product line had been developed, and a logo had been created. Chris took part in designing the logo, drawing up a 3D render of the Bionicle lettering in a style that perfectly encapsulated the mystique and awe surrounding the theme. Additionally, a symbol was designed, that being the symbol of the three virtues, unity, duty, and destiny, a sort of holy trinity that the Bionicle peoples lived by. The inspiration emerged from a reworked piece of concept art that was tossed around during the theme's naming stage. At one point, Bionicle was set to be named B4, as in the word before, accompanied by the subtitle Bionic Recur Unit. The name proved to be too wordy for marketing, but a piece of that original logo was reworked into the 3 virtues symbol later used in production. The packaging for the toys were once again produced as canisters, not only for how practical and innovative they were, but unlike Robo Riders, the canisters in Bionicle actually had a place in the story. Released with the TOA, the cans featured exciting art, some neat little gimmicks, and LEGO's famous Technic branding, a subtle way of categorizing Bionicle into one of LEGO's broader group of products. This title would be phased out later as Bionicle established itself as a standalone brand. Another creative side feature of the cans was that they served as storage units for the toys, giving them actual utility and discouraging children from simply throwing them away. The toys themselves were compact enough to be placed back in their canisters after play and possibly taken to school. Now, concerning the actual toys themselves, LEGO had taken great care in ensuring they had created something really special. The product designers stayed true to LEGO's famous industry words in that it was an amazing brand, so you better do some amazing things. And that they certainly did. The toys were captivating in their appearance, releasing in a wide variety of colors and characters, holding true to LEGO's ever-successful adoption of the collect-em-all tactic. The 6 heroes, or TOA, were Tahu, Gali, Lewa, Onua, Pohatu, and Kopaka, the main toys for the product line and the heroes of Bionicle's first story. When it came to the toys themselves, LEGO had clearly honed the use of ball joint articulation. The toys were posable and fun to handle, with each TOA brandishing its own weapon that was related to the environment they inhabited in the story. There were axes, claws, swords, and hooks, and all these weapons could be utilized by a gear on the TOA's back that would swing the weapon when turned. Now this must be prefaced with a very bold citation needed, but there is talk on the internet that the toys were actually designed for a type of competitive play, where children were meant to pit their TOA against each other, swinging their weapons until either opponent's mask was knocked off. Another neat gimmick was the addition of a special code imprinted on the inside of each TOA's mask. Children could use this code in conjunction with a promotional Bionicle CD to unlock additional content. They'd simply input their code into the game to reveal a special animation of that TOA. These short clips were surreal in their presentation, observing the TOA as they interacted within their natural habitat in a beautifully animated 30-second spot. The atmosphere of these videos truly captured the essence of the TOA. This was what Bionicle was all about. By late 2000, Bionicle had been fully developed and LEGO's newest theme was ready for test markets. Promotion was aggressive. A comic book series was released, a promotional tour was set, and a website was launched explaining Bionicle's story, characters, and set.
Hey, hat!
Additionally, LEGO released an
Congratulations on the hat.
A pivotal role in Bionicle's launch success.
Now
Developed as
just
a
one
point-and-click
piece
adventure,
left.
the Matanui
Where's
online
One
game
Piece?
was an ambitious release by LEGO in an attempt to capitalize on the Flash game takeover that
On
was
a
beginning
boat.
to occur in 2001. The game took players across the island
One
of
Piece
Matanui
was the friends
to
you made
explore its
along the
vast
way.
assortment of environments and landscapes, with new episodes releasing throughout the year that revealed more and more of the island to its players. When the game was initially released, players could only explore the shoreline of the island and watch a small animation retelling the story so far. However, as the game was updated, in-game obstacles would be lifted to allow players to explore more villages, and if they were lucky, meet the TOA that guarded them. Many of the game elements were puzzle-based, with each separate village plagued with their own problems players needed to solve. The Matanui online game was a tremendous hit for Bionicle, igniting a passion for the theme's setting and its characters that would soon take over around the world. And with that year's anticipated console title getting cancelled, it was all fans got to play that year. The Flash game was the public's first real look into the world of Bionicle, and what better way to show it than through an online, interactive experience that kids could play free on their parents' computer. To this day, the game is still regarded as a classic, and has been re-released multiple times throughout its 21-year legacy. Bionicle's online game was a smash hit, but in many ways it was quite the risk for LEGO, as Bionicle's primarily online marketing strategy was, for the most part, completely new territory. Yes, there was an online promotion for Robo Riders, although it had never been attempted by LEGO with this large of a budget. But LEGO had taken a calculated risk, and knew that it was time to take the leap. 2001 was one of the first years where a primarily online marketing strategy was truly accessible and viable. Creative new avenues for advertising were being explored from a myriad of
Cookies, swordfish,
websites,
cookies,
flash
swordfish.
games, etc. Bionicle was trying to posture itself as more than just
I cooked them all.
It was trying to be a multimedia experience.
I mean, I'm getting more,
Lego's
but
main
I'm actually
focus was to
starting
push-
to get mostly swordfish at my current levels. And as science would dictate, swordfish greater than sign lobsters.
I've never tasted a swordfish or a lobster.
Well, it's worth approximately 2 HP more of flavor. Obviously. Now, Talon, I don't want to alarm you, but what if I got a back-to-back and then was just done?
Sounds like it would be great.
Yeah. I know you would miss this riveting gameplay, but you know, we gotta.
Very riveting.
We can move on to Temperos. It's a a little more boring. Me actually doing
True.
activities.
Watching the rocks fly in the sky.
The rocks fly? What?
The goofy storm clouds that look like big boulders or something.
I see, yeah.
Bionicle's story through a multitude of different mediums, including video games, movies, comics, and books. While this somewhat decentralized the storytelling experience, it did allow LEGO to reach their audience in a variety of ways, which was incredibly powerful in capturing larger audiences. And that it did. LEGO's 2001 release of the Bionicle toy line went absolutely gangbusters, grossing $160 million in sales and becoming LEGO's #1 most profitable product for the year.
But Bionicle's success was hiding a much uglier picture underneath.
LEGO was still in tremendous financial trouble, and while Bionicle was succeeding, virtually every other LEGO product was failing. It was paramount that LEGO made Bionicle. The company's future may have depended on it. By the end of 2001, Bionicle had become unstoppable. Having recently been awarded 2001's Most Innovative Toy of the Year, LEGO had proved to the world that they still knew how to make toys kids loved. And with that success came a relentless stream of games, comics, and of course, licensing deals. Bionicle was being slapped onto every product imaginable. One of the more notable deals was Nike's Bionicle shoe, which came with an attachable mask piece that could fit onto the toe. It seems Nike also sold other masks separately so kids could mix and match. As ugly as the shoes were, the gimmick paired perfectly with the toy line's emphasis on swappability and creativity, a theme LEGO didn't want to neglect with Bionicle. Another iconic licensed product was the McDonald's Matoran, cleverly dubbed by fans as the McToran. Released as 6 miniature Bionicle figures, the McToran toys could be purchased with any McDonald's meal in 2001. Interestingly enough, the McToran were part of McDonald's strategy to promote a slightly more mature version of the Happy Meal called the Mighty Kids Meal. This was an order that included slightly larger portions and marketed itself to children who felt like they were too old for Happy Meals, but not quite big enough for an adult order.
The McToran are still remembered fondly by Bionicle fans for their charm and nostalgia, with collectors still finding complete sets to this day.
Now, while Bionicle's success with licensing deals was great news for the company, LEGO still had to keep the momentum going with the brand. 2002 would have to be followed up with a story and toys just as exciting, if not more than the previous year. And now, with Bionicle proving itself to be a global phenomenon, there was no excuse for LEGO not to go all in. Enter Greg Farshtey, writer at the LEGO Company. Farshtey was initially brought on board to write for Bionicle in 2001, given the task of expanding on the product's initial story bible and continuing the plot for the world and its characters. One of Farshtey's early contributions was insisting that the 6 Toa all had individual personalities rather than the godlike, lifeless traits that were originally proposed for the team.
Greg would go on to write for many of the Bionicle comics, as well as the vast majority of Bionicle novels over the theme's lifespan.
These stories would serve as the main vessel for Bionicle's unfolding plot, contributing heavily to the feature films and games that would follow. This would lead Greg to work alongside original team member Bob Thompson to continue Bionicle's story into 2002. That year, an entirely new villain would arise to test the Toa, one that would set the bar for Bionicle toys and their possibilities for years to come. In many ways, the Borak were the first true Bionicle antagonists. Before 2002, Bionicle's original monsters, or Rahi in Matoran, consisted of the Nui Jaga, Tarakava, Manas, and a couple other strange beasts, many of which utilized action elements and design concepts originally tested in the Boneheads phase of development. Now, it's not to say that these toys weren't exciting or successful, but their designs
Clearly I didn't get the chest
on the
piece
side
because I
of
wasn't
Lego
wearing
Tech,
my cool hat.
primarily resembling
Now I am.
machines without leaving much room
Obviously.
to entertain the idea of an organism. I mean, for God's sake, one of the Rahi just straight up had treads. Now, the Borak would really feel like Bionicle. Designed to resemble a sort of hive-like creature, the Borak would hatch from pods and fling mind-controlling parasites called Krana from beneath their shells. This lore would be expertly incorporated into the toy's play features, additionally giving the Borak bug-like qualities that made for surprisingly dark and compelling villains. LEGO once again knocked it out of the park with packaging, devising a way for the Borak to be stored in their canisters as though they were hanging upside down from inside one of their hive pods. Now, 2002 had proven to be an incredibly successful follow-up year for Bionicle. Along with the Borak, a brand new set of Toa forms had been released, alongside an epic new storyline. LEGO had to be doing something right, and continued to carry their momentum into 2003, where Bionicle Mania would fly to new heights. 2003 was unarguably the most eventful year for the Bionicle franchise. That year would kick off with a North American promotional tour, where vans filled with Bionicle toys and promotional material would take to the roads with hip, cool adults like this guy showing you the latest the toy line had to offer. And the vans were absolutely decked out. I can guarantee with 100% certainty that any regard I would have had for stranger danger as a 9-year-old would have evaporated in seconds had one of these bad boys pulled up to my community center. You see, LEGO was taking promotion quite seriously that year. After all, they had quite a big announcement to make. That year, in fall of 2003, LEGO would release their first feature-length Bionicle movie, Bionicle: The Mask of Light. Hype was at an absolute peak for the movie, which had been teased since April of 2002, taking the excitement for the series to the absolute boiling point before its release. This would be LEGO's first feature film based on original characters, and although it was just a direct-to-video production, anticipation for the film was high. The film, produced by Miramax, would follow the adventures of two young Matoran who happen upon the Mask of Light, journeying across Matanui to find the mask's rightful owner while avoiding Makuta's greatest weapon yet, the Rakshi. The film was a commercial success, and gave the world the Toa's
I lost
first
my
ever
fire
appearance
because we
being
disappeared
voiced
into
and
another
acted as real
dimension.
characters on screen,
Oh, it's back.
while simultaneously showing off their
Yeah,
new
when
forms
the
from that
the
year.
different stages of water in the
That's right.
boat,
After
different
2
dimensions.
years, the
For
Toa
whatever
had
reason,
evolved
we
into
had
the
more
Toa Nuva, granting them
water.
entirely new looks and giving LEGO a brand spanking new
That's
look
freaking
of the
hilarious.
Released in the summer of 2002, these Toa were bulkier, more articulate, and brought an entirely new look to the team. LEGO wanted to hit home that the Toa had evolved, and their designs reflected it. The toys were somewhat larger, with new pieces that very much resembled armor, along with new weapons and masks to match. In all aspects, the Toa had been upgraded. That year would also see the release of the Scholastic published Bionicle novels. The first 3 books would be written by Kathy Hapka before Greg Farshty would permanently take the helm as novelist for the franchise. Greg would go on to become a fan favorite for his dedication to Bionicle's story, bringing his enthusiasm to fan sites where he would engage with readers, poll the forums, and learn from the fans, fueling his writing process. Greg would continue to interact on fan sites well after Bionicle's end, making an effort to stay engaged before his eventual leave from the forums. 2003 would continue to be an exciting year for the Bionicle franchise. With the release of a movie, the first ever books, and an exciting new toy line, LEGO was on the fast track to having another knockout year for the brand. And to mark that success, LEGO recognized Bionicle's popularity with its very own theme park ride in Legoland, California, titled the Bionicle Blaster. Unfortunately, the ride is incredibly underwhelming, but still operational. Fans can still visit the park in California to get their pictures with Toa Tahu, Toa Gali, and more. But LEGO hadn't stopped there. 2003 was when fans would come to see the release of the first ever Bionicle game. or rather, first big-budget Bionicle game, as up to this point, only Flash and Game Boy games had been released. It had come as a long-awaited moment for fans. In 2001, a full-fledged Bionicle game was slated for release, but was cancelled, with LEGO's official statement blaming chip compatibility and timing issues. LEGO prefaced the statement by saying they were committed to producing only the highest quality products for children. So it's very possible the game just sucked? And with such aggressive timelines to meet, it's possible there may have not been enough time to get things right. Thankfully, fans have since gotten their hands on early alpha versions of the game, so not all aspects of the title are shrouded in mystery. Regardless, 2003 was LEGO's year to get the Bionicle game right. The game would release on all platforms, granting players the ability to fight as all 6 Toa throughout the story. Players would surf on lava with Tahu, swim underwater with Gali, and sail through the trees as Lewa, all while battling famous villains from the story. The game was met with relatively mixed reviews, falling heavily on the side of mediocre. It was pretty apparent from the game's short playtime and relatively low difficulty that the game was meant for younger fans of the series. Of course, nostalgia has a way of working wonders, granting the game a 94% satisfaction rate among Google users today. Bionicle had stampeded through 2003, with one smash hit after another. LEGO's plan for posturing the franchise as a multimedia experience was working wonders, and the company had no plans on slowing down. In fact, it would kill them if they did. 2003 proved to be LEGO's worst year in history, where the company would come closer to bankruptcy than it ever had before. The truth was that year, Bionicle would account for 100% of the company's profits. In every other area, LEGO was tanking. This would lead LEGO's CEO, Kjeld Kirk Christiansen, to step down, deciding maybe he wasn't the right man to lead LEGO into the new millennia. In 2004, Mr. Christiansen would be succeeded by a man named Jørgen Vig Knudstorp, LEGO's first non-family CEO. Jørgen would help bring LEGO back to basics, something that the wildly innovative company needed dearly at the time. It was only then, with Bionicle to lean on, that LEGO would finally start healing. The remainder of the decade would be a turnaround point for LEGO. With sales starting to recover, LEGO didn't need to rely so heavily on Bionicle, although the franchise continued to be LEGO's highest-selling product line until 2005. Throughout the 2000s, Bionicle would consistently push the envelope, keeping the product line and its story fresh with new releases each year. By the end of the product's life cycle, Bionicle would see a release of 4 separate films, 7 games, dozens of books, and infinite toy sets spanning multiple years. It was only in 2009, when sales finally started to slow down, that LEGO would decide to discontinue Bionicle. But the franchise's lasting impression had sparked a flame. LEGO was far from finished with constructible action figures. The following year would see the release of LEGO Hero Factory, an entirely new brand of heroes that resembled the Toa so closely it left many wondering why Bionicle was cancelled for it in the first place. Regardless, Hero Factory was a success, bringing the magic and wonder of construction building to an entirely new generation. But LEGO wouldn't stop there. The Bionicle franchise would inspire dozens of other sets throughout the 10s, with constructible action figures made for LEGO Star Wars, LEGO Chima, LEGO DC, and so on. Additionally, the Bionicle story would ignite LEGO's passion for creating vibrant new worlds with compelling characters, settings, and stories. Most notably with the LEGO Ninjago theme, which would go on to become incredibly successful, with a feature-length film released on the big screen in 2017. Bionicle's impact made breakthroughs with how LEGO handled product development as well. Before the franchise, production of certain toy lines could take as long as 3 years, an unmistakably long period of time that made it difficult for the company to properly react to market trends. But with Bionicle, LEGO had streamlined development into 3-month stages, creating a systematic process for conceptualization and execution. This made the company infinitely more agile, and allowed LEGO to capitalize on the latest industry hype. Entire sets could be developed in 6 months. Bionicle would also help to unite LEGO's triad of development teams, those being marketing, design, and engineering. Traditionally, LEGO's production departments worked predominantly separate from each other, with one team passing information to the next with very little collaboration.
That's a lot of
Bionicle
burnt
fixed
swordfish.
this, encouraging team members from all departments to work closely with each other to develop a product that truly met the initial vision. With Bionicle's influence, LEGO learned how to evolve as a company. It gave permission for LEGO to continue taking risks and innovating, while remembering to work within the bounds of informed market research. And it was the adoption of this concept that made Bionicle such a success. Since then, the franchise has established a vibrant cult following, with fans from all over the world keeping the memory alive with MOCs, fan fiction, and even an entire fan-made video game in development. Yet even with all the enthusiasm for the brand, it's still hard to say whether we'll see Bionicle's return to the LEGO roster. There was a brief reboot in 2015 involving a rework of the story and its original characters, but the toy line was short-lived, and is commonly referred to as Generation 2 of Bionicle. Is it possible it could return? Maybe, but that's not what this story's about. This is about how innovation, collaboration, and a group of passionate people came together and saved a company, all the while creating something truly great in the process. People like Chris Faber, Alistair Swinnerton, Greg Farshty, Bob Thompson.
There's new parrot video, his descent into madness. Hey yo.
Alright.
Look at this, I'm a fisher!
Now it's time to go upgraded.
Somebody said you want to stay for the pet, surely. Let me think about that for a little bit.
How
now.
about no?
No, no. How's about I don't? Alright, I need to fix some of my inventory problems. My lobsters are in the wrong spot, these bass are in the wrong spot, these trouts are in the wrong spot. This is in the wrong spot, I guess that can stay here. These oysters should go into crafting. The rest of this stuff is probably okay to stay here. Alright, let's go to Temperos. Could you not group activity for Temperos? Oh yeah, that's right, you can't. Because it's a mini-boss. Well, that was a fun diversion from my real goal of getting the fishing level I need. 57 fishing. Now we have to do a game of Temperos in our new swag attire. We'll definitely notice the 2.5% XP increase. Yes, sir. Uh, 1,200 spirit flakes. Do I even have any spirit flakes? Or do I have... Sorry, I do have spirit flakes. Do I have 1,200? No, I don't. So I can't even upgrade anything yet. Well, that's fine. Let me change to a Temperos world.
Temperos has whole worlds.
Yeah, all the mini games, like you can play them by yourself, or like, you know, you could make a small group or whatever, but they all have dedicated worlds called mass worlds. And those they just leave at a regular interval. What are the Temperos worlds? Is this the wrong one? 341 and 422. 422 might be more populated. What am I sorting by? I'm not sorting by number right now. Kind of weird. You grab a bucket. Okay. This might be really awkward. There's only like 2 or 3 of us here. Or it might be really good. Might be good XP. Okay, there's at least 4 of us here. Bonus. These guys look like they know what they're doing, so I don't need to be worried. I don't even know if you can lose Temperos. Not certain it is possible. Double fish, yeah. Okay, now this is what's going to be awkward, because we don't have that many people here, so who's going to put out the fires? Put out this one. Okay, that guy is nice. He's got multiple buckets. Okay, looks like it scales pretty sanely. Oh, I'm getting so much more XP.
Are you really, though?
I'm getting 2% more XP. It's getting 68 before, now I'm getting 70s down. You saying that's not noticeable?
I mean, it is factually noticeable.
It's factual. I am noticing it right now. Kind of the whole thing. Now, is it substantial? That's a whole different question. Oops. Let's try to bring this. Let's just cook. There's a part of this. There's a part of this track that sounds like ba 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 ba, but it's not the same. But every time it starts down that and I'm like, why did we turn Italian? We're gonna eat some freaking pasta.
You just gotta have some pasta.
Mamma mia. Nice. Dude, perfectly calculated that. I got a construction level. Between this and preparing the trawler. That's wild. I was pretty close to it, so I think that was only like a few thousand XP, but it's funny that it happened. Not a big deal at all, but still pretty hilarious. Alright, I'm gonna get 1 billion points for this. I mean, I'm assuming that's the trade-off between less people and whatever's. You get more points per match, but the matches take longer. I wonder if somebody's mathed out the optimal amount of people. 3, 2, 1. More fish. There we go.
If there's any more than 10 people in your minigame, get the F out.
Get the F out. It's 3% less efficient. Task completed. Dress like you mean it. I'm guessing that's beat Temperas while wearing the angler's outfit. That's funny. I didn't know that was a thing. It's pretty good. It's crazy how much more XP Temperas is than the other activity that's also like solely dedicated to fishing. Literally obsoletes boring trawler. where you don't even do any fishing. You smack a kraken. That ain't fishing.
Look, you're riding a fishing boat. That's...
Yeah, I'm present on a fishing boat. You're not wrong. Oh, apparently Temperos came out 2 years ago. That's more recent than I thought. I just figured it was late classic era, but no, it is very recent. It's probably pretty close to the Winter Toad timing. Let's see when Winter Toad came out. Oh, you know what? They're actually very similar now that I think about it, because this Winter Toad was 2016. Okay, well chronologically they're very separated, but this gives a Tome of Water. Winter Toad's one of its big rewards, Tome of Fire. There's no Tome of Earth or Air. What are they adding? Airmageddon and Earth Shaky Bakey. Not mean to tether myself. Trying to repair it, but it got repaired before I got there. I almost forgot to do that. Double fish. Hopefully somebody's gonna put those fires out. Cause it ain't gonna be me. So are you where the boat's burning down? I'm not gonna get to offload on my fish. Might not. Might be worth it. Yeah. Alright. Even if I miss a fish or two, I think it was worth. It's almost 2, so let's get our rewards. We'll stop. Alright, am I gonna get anything interesting from this? I kind of already feel like I used up my luck, air quotes luck, getting the fishing trawler thing on average rate, so. Alright, we did get a casket. We got a loop half of key. Oh wait, is that good? I think I remember hearing that. Loop half of key. It's from the rare loot table. It's used with tooth half of key to make a crystal key, which contains a dragonstone and an assortment of other items. Yes, I would like a dragonstone. I've been wondering for a long time how I'm going to get a dragonstone. More dragonstone I require. Yeah, dragonstone Madone. So how do you get the other half of key? Tooth half of key. Oh, it's also the same as the rare drop table. It's also on the rare drop table, rather. Loop half of key. I guess we put that in the crafting area. Alright, well, do more temperos later. I need to just grind away at it. But for now, see you stream.